Aren't you pasta? No clue, far from the land. Tottenham stranded in shadows, no man's land. Lost on the pitch, echoes in the night. Fans screaming loud, no end in sight. Shift the blame like drifting sand. Promises empty, no steady hand. Wandering clueless in the football mist. Wishing for a twist, but nightmares persist. Shift the blame like drifting sand. Promises empty, no steady hand. Wandering clueless in the football mist. Wishing for a twist, but nightmares persist. Where's the Leo we waited in vain? Pains us deeply every season the same. No direction, stumbling blind. Tottenham's lost its mind. Speechless, impressed, they're at the ground. No solutions, nowhere to be found. Fans on the side, hearts turned to stone. Stadium echoes a lonesome drone. Whispers in the air, they speak of change. Up on the horizon feels so strange. Question marks in every wayward pass. And close to future fleeting fast. Where's the Leo we waited in vain? Pains us deeply every season the same. No direction, stumbling blind. Tottenham's lost its mind. Where's the Leo we waited in vain? Pains us deeply every season the same. No direction, stumbling blind. Tottenham's lost its mind.
The first game we look for, Robbie. Tottenham away. When we got Tottenham away. Tottenham away. When we got Tottenham away.
What's happening, people? Welcome to Tottenham Away, the best place to be in town. Post-match analysis day. How you doing? Welcome. Thanks for being here. Smash a like, hit the subscribe button, hit the notification button, all that good stuff. Make sure you follow Hotspur TV down below. There it is. I'll put it in the comments in just a minute. And the Hotspur Hood down below again. Follow the boys. We've got other guests coming on as the show goes on. There's plenty of shows on tonight. I think it's a busy Tottenham Hotspur evening. Everyone wants to talk after that game. Well, talk about Tottenham Hotspur. Who saw that coming at half time? I mean, we battered them. We absolutely ripped them a new one in the second half. Listen, hats off to Ange. I've got nothing but praise for him today. The team was superb second half. First half, not so much, but we'll get into it. We'll talk about all the different talking points as we go along. But listen, please smash like, subscribe. Thanks for being here as always. Dietrich is here. Ian's here. Let's bring all the boys in. How you doing, guys? Everyone all right? Has Dan? Dietrich's in?
Yeah, I'm good, man.
Everything's good. Finally, great
Has.
played.
Sorry, say that again, Dietrich?
I said finally, Archie great played. I'm happy for him.
We're not talking about Archie Gray today.
No,
I said I'm happy.
We're not talking about Archie Gray today. No way.
Oh no, we're not talking. I'm just saying I'm happy he played. That's all I said.
All right, and I'm just saying
It was a good game.
No, stop there. I will ban you. We are not doing Archie Gray today. No way in hell. Look, let's go around. Everyone give their brief kind of quick views and thoughts and whatnot. Listen, no criticisms. Spurs battered them.
Yeah, sorry. You start moving. Sorry. Yeah. Well, it's our first big win since 2023. So yeah, hats off to Ange for that. Yeah, I'd like to see this more as a regularity rather than a singularity. So that's probably one way to see later in the season. We'll see how it goes in the next few months or so. But like Sar's probably my man of the match, just to summarize. I thought he's been brilliant in the past few games. And yeah, the midfield three, I just want to keep on seeing those three play together, Bentancur, Sar, and Kulusevski. For me, that's our best midfield three. So yeah.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. Hard to disagree with it. If you want to, go for it. I mean, I don't know how you can argue that. Dan?
Yeah, I mean, pretty much what you said. First half, I thought it was scrappy as, and I thought they had the better of us in the first half. Yeah, we had the possession, but like we said, possession don't win you games. I thought that midfielder of theirs that we turned down, what's his bloody name now? I forgot his flipping name now. It was that centre mid that we wanted that they got.
What are you talking about?
No.
Yeah.
That's it. I thought he pretty much dominated our midfield in the first half, but when we came out in the second half, I don't know what happened. Either they took it off and we just went up 3-4 gears and totally wiped the floor with them in practically every position. So second half was excellent. The first half, neither here nor there in a way. I think the only one who played well in the first half was Bentancur, really.
Listen, for me, it was a game of two halves. Ian, how did you see it? Were you at the game today?
Yeah. I thought we were okay first half. I thought we weren't creative at all. Don't think we had a shot on goal, did we?
No, we didn't have a shot, I don't think.
I think only Bentancur and Porro had shots from what I remember.
That's right. Bentancur's shot hit the top of the net, didn't it? I think.
I think we had two because one that went sky high and another one.
They had the better chances, and obviously they were one up as well. I think. Did Vicario tip that onto the post, or did that just go straight onto the post? I couldn't see from where I was. And Watkins that chance, didn't he? I thought Dragusin got across and forced him to put it across, and second half we buried him. I thought it was superb, and it's we talked on this podcast about beating teams in the top 10. Forget the top 10. This was a top 4 team. This is a Champions League team. And we actually stuffed them 4-0 second half. I thought it was excellent. Absolutely excellent. I think they all played well. You talk about, for me, Star was man of the match. I thought Dragusin was excellent. Defensively. And Solanke. What a second half he had. Wow. And you know what? Ben Davies as well. But, he played well when he came on Wednesday night, and he played well again today. And it was his tackle that kick-started the move for the second goal.
Ian, do you think that... sorry, can I ask you, do you think that Davies and Dragusin are a better partnership than Dragusin and Romero by any chance?
No, come on, stop it. I heard that narrative on Salva Show. That is nonsense. Please don't.
No, look what happened last season.
To be fair,
last season, when both our centre backs went missing last season because they was both injured, we actually had more clean sheets and conceded less goals than when we had Van der Ven and Romero.
And we lost so many games too.
We conceded less goals, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, but we still lost many games with them in defence.
Dietrich, what was your take on the game, Dietrich?
Okay, for me, first half I was not impressed, and that's more of a. I can see clear the midfield, and you can tell like some of the midfielders like they didn't play a long time and they don't know each other's like chemistry. They didn't have any chemistry together. But second half, I don't know what the hell Ange told them. They changed like a light switch, click. And honestly, for me, I think Emery really fucked it up with the substitution. That's just my opinion with Rodgers, and that's how the game completely changed. And when I said in the past, Ollie Watkins is nothing special, you saw it again. He's a good player, but he's nothing special. And the fact that our defense, arguably we have the worst defense in the top 4, he couldn't do anything, couldn't score, couldn't shoot on target. He was abysmal. But like I said, once again, Vicario is one of the best shot stoppers in the league. That save was world class. Phenomenal save. It's because of him it wasn't 2-0. But I'm happy, honestly, really happy with the performance.
Would you guys say that was our best performance of the season?
No.
Yeah.
Easily.
Second half, yeah.
For me, it was Man U.
Can we compare Man United to Villa?
Because I feel like Man U
Man
were
United
good
aren't
for-
even a top 10 team at the moment.
I know they're not in the top 10, but at least we were good for 90 minutes. With Villa, it was more a game of two halves. Villa
Yeah, but
was
isn't
good
it
for
easier to
some.
be? Yeah, that's my point, Dietrich. Isn't it easier to be good for 90 minutes against a team in the bottom 10 when you're playing a team who's a Champions League club, and they're in the Champions League? Isn't it harder to dominate them for 45 minutes?
No, that's a fair point.
Yeah,
Based
but
on that, you can say
I don't
no,
know
no,
the answer. I'm just asking the question. Do you guys think
no.
that?
Based on that, you can say it was our best performance. But for me, in my opinion, I want to see us dominate from minute 1 to 90. That's why I'm saying Man U.
One reason I disagree with you, Dietrich, is also United pretty much had 10 men for a lot of that game as well. And they're
Yes.
not the United. They're not United of like old. When I look at Villa, they're like a solid top 4 to 6 team, I guess, right? And we battered them 4-1. So I thought it was better personally.
Yeah, but it was consistent that game against. I get what he's saying. That
Yeah,
game with Man
Yeah, I know.
U was
My
consistent.
opinion, yeah.
So, what do you want your team to do? Do you want them to just be excellent, come out in the second half like we did, and then it ain't always going to go in our favour, or actually dominate a game for 90 minutes? If you want to just judge it on a half, that was our best show by a million miles. But if you want to go by a whole game, then you can say the Man City game was more consistent and was better because it wasn't just a game of two halves. We were solid in the first half and the second half. And that's what professional footballers and a manager is meant to do, isn't it? Not just
Exactly.
45 minutes.
Yeah.
So I'm
I
with
think
you on that one, Dietrich. I see where you're going.
I think the first half today, Villa pulled 11 men back behind the ball for most of that first half. You know, we had the ball, we didn't create, we had problems getting round them, and they pushed us out, and we were resorting to 20-yard shots from outside the box.
Honestly, Ian, I did not understand what Emery did second half. It's like he
Yeah.
completely changed everything.
Of course. No, of course.
He bottled completely second half. Like that was a proper bottle.
Oh, it was a superb performance second half.
No, but it's like it's like he gave us more space, and they were less they were less of a structure second half.
Was
Like
our
the
movement not better? Do you think quicker? The
I
ball
feel no.
was quicker second
No, they
half
give-
than the first half.
No, first
first
half they
half,
were like a proper team. Like
So
they were like proper industrial midfield. Like nobody moved. Everyone was doing their job. Second half, everyone moved. It's like they were going for the kill. That's on Emery.
I thought first half we lacked intensity. Second half we came out with a lot of intensity. I thought first half our wingers were dog shit. I thought second half we overlapped the wing backs, which doubled up on the wide plays, which allowed us to get balls into the box, and we caused them problems. I think the difference was literally the fullbacks played like proper fullbacks in the second half. And we played with pace, which is exactly what we've been saying for a year and a half. Can the fullbacks please play like fullbacks? But don't do it like Adogi and Son on the left looked possessed in the second half. For the first
because Adogi was playing wide and Son was playing more inside. That's what I noticed.
Was it me or it looked like Kulusevski even like went on the wing and we were like it was like 3 men on the wing.
Only
Johnson,
when
Kulu.
only when he brought on Madison so that Madison could go into the 10 and then Kulu went out wide.
The big difference this week for me tactically is that instead of playing one, should I say, defensive midfield player and 2 creative midfield players, he's reversed it, and it's given Spurs much more balance and more solidity as well. Definitely, where you're playing 2 out of Bentancur, Basuma and Sarr, and you're playing 1 now out of Madison and Kulu, and it's given the team a better balance.
So very quickly, Faz Radfar, I'm going to block you from the channel. How do I block him? Because unfortunately, you were on another channel the other day who was slagging us off. You were in their comments slagging us off with them. I've got the screenshot, so feel free to email me. And I was waiting for you to come on here because what you're doing is you're going into other channels slagging us off. Then you come here, then you think we're going to let you have a say. That's not how life works, mate. So sorry, you're now banned from the channel, bro. That's your doing. Ian, sorry, what were you just saying? I just need to call him out because he's been a very
balance in midfield, I think, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just
You
where
banned him.
where was that balance in the first half though?
No, but that's my point. First half, they didn't give us any space. So that's why
correct.
I cannot give them. I cannot honestly. As much as I hate Ange and the players, I cannot criticize them because there was no space at all to move the ball, and that's why it was resulting in us
So-
shooting from outside the box. But second half, it's like everything changed.
I think the other thing, Dietrich, the other thing that helped, Rodgers went off and
Yeah.
Duran came on. So it
That was
switched.
That
It
was a
switched from a
mistake.
4-5-1 to a 4-4-2.
But hold on, but no, 1 minute. Duran came on after they were losing though.
No, that's
No,
right.
no.
No.
It was
that
2.
didn't-
It was 2-1, but still, like Rodgers was so impactful during the
He was
for
their
them
best
in
player
midfield.
today, I thought,
He was
Rodgers.
one of
Right.
their best players.
So
And instead
point
of bringing
with
on
it
a
then.
midfielder, he brings on a striker.
I just think they failed to shut us down the flanks. We attacked them down the flanks we doubled up on the wide areas and we attacked them with menace. And they didn't deal with it.
It was
I
the
think that's-
overloads. I think
Yeah, but
overloads.
Yeah, it
another
was
point
overload,
to it.
yeah.
Another point to it. I think all 4 of you have said that second half we were definitely the better team without a doubt. But Villa gave us
We were
much
more
more
intensive,
space.
man.
Yeah.
We were
But
far
Villa
more
gave us
intensive.
much more space.
Hmm.
Do we agree on that?
Yeah.
In the second half, Villa gave us much more space. I mean, you
Yeah.
just said it, Ian.
I think we created that space as well. We,
Oh,
you know,
no. You just said they gave us the space. That's what I'm about to ask. So, do we actually have to wait until they give us the space, or like in the first half where they didn't give us the space and we can't create no space?
Dan,
But in the
do you know what it
second half,
was?
when they change it and give
Yeah.
us space, so
They
this is
gave
what
us
I'm
the
asking.
space.
Did they give us the space or did we make it? It's just a question I'm asking.
No,
No,
they
no.
gave us the space.
It was
Bit of
both.
both.
It was both because
Hmm.
this is what happened in the second half. The space was there, but we were so slow. Like Brendan Johnson was awful, and so was on the other front. Son did nothing. Our wing backs offered nothing. The wide play was piss poor. They crowded the midfield, which meant we had to go wide, and we were awful at it. So in the second half, what happened was when we doubled up, we were quicker to get into the space they gave us. Their mistake, and this is where Emery fucked it today. And I was actually shocked that he did this because I rate him. At 1-0, he should have shut shop away from home, really camped out in his defensive zone, and then just put Watkins and one other player higher up the pitch, left them there, and tried to play counter-attacking, long passing football. And
But
you
they
know
didn't
what?
have the players.
If they'd done that with Davies and Dragusin, they would have won that game. But what they didn't do is what I said. And when we up the tempo, that's where we caught them. And I think at 2-1, for me, I think they lost. It was almost like they were so dumbstruck by what had just happened to them. By the time they reacted, we made it 3 and it was over. At 3-1, the game was over for me. They weren't coming back from that.
It was done.
No,
Partly it's down to Ange's halftime team talk, galvanizing the team to come out with actual purpose and play like you're the home team. And the other half was down to Emery just not shutting shop on us. Because if they did that at 1-0, we didn't know what to do. We had no ideas. So
still.
So basically, a bit of both sides. Then you're saying for me because it was actually a serious question. I was asking.
Yeah.
Do we just wait until we're actually giving it to us, or do we actually bloody make it? Because not every manager's going to give that to us, isn't it?
Well, listen, he changed it by making the fullbacks play like fullbacks. He must have said to them, double up the flanks. He must have told them that because they both did it on both sides.
It's funny because in a chat, I made a comment like that. I can't remember which chat it was at half time. And I was like, they should invert the wingers and play the fullbacks like fullbacks. I can't remember what chat it was in. But yeah. But obviously, he must have done it at half time because Son was playing further inside 100% and Dogue was playing further wide. So I do think the overloads on the flank made a massive difference for us in the second half, though, because they just couldn't contend with it. It was like 2s on 1s. Even Richarlison, when he came on, I know he was on for like 20 minutes.
He was shit. You
have to give him credit. Like, it was a good cross. I didn't expect him to put it in, to be honest.
No, he was crap.
It was like Son for his goal, wasn't it? Son was not in the game at all, and he
He just
made
put a
one
decent
good cross,
cross.
which was an assist. Johnson totally missing the whole game, but he still got that goal, didn't he?
Yeah.
I thought them two today were probably our two poorest players.
Son
But
didn't
they
even
got
get
an assist and a goal.
Yeah, exactly.
Dan, the work Johnson put in, he didn't stop. He didn't stop.
Okay. Then I can go. Okay, fair enough. Then I'll go back and say that about Richarlison every time he's played for us. Then I'm
Well, I
sorry,
think
effort is not good enough.
That's
Richarlison
true.
is, apart from he put in a lovely ball in to Solanke. Apart from that, he
It
was
was
losing the ball.
luck. It
But I
was
thought,
luck.
Johnson put in a shift today.
That
I mean,
cross from
he was
Richarlison.
right below us second half. He was,
I don't know what you saw. I must have seen a different game then, because for me, he got that goal and just went missing. And the only time I
Me
see him was
too.
when he was running after the ball. And if you want to be like that, then you can turn around and say Richarlison's done that when he came on and went running for the ball, and he does it every time.
I don't know.
Do you know-
I just
Yeah.
think so. You know, sometimes you look at other parts of players' games when you're weighing them up. We all want to say, listen. At the end of the day, guys got on the end of the cross. So
I said
you know,
that. Yeah.
guys, he scored a goal. Good luck to him. You know, he's done his job today, isn't he? That's his 7th goal this season.
Who's that?
Johnson. Yeah.
You see, this is why I hate stats, because the fact that we look at the goals, it helps him so much, but he's such a garbage player. It's unbelievable how bad he is.
I agree with Dietrich on this one. I think he's a very average player, but because he's there in the right place to put those tap-ins in the back of the net, he's getting way too much. He's getting praise that is putting him on a pedestal that he doesn't belong on, in my view, at Spurs. There's nothing about him that says to me, what a top player. He's worked great. Yep, today he worked hard. In the midfield, I think he won a few battles as well.
That's a bare minimum.
Popped up with a tap-in. But I just,
Since when do we praise working hard? That's the bare minimum.
I don't know. Listen, listen. He's not a Gareth Bale. He's not a Ginola. He's not a Waddle. He's nowhere near that level.
We spend more money on him than Gareth Bale from
Ian,
Southampton.
if you praised Solanke today, I can get on board with it. If you praised Solanke today, I could get on board with it. But Johnson, I'm struggling to say.
Even
wow,
Solanke,
brilliant,
what did he
amazing.
do?
No, Dietrich, hold on a
To be
minute.
fair,
No,
Solanke's
wait.
goal-
No,
Dietrich.
give me a second. Wait.
My God.
No. The first goal, that's a phenomenal finish. I can't say anything about
It was a
it.
great finish.
But do you feel enough confidence to say this guy is a lethal striker?
No,
Because for
I
me, the
agree
two.
with that.
No, wait. Because
Today,
the goal.
today, 1
'cause
minute. Today, he scored a goal. Yes, tapping. He scored a goal, which was an excellent finish. He made the run,
which was a
received
better
the ball.
pass.
His pressing game for most of the game was on point. The amount of passes that he intercepted from Villa playing out from the back to allow us to then attack again. Listen, Solanke today, that's the best game I've seen him play for Spurs.
Definitely.
And I don't rate him. And I thought today he had his best game for Spurs.
I wasn't.
Yeah,
I wasn't.
100%.
No,
Still,
it was.
it's 4-3, mate. It's 4-3 now. Solanke is done.
If Son never got taken off,
You remember, we started this bet. Son was 2-0 up, and Solanke's also, because he missed two games as well, didn't he, Solanke? Son's missed 3 now. I think, or 2. I think they both missed 2. But listen, let's hope they both score 20 goals this season.
Thing is, Solanke did miss a chance earlier in the game though when he hit straight at the keeper. I can't remember.
Yeah, he did.
Oh, Solanke.
Yeah.
Yeah, he did.
I think he's a good enough striker. Do I still think he's worth 65 mil? No. Did he have an excellent game today? Yes. Will he do that consistently? Time will tell.
I don't think it's the answer to our striker problems, if I'm being honest.
Can I
Can
just
I
answer?
just read the super chat quickly, Dietrich, because we are Spurs TV's paid. So thank you for the super chat. He asked, what changes would you make in the first half to improve it? For me, we're just a team that plays 2 halves. We either come out with a lot of aggression intensity in the first 20, 30 minutes and try and blitz teams, then we begin to wobble in the second half. Or we're very first half, and then second half, we just come out with a lot of intensity for 15, 20 minutes to get back into it. I think Spurs just need more intensity at the start of both halves, not just one. That's the change I think needs to happen at Spurs. I don't know. What do you guys think? What was
Style,
the
do you think
adjustment?
it's down to the style or maybe the style, because that's what I can say. The style we play, or down to the Ange's choice of the style and the intensity, or is it down to the players just not being good enough to like last the whole 90 minutes and play at a certain high level intensity?
Or is it
both?
just
Or is it
nothing
both?
has changed? Or is it
Yeah.
just nothing has changed over 2.5, nearly 3 years, where we can only come in for a half?
Maybe it's that. I don't know.
Because there's only been actually one solid game, and that was with Man U, like you said. I mean, people give me bullshit on that we dominated Newcastle. We dominated nothing. We had possession. They had more
Dave,
shots on target than us and everything. No, I'm not having it, Ian.
Watch the game
Stats
back.
blatantly
Watch
said
it
we had
back.
possession.
I watched it. I watched
twice.
it today. We had plenty of chances. We had plenty of chances. I watched it today.
Okay, I'll bring them up.
I watched highlights of Newcastle Spurs today. But pull up Match of the Day 2 and watch it. And then
Newcastle had more chances than us on target and that. What I'm saying is, we keep saying we dominate games, and people say it because of possession. Today, second half, that was dominating a game. Against
100%.
Man U, that was dominating a game. Newcastle was dominating jack shit. As all we did was hang it up in their box and just hang around with it and done absolutely nothing with it. No
Seriously,
shots compared to theirs.
We should have
They
done.
had-
We should have won that. We should have won that.
Okay.
Seriously,
That's,
we should have.
yeah, but maybe you should do when you've got 75 to 80% possession, Ian. But we didn't even take chances. So I don't say
That's
dominating
exactly
a game
right.
for that.
Exactly right. We didn't take the chances. We should have.
So we dominated nothing then. They had more shots on goal than us.
It depends how you describe a game. If you say, when you say dominate, you can say dominate with goals, and you can say dominate with possession.
In
You can
every
have,
which way is
you
dominating.
can have most of the ball. You can have most of the chances. And I know the only stat that counts is goals.
Mm-hmm.
But we had enough of the play and enough chances to win at Newcastle, and won comfortably. That was a poor result for us, considering the amount of ball we had and the chances we created. We should have beaten them.
It was the same way with Arsenal. We dominated and we did nothing.
I must just say this. I just came in.
Looking fresh.
Thank you.
Jeez.
Thank you. I was
Mari,
saying
Mari
that-
must be meeting a lady tonight.
That's why I'm saying that.
Well, to celebrate the victory, of course.
Okay.
But now I'm here with you guys. But no, I was going to just say that the first half, even the commentary, and even post game, even the football terrace, that first half, the fans were quiet until Sonny's beautiful pass to Johnson. The stadium was quiet, so I can't really say it was dominating.
Fans were booing at halftime.
Yeah, they were booing. So I wouldn't say
That was the referee still. I think that was the referee.
I would say we had the dominating second half, and so that's still the problem with this team is that we have moments, spurts, and that spurts was the second half basically. I'm trying to think of a game where we had a full 90 minutes of domination. Now, don't get me wrong. This was beautiful. This was nice.
Man United.
We won 4-1. I'm not nitpicking. We say we needed to beat a top 10 team. This was a top 10 team. This was a good team. This is a good victory. So the team should be proud. We could do better in sense of 90 minutes, right? From beginning to end, no Jekyll or Hyde. 90 minutes of domination. 45 minutes, okay, was good against Aston Villa, but 45 minutes doesn't necessarily mean you're able to win the game, because if you play like a Man City or full Man City, and you had a rough 45 minutes and they scored goals, then that's a problem. But overall today, I thought it was a very impressive win, one of our best wins in a long time, even better than United, because
much better than United, in my opinion.
Because of those 45 minutes, it was much better. And I think the best player, which most people not gonna think about because they think of Solanke or Kulu, I thought Sarr had one of his best games in the Spurs jersey, because I think he spurred on the attack. in some of the interceptions. I think Sarr was
He had a really good game.
he had a good game. It was him. Onana for Villa was really good. First half was his half. I posted in the chat, but I thought Sarr was. I think he was our man of the match. Papa Sarr was the man of the match. I'm gonna give his props. I'm his harshest critic. Kulu has, you know me. I was on his ass last year, going into this season. Seems like Kulu has found his spot. So I'm gonna give him his props. But really, Papa Sarr, I thought was one of his best games in a Spurs jersey. And so, good win, a top 10 win. But now we need consistency because we're the same team that could possibly lose to Ipswich. I mean, without him, I know we're at home. We're better at home, and then we gotta be better at second. On the road. But other than that, I think this was a very good victory. And come on, you Spurs.
So, I agree with you, Maury. I said it before you jumped on the show that, I didn't say, ask the question, was this Spurs' best performance of the season? Because it's the quality of the opposition that we beat today that is why I've asked the question. I want to ask you something, guys, right? If you look at the league this season, it's very tight. In fact, let me get the league table up. If you look at the league table at the moment, we will get into the game, by the way, everyone watching. Make sure you smash a like. If you look at the league table so far, from 3rd to 10th is literally 4 points. One win, one loss can just move you up or down that table so quickly. It's very, very tight. And when you look at it, Spurs have lost the most games out of the top 10. But we don't lose. We don't draw. So we are do or die. It's either 3 points or no points with Tottenham. Whereas other teams that they either settle for a draw or they fight for a draw, they set up just to get a point. I think that's the reason they're above us, because they've got a bit more grit about them. Whereas we are just, no, we have to win it. And this is kind of maybe a weakness we've got to maybe overcome. But when you look at Arsenal, when you look at Villa, Spurs and Brighton, what I've noticed is the losses are happening away from home.
Yep.
Now, great win today, brilliant. That's what we want to see. But I'm now going to flip it on everyone. Okay, here we go. You can all come for me. I'm not bothered. I'm not convinced. I really am not, and I'll tell you why. We beat Man United, got carried away, then we lost to Brighton. We beat West Ham, got carried away, and then we lost to Crystal Palace. So this is the next Premier League game. We've just smashed Aston Villa. What do we do in the next couple of games? Because if we don't win them, it's back to square one again. It's that cycle of we're good at home. At home, we've only lost to Arsenal in all competitions. As soon as we go on the road, we look average, and we are getting lucky. For example, Coventry away, Ferencváros away.
Can I say something about the waveform in a sec? Once you're done, yeah.
Right, and I just want to show you something, just so you can see where I'm coming from. It's not me putting it down.
Ipswich is at home, so we'll probably win.
We should, yeah, you're right, Michael. We should probably win.
But Galatasaray's away.
Galatasaray's away, Ipswich.
Okay? Yeah, but I mean in the league, right?
Listen, I expect us to beat Ipswich. Although the other day, as a joke on the show, I did say, watch us go and beat City and Villa, then lose to Ipswich as a joke. Could you imagine? Anyway, but I just want to show you this. Right, we're 10 points down on last season. We're currently on 16 points down from 26. This is the reality. This is why we're seventh, guys. This is why we're seventh. Our home form in the table this season puts us 3rd in the league. Our away form, we are 14th. There is no consistency.
I mean,
can I answer that, Stel?
Technically, it's consistent. Technically, it's consistent, right?
Consistently inconsistent.
Inconsistent, correct.
Yeah, we are consistently inconsistent. Right?
So what I'm saying here is, when you look at the league table, the teams that aren't in that top 2-3 On the road, they're not good. You even saw it with Arsenal. They lost to Newcastle away. They lost to Bournemouth away. Even Arsenal are doing it. So our away form is our Achilles heel right now. Unless we fix that, we are going to be between 7th and 9th all season. That's the point I'm putting forward.
If you compare, yes, obviously we're 10 points worse off than we were after 10 games last season.
Yeah.
But the matches that we've played, let's go through like for like this season.
No,
against...
no,
because
hang on, do that. No, because hold on, because you're changing what I've put forward. What you're going to do is no, Ian. It's important we don't do that. Let me tell you why we don't do that. Because playing teams in the first 10 is different when you play teams in the last 10. Some of the teams we've played at home now in the first 10, we would have played at home at different stages of the season. How you start a season is different. Yeah, so what you're going to do is say, but when we played Villa at home, Villa at home we played at a different point in the season. So by doing that,
it was the same time. November. We played Villa in November last season at home.
We didn't play Arsenal at home though in the first 10 games. We didn't.
No.
So don't judge how we play in the last 10 the run in to how we play now. That's what you're about to do.
What I'm just going to tell you still that the same game against the same teams last season, we're 4 points better off.
At different stages of the season. The mentality is different. The momentum's different. You can't do that. We played some teams after 2 transfer windows instead of 1. I get what you're going to try and do, but that's not a fair comparison. I don't see how that's fair.
I was going to say something about away form, but anyway. But I think, you know what you described earlier about us being do or die? That's what's killing our away form, literally, because we're not happy. And Ange also said this himself, so he kind of set himself up for this. I don't want to be falsely rewarded, blah, blah, blah. I don't want to make all this crap. Back in the day, when I first started watching football with my dad, for example, he would say, we'll go away to a team and we get a point away to say like Arsenal or Chelsea, whatever. It's a good result. Ange has this mentality where he wants to win every game, which is great. It's all well and good. But some games you need to realise, we have to drop back and settle for a point. Look at Brighton away. They scored 2 goals in quick succession. What did we do? We still carried on doing the same thing.
Yeah.
Sometimes you need to drop off, soak the pressure for like 10, 15 minutes, and then get a foothold back in the game. And this is the problem. Because we're so high or low, such an extreme, there's no, the manager's not telling them, look, guys, we need to drop off and do this, do that. We don't play I still think we have no defensive structure. I don't think we have any defensive organization out of possession as well. And I think the difference is at home is because you've got the momentum of the home fans as well when we score a goal, and the momentum's with you like today when we've got the first goal, the game just completely changed to us and we won the game 4-1. Away from home, you don't have that luxury. Okay. So it's a lot of factors, but under Yol, we had the same problem as well, but Yol went and fixed it. Does Ange have the bollocks going to fix it? I don't know.
Let me turn this around for you.
Yeah.
Let me turn this around for you. Isn't a draw worse than a defeat sometimes? Right. You're in a situation. I'll explain it. Hang on. Let me give you my side. No, not necessarily. Let me give you my side on this, and you can look at this. Well, I haven't said it yet, so you can't disagree.
No, stop. No, you. I'm saying stop.
So, right. The way I'm saying it is, call it playing devil's advocate. Is you're right. You're in that stage where you can go for the draw, the win, or the loss, basically. What is actually better? 3 wins, 2 losses, or 2 wins, 2 draws, and 1 loss? He wants to play it, and I'm not saying I agree with it.
It's 9 points.
And 3 wins and 2 losses is better than 2 draws and 2 wins. Yeah?
Yeah.
So draws can be very deceiving. Now, you look at that season, was it Poch's last season or one of his last ones, where I think we had about 4 draws all season, but we lost about 14 games as well and won about 18 games.
Undrawables or something like that, right?
And we still make the Champions League in 4th place by the skin of our teeth, but purely because we hadn't drawn games. This is what I'm saying. Draws can actually be worse than losses in a way, because if draws start adding up, they can have a very bad effect on you. And even though it looks better, 2 wins, 2 draws looks better than 3 wins, 2 losses, doesn't it? But it's not. And if that happens consistently, you look how many points you start losing out on. And like I said, I remember when Ange done it, and like I say, we lost a hell of a lot of games that season, but won a lot. But I think we only drew, 3 or 4 if I remember
Yeah,
right.
we had like 3 or 4 draws.
That's what did Arsenal the other season when they drew with Southampton, they drew West Ham, they drew with Liverpool. They
That's
drew
what I'm saying.
and
Draws can be a right bastard at times.
And I see what you're saying.
Sometimes maybe you should go for the win.
No,
I'm just being
I see
devil's
what you're saying.
advocate. That's all.
No,
Yeah,
no,
I
he's
see what
right
you're
because
saying,
like
but would you
if you
rather
look-
draw games or lose games? That's the question.
honestly,
The thing is, I think when you look at the table, and as of today, fairly you have to say there is. Well, I can't say the big three because right now I've been saying this. When we have the show on Thursday, Steph and those Arsenal boys, they're gonna get it because I've been saying they don't have offense. They've been devoid of ideas since the beginning of the season, and it was tough. I mean, you're seeing it now. They're struggling to score. They don't have any ideas. So it's really the top two, City and Liverpool. Right now, you have from 3rd to 11th to 12th, where it's just inconsistency. I was saying this to myself before Napoli lost today. Honestly, only
they're trash.
only the two teams. Be respectful. The only two teams I thought of all of Europe that has been playing consistently well is Barcelona and Napoli. Because even Real Madrid, I've been like, meh. Bayern, they're top of the league, but they've been meh. And look at the Premier League, you look at these teams where, all right,
Liverpool, right?
Villa looks good. And then Villa, like today, you look at Forest, right? Do people believe they're good? I mean, they've been okay, they're third. Then you look at the other teams, Chelsea. I thought they were going to pump United. They did it. They drew 1-1. So really, as much as we've been harsh on Ange, but right now we're in the top four race. I mean, I predicted 7th, but it's going to go to the end because there's really a lot of mediocre teams. There is a lot of mediocre teams, and the bottom feeders are actually better. The Forces, the Bournemouth. You saw what they did to City yesterday.
Murray, can I just tell you our next 3 away games in the Premier League? Man City
City.
away, Bournemouth, and Nottingham Forest.
no, Southampton still, and then Forest.
Okay, 3 of those 4.
Yeah,
we
can't
know
even
who
read the
wants to go to
fixtures
right now, and they're the kind of games where they're going to get into us. The crowd's going to get. It's going to be almost the Crystal Palace recipe, right? City haven't lost at home in 2 years.
We're
Okay,
gonna beat them.
we've got a record. Dietrich, we will find out.
I'm not even joking. We're gonna beat them. Watch.
Bournemouth is serious.
We're gonna beat them.
Dietrich, the point I'm making here is to Mari, if we don't win one of those away games, we're back to square one again. This is my point I'm making. Do you guys not think? Because out of everyone in that top 10, we can talk about Bayern Munich, Real Madrid, and out of the top 10, we've got the worst losing rate record. Like we have lost the most games. Because and when I look at it, it's when we're on the road. Arsenal, we were unlucky. Okay, their set piece, they found us out because we are a bit shaky at it. It happened again today, which we'll discuss in a minute. But on the road is where we've had our problems. Draw at Leicester, lose at Newcastle, lose at Palace. There's one other loss.
Lose at Brighton and
lose at Brighton.
United.
On the road, we're a different team. Yeah. We're completely different. We don't adapt. We don't come out with intensity when we need to. Ange's substitutions are suspect. It's almost like at home, it's a comfort zone. See, at home, it's become a bit of a fortress. Let's be honest about it. Tottenham at home, we are turning it into a fortress. On the way, we look like an under-7s team at time. Why do you guys think that is? Like, I think Has made a good point.
Yeah.
Like, does anyone else have like a reason as to why you think that's happened?
If I can, I don't know if you guys saw today, but they were doing like interviews with players, right? And they were doing one with McGinn, and he said that this was possibly like the loudest he has ever seen the stadium as an away player, right? Him playing at our stadium, right? And he said something along the lines of, I think many teams will come to this ground and will be surprised and take a defeat. Something like, I'm paraphrasing, right? But he said something like that. And I honestly like in the second half when we started going on top of Villa, I felt like we were. I don't know. I felt like the stadium woke up, and it was really a much different vibe. Because in the first half, I completely agree with. I think Has, you said it right. That in the first half, it was actually quite quiet. I could hear Villa fans singing, especially when they scored, and you didn't really like see the stadium believing. I also think I don't want to say that the referee was necessarily like super bad, but he was making some questionable choices with like giving falls. It felt like he was trying to, calm the players down, and he was like whistling at everything. And I felt like it made the game like unstable, uneasy, and I felt like the stadium felt it too. But I honestly think that the stadium will, like the fans. I think they are carrying this team in a sense, and I feel like this is exactly also the reason why we don't do well at away ground, even though I think we have one of the better away fans in the league, right? I always hear our fans singing, and I always feel like they are present when we play away. But still, I feel like we play that style of football where we definitely concede goals, and I feel like this gives belief to the team that we are playing and their fans that they can catch us and that they can defeat us, right? Whereas at our ground, I think it's exactly like the opposite. I think our performances like bring the fans together, and basically we do, with power of friendship and all that stuff, we push the results through, right? But I think away, because we concede and because we give many opportunities to the opposition team, I feel like it works like exactly 180 of what happens in our stadium. I think we play really like a binary football, right?
Okay, Michael, right?
Yeah.
Let's take your point, right? I want to take your point to Ian. Ian, you're the only person on this show right now that goes to most away games. Okay, so you've got the best perspective as a fan to talk on this point.
Okay.
Michael's saying at home, we get behind the team and it rattles the opposition. But my question would be, if that's the case and we go away to other grounds and their fans rattle us and we kind of wobble because we don't have that 60,000 home support behind us and we don't like that, is that not then down to Ange to sort it out? Because at home against West Ham, he got praised for his substitutions. And today he got praised for his substitutions when a lot of fans said, oh my God, you took off Son. But yet when we go away from home, how many times do we slam him for his substitutions and his tactics? What do you see? Because
what do I say? I've made
Michael makes a good point, but I don't think that point's valid for the way Ange is different on the road as well.
I've made 5 notes here.
By the way, I was just saying about the team. Sorry, Jan. Go. Sorry.
For me, number one is mentality. I think the mentality's got to be tougher. To be 2 up and killing Brighton and lose 3-2. The way we turned up at Palace was appalling, and that's down to mentality. The other thing is that we should have won 3 of those 4 games we lost. We should have beaten Leicester, Newcastle, and Brighton.
Why should we?
The first two were because we didn't take our chances, and we had plenty of the game.
Why should we beat them then?
Hang on.
We didn't get the shots on target.
Hang on. You're asking me for reasons about the away form.
Okay, cool.
Missed chances for the first 2, and Brighton was mentality. I think one problem we've had, in fact, and 2 things that link together are we play too high a line away from home. We should be further back. I do think generally we are a much better team when we're counter-attacking than when we're playing this mad high line. And the second thing that goes with the team selection, which I think he's put right this week with City and today, was he's not playing 2 forwards, 2 out the 3 creative players. He's got 2 more defensive players now, with a choice of 2 out of Bentancur, Basuma and Sarr, instead of playing one of those with Maddison and Kulu, which I think is giving us greater solidity, and he's got to keep that up away from home. And the last point, the 5th point, are substitutions. And in-game management, which I think at certain points, certain games this season with Ange have been absolutely appalling. I mean, Brighton was the worst for me. Just dreadful. Just absolutely dreadful. Also, you go back to Leicester. We should have buried Leicester out of sight. And it was only because of Bentancur's injury that Ange ended up then making 4 subs in one go. And we regained control of the game. He should have actually switched. He should have put subs on much sooner at Leicester to regain control. Leicester had 10-15 minutes. And he should have, once the game was swinging, he should have changed straight away. Maybe we'd have come away with a 1-0 win. So for me, they're all the reasons why our away form is not so good as our home form. I think, at home, we score pockets of goals very quickly, don't we? We scored 3 and 8 against West Ham. We got 2 in 4 today against Villa. Brentford, I think, was it 3 in the second half as well?
Yeah, I think so, yeah.
We're apart from Arsenal, we're winning games. Brentford was 3-1, West Ham was 4-1, Everton was 4-0. Today was 4-1. We're scoring goals. I think we're the second highest or the highest scoring.
We are
No,
the best offense in the league right
one of the top 2 or 3. And I think it's, for me, those are the reasons. And if we'd have won those three away games, we'd be 8 points better off.
But aren't we doing this again, right? Isn't this the trap we're falling into? We dominate away from home, top scorers, blah, 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 blah. We're 7th. Results, 7th.
Yeah, of course.
Highest losing rate of any of the top 10. See, at the end of the day, results are what everyone will judge the manager on. At the moment, he's being judged on performance. How long does that last if the away results do not improve? If we get to April and we've lost 14 games all on the road, okay, but we've won all the home games and drawn 1, lost 1, no one's going to care about performance.
No, I think what
this is what I'm trying to say, because for me right now, I'm not convinced. I think at home we're going to beat most teams. I really do. I think we'll beat most teams. I don't think we'll beat all the top teams at home. I think we'll beat a fair few. But on the road, I think I'm far from convinced, guys. And I think that's right now what needs to be addressed. Spurs need to address that.
It's only a 10-game sample, but within that 10-game sample, it's the best you can say this team is. It's an enigma, where it's all or nothing, right? We did a special, right? All or nothing, and that's our club, all or nothing. And when you play like an all or nothing, right, especially on the road, you're not going to do the things that would get you a draw or to get you a victory, because at home it's much easier, right? Because the fans are behind you to go. Look at this. Apparently, we scored the most goals, right? Yet we have the most. We think we have the shittiest front 3, right? But yet we've scored the most goals. Defensively, surprisingly enough, we're there with Arsenal. So, but yet we have 5 losses.
Told you Romero's better than Saliba. I told you Romero's better than Saliba.
So other than Liverpool, we have the best goal differential. Other than Liverpool, we have one of the best goal differential. So how did we lose 5 games?
4.
4.
We drew one. We lost.
How did we lose 4 games? Well, the road, we're terrible on the road. Also, there is no balance or consistency to the team. It's all or nothing. So at home, we're just going, we're putting it all in, which is good, but to really get top 4, to get to the end, you're going to have a balance. You're going to have that strong mentality. You're going to have that, because we could fall anywhere we said this, from 4th to 8th, right, when we made our predictions. And it's still true, I know people are saying, well, apology letters, that I already see a comment, the haters are real quiet now. No, it's game 10 of the season. We're analyzing game 10. So there's nothing to be quiet about. My prediction of 7 can still happen, but it goes to be 4th. So it's just we have to find a consistent ground. This is what they pay Ange the big bucks to do. Also, it's going to really see how the talent of this team plays out. Because, like I said, it's the first 10 games. And when the cream rises to the crop is, are you going to do what you do now in March and April? Because what happened last season? Those guys did not show up, right? The last 10 games were horrible. So there's a lot of things that needs to be done. January is going to be very key in regards to that. So there's a lot of questions. Even after this impressive victory, there's a lot of questions of how this team is going to pan out.
You know
It's
what,
the
Laurie?
inconsistency. It's the
Laurie,
inconsistency of Ange. This is what all this comes down to. He is the most consistently inconsistent manager in the Premiership right now. One game, he'll go and do something special. Next game, it'll look all right. And then all of a sudden, he stands there like he hasn't got a Scooby-Doo what he's doing, scratches his head, doesn't say a word, goes 3-0 down before he does anything, and then makes 3 or 4 changes. And then you see in another game, 2 games later, where all of a sudden he's got it rolling. He knows what he's doing. Right, bang, bang, bang. There you go. That goes on. That happens. This happens. He's even pulled them back a little bit and everything else. And everything looks cushy. And then 2 games later, he stands there like a mallet again and scratches his head like he's lost to the planet and hasn't got a clue what's going on. This is down to Ange, most of this, yeah? Half of these players, I don't even think they know what the manager wants of them, because certain games, we all know, there's times where you got to sit back. There's times where you got to hold it. There's certain games that you should be more defending or covering more sides on. Where are you so inconsistent as a manager, and not one person can say he's been consistent apart from being inconsistent? Where are the players going to be looking at him where they don't know whether they're coming or going with him? Because he just needs to get that consistency right and start realizing you can't just do this 1 game in every 5. You need to do this at least 3 or 4 games every 5.
Do you think, Dan, I know it's a weird take, yeah, because everyone knows I don't rate Ange, like, really, but do you think he freezes away from home and he doesn't even know what he's doing?
It looks like it. This is what I'm saying. There's certain games he plays where you just look at him and you could slap him in the face because he's dribbling. And then there's other games he plays, he's proper on it, he's proper with it, like today, giving it all that and everything. And then the game where the pressure seems to really, really come onto it and he hasn't got the homeboys behind him and everything.
I think it's a mix, Dan.
And that's all you say, is it?
Dan, I think Brighton.
The problem is, Ian, also is we have a very young squad, right? So I'd be looking to the manager if I was a young player to guide me to do stuff, right? If we had a proper leader on the pitch, like an actual experienced player, not a Sonny who's not really a leader, I'm sorry, he's not a leader, like a proper player on the pitch to guide the players, because everyone keeps arguing to me when I say this, we need a player on the pitch who's a leader. We don't have that right now, so I have to take it by circumstance. So if I was a young player on the pitch, like a Johnson, for example, or a Sarr, I'd be looking to my manager and saying, manager, what should I do? Should I drop? Should I press? Should I... But he doesn't say anything. And in these away games, when I look at him, like Dan said, he just freezes. Like, but do you think he's overawed by it as well? That's what I'm asking.
I'd say a couple of things. If I'm looking back over the first 10 games of this season, I'd say let's start with negatives. In terms of negatives, you've got a lot of indecision and basically lack of in-game management from Ange, particularly away from home. At home, I think he's done well. Away from home, not so good. I think that is only half the problem, because along with the mentality, I think, and this leads on to the positives. Last year, we were getting battered away from home. We're not getting battered. And before anyone says a loss is a loss, fully agree with you. But let's just take the results out of the equation for a minute. We're not getting battered. We should be winning games. We're losing now.
Sorry, Ian, who battered us away from home?
Last year,
he's saying we are.
I'm asking who battered us away from home last year.
Last season,
Newcastle,
Fulham,
Fulham, Liverpool.
Oh, yeah, Liverpool,
You know, I mean, and we were generally.
There's 19 away games. You've picked 3.
No. But still, you saw all the games. If we weren't battered, we were poor.
Brighton.
In a lot of the games.
Yeah, Brighton.
Okay, but then you could say that with this lot. We haven't been battered, but
this year we're struggling to score away from home.
Yeah, so we're being just as poor. It's the same thing, Ian.
Also lost to Palace.
Still being poor.
All right.
Yeah, but we are not.
We score 4 against West Ham. We can't score 1 at Palace.
Right. Still, why are we losing?
We scored 4 against Aston Villa. We only scored 1 against Leicester.
Hang on. Still, why are we losing? Instead of
score goals.
Hang on. Last year,
No, because we don't have a good manager.
wait a minute. Last year we were getting ripped to pieces. And that was down to the system, leaving us wide open. We lost lots of goals on the counter-attack, which isn't happening. And we were losing lots of goals on set pieces last year, which isn't happening. You know, I know you'll point to today, we gave away a goal from a corner. It's the second goal we've given away in 19 games. Second goal in 19 games. Dating back to Liverpool last May.
We don't score goals away from home, Ian.
No, and that's
other than Man United, we're not scoring.
I asked if the manager was overwrought by the situation. You haven't answered my question.
Is he overwrought by the situation?
Because Dan made a
no,
good point.
I think it's a lack of ability. Has.
Well, the players.
No, honestly, I feel like this year we're making more mistakes
today,
than last
Solanke
season.
was brilliant. Johnson's silenced the critics.
No,
one of the best players in the Premier League. It seems at home we've got ability, but as soon as we've gone on the road, the excuse is no ability. Now we're picking and choosing. I don't understand.
But you've asked me to pinpoint. Look at Brighton.
Yeah, but you just said it was ability. But why have we got ability?
No. I said it's a mix between Ange's performance in game management when things are going wrong away from home, and also this year the players we're giving away. We're not winning games. We were 2-up at Brighton. We're 1-0 up at Leicester. If we don't make silly mistakes, if players don't make individual errors, we win those games.
Do you think if we actually went a bit pragmatic and protected the lead instead of attack?
Well, that's what I said as well. I said we should be playing further back. We should be playing further. I made 5 points, and that was one of them. Still, we shouldn't be playing such a high line away from home. And we are better counter-attacking. You know,
I agree with you.
I know City play a high line, but
we didn't lose to Crystal Palace from a high line or Brighton from a high line.
No, we didn't. No.
We could have.
Sorry, what answer are we looking for? Because Ian is giving you answers and you are grilling him for the answers, right? So what is the answer?
No, he's giving me answers and I'm questioning them because they don't make sense to me.
No, because he just wants to argue for the sake of arguing. That's what he does.
With Brighton, for example.
No, you're being silly and degrading the show now by saying that. If Ian says something and in my head I can't agree with him because it doesn't back up in my head.
No, he's making fair points.
The only game this season we lost to a high line was Newcastle.
Yeah.
We could have been deep.
So how is the high line the issue? This is what I'm saying. And then Michael's kind of...
I
don't understand it.
What about Brighton? Should we not have dropped back? Should we not have started back?
Yeah, we should have dropped back and defensively.
But they didn't score. They didn't score because of a high line.
Can I say something, right? We lost 3 away games this season, right? Newcastle we lost because of the high line.
Yeah.
Palace we lost because they pressed us when we were playing out of the back, right? Mm-hmm. And Brighton we shut ourselves, basically, right? So when I look at it, there is like no consistent pattern when you can point to one thing that we can change to get rid of all 3 of those losses, right? In my opinion, against Palace, we should have played more long balls, right? Against Newcastle, we should have dropped the line. Against Brighton, we should have, be better, right? They were just shit. The whole defense was just shit, right? So when I look at it, I think Ian basically gave you like the reasons for each of these losses, right? But it's like, it's not a consistent pattern because you can say we didn't lose Palace because of the high line, right? Yes, but does it mean that it's not an issue because we lost against Newcastle?
Okay. So what I'm understanding here is we've lost the away game.
If I can finish, right? I don't think you can quantify one singular reason as to why we are losing away games. I think it's the manager with his substitutions. I think it's the players' mentality. I think it's the tactical setup. It's just like, how are you supposed to pinpoint one thing where we say it's because of the high line we lost all 3 games? Well, no, because we didn't lose like Crystal Palace and Brighton due to high line, right? So
I think, Michael, I think
yeah, go on, because
the
that's
reason
why
we're
I asked if
losing
you have.
the reason we're losing these games is because we don't score goals.
No, it's not the reason. The
That's
reason
your
we
opinion, Dietrich. This is my
No,
opinion.
no,
The
no, no.
reason-
It's not my opinion.
Let me finish what I'm saying, because you interrupt every time I make a point. Right?
No, because you
So
chat nonsense.
That's because I live rent free in your head. You just can't handle it. I get it. Right? You're only here to try and rattle me, but you can't.
Yeah, I'm trying.
I know you are. I know. I think away from home, we have a problem in front of goal.
Mhm.
We were 2-0 up against Brighton. That should have been 5-0. We should have put that to bed, right? Even at Old Trafford, all that domination, and it was only 1-0 at half time. All that domination. It's only because they went down to 10 men, they ran out of steam. At Leicester, we had chance after chance, not clinical. Solanke's missing 2, Son's missing 1. We can't score. And then you look at Crystal Palace, we never look like scoring except for a chance, I think, that kind of bundled in front of their goal. I think on the road, we are a completely different team when it comes to attacking. I don't think we're good in front of goal. Against Newcastle, we were dog shit. Odebert's missing open goals. You've got Johnson smashing it over the bar. Do you know what I think? I think at home, we're comfortable. I think we're in our comfort zone. I think we're calmer. Look at Solanke's finish. That was, what do you call it when you keep your cool in front of goal? What's the word?
Composure.
Composure.
Oh,
This
yeah.
has. I think at home, we've got composure. I think on the road, we're a nervous wreck. I don't think we're composed in front of goal. I think that's the difference. If 2 goals, we beat Palace. 1 more goal against Leicester, we beat them. If we go 2-0 up, if we got the second goal Newcastle 2-1, I think we win that. Instead, they did. At Man United, we scored 3, we won it. I think the difference is we don't score goals on the road. And when you look at the goal difference, like people say, oh, we're the second top scoring team. It's because we put 4 past one team. We scored 8 goals between West Ham and Aston Villa. I'd take one of those goals for Palace,
And
another
Everton
one of those
as well.
goals for Leicester.
Yeah.
And Everton.
I think
Can
that's
I
the
just-
problem. I don't know
No.
why we lack composure in front of goal away from home. Maybe, just maybe, we don't have that mental strength when we go away from home.
Do you think it's inexperience as well, though, still? Because like
Definitely,
it's a very young-
Ange, inexperienced, Son,
We got a young team.
inexperienced.
No, we
Possessed
don't have
inexperienced.
leaders. We don't have
I
leaders.
think it's experience.
No, it's leaders.
I think
We still don't have leaders.
I don't think we've got a strong mentality. I think we lack a
But
strong
can I-
mentality.
Can I just say
They
something?
really-
We have got leaders.
Everyone's behind us. Everyone's like Michael
Can I
said,
just say?
was it
Well,
Matty Cash? Who was it? One of the Aston Villa players said that it was loud at Tottenham. It was freaking, we don't want to play. We don't have that.
Yeah.
We don't have that.
Yeah,
on the road.
that was part of my point, right? But
We have
actually,
leaders.
just one thing I quickly want to say: we didn't have Son for Palace and Brighton, so technically we were missing our most clinical finisher. That doesn't excuse the Newcastle loss away from home, right? But I think I don't know, guys. Like, yeah, go on, Mari. Sorry, I just wanted to
Can I
point
just-
out that
no,
Son
just-
wasn't present for
Oh.
Palace.
We do
and
have-
Brighton, right?
We to be honest, and I did my last episode on my old channel about the mentality of Spurs and going into leadership. Same complaint, Park, Chad. Same complaint, Jose, Conte. So this is nothing new, right? We don't have enough leadership to cross over the line. We just have enough leadership that when we're at home, right, we're comfortable, especially if it's a bad team or absent. But Villa, good team, great
Villa's a
win.
good team, man. Villa's a good
Villa's a
team.
great win, and
Yeah,
our
good team.
best win. I mean, it's been our best win in months. This is, I think, this is better
bloody ages, man.
better than United. But I'm just saying that mentality is just that we don't sign those players who have that mentality that when you go on the road,
Yeah,
do it
Murray.
enough,
Yeah, exactly.
that you do enough to cross the line. That doesn't do enough in a big game. Because remember, big games we fold like a dollar bill. We just We just fold because we lack leaders. But I will say, like I said, I will say this: the comfortability at home is definitely. I mean, you can definitely see it.
Can I go next?
Now it's just
I'll think about it.
it's just now now
You
uh,
dickhead.
it's just now what now Ange does with this. These next games, right, is now on Ange. How do you build on this, right? We all know that this, is not the greatest rated team. Like our players, they are who they are. So now, how do you? Because you look at Nuno and what he's doing with Forest, it seems like they're fighting their mentality to get points, right? So now with Ange, right, great home win. How do we build on this on the road? How do we now build where? How do we win ugly, right? Because that's the perfect say. We know how to win pretty. We know how to win pretty, right? We don't know how to win ugly. And in football, you have to win ugly to
Murray,
get.
we
you
did
have-
that second. Murray, we did that second half on Wednesday night, didn't we? We won
That's at home though. I think he's saying away from home.
away from no, but we did it at home for the first time.
Yeah, but Ian, come on, that
You
was
know
a
what?
mixed mash of
Ian-
teams. That's not Premier League. It's
It was
I
like
get what
half-
you're saying.
not
I
even
get what
half
you're
the
saying.
different teams.
Still, our team was
That
we had
was
half the team
ugly.
out second half.
That was more
I know, but we're judging two B teams. Like that's not a real comparison of like who we are.
We had an A team, they had a B team. Let's be honest.
Well, no,
need
we
to
had
do
3
one
players
thing
missing
more.
as well. We had
When
3
more
players
ugly.
missing as well, and
That's
they had
right.
6 or 7 players that would walk into our first team.
That's right.
And if you would have played that City team that we beat the other day, I bet you that finishes higher than 8th or 7th in the league. They had players that walk into our team. We had 3 players missing.
Do you know the
Yeah,
only two
that's right.
players? Do you know the
Guys, 1
only-
minute. Can we let Murray finish what he's saying because we jumped in.
All right. Okay.
Finish what
Yeah.
he's saying.
And so I think that's the important thing. If we are supposedly going to finish 4th or 5th, because 5th could possibly get you Champions League, we have to learn how to win ugly to get some results on the road, especially on the road. We have to learn how to be able to have those victories where we're able to cross that line. And this next few games is really on Ange. Okay, how are you going to build on this? Because every game is not going to be 4-1, 5-1. Our players are not that good enough. I remember Estelle was saying that, yeah, if we have players like Manchester City and play the way Ange does, yeah, you can get away with it. But we have the Brendan Johnsons, right? He scored today, but Sutton laid it on a plate, like literally, it was beautiful. Like you couldn't miss it. Stevie Wonder couldn't miss it. That goal. But now on the road where it's pressure, right? We're going to Bournemouth. Bournemouth, just beat City, just beat Arsenal. That is to go there building, right? They're gonna probably go on the counter. They want us to have the ball. So now we have to find a way to win ugly. So it's nice, great win today. Second half, pretty. But now we have to, if we want to get results on the road, we have to find a to win ugly because it's not going to always be pretty.
Maury, do you think our players are not up for the scrap away from home?
I think I've been saying that our players are soft. I've been saying that for years. We're just, I don't think we have that mentality. Like Brendan Johnson. Like I'm trying to be kind. He doesn't look like he's the type to, the only one who I can see potentially could get tougher is Sarr. Basuma doesn't use it for his intelligence. Romero, as much as I love him, is disappointing because he has to learn how to be able. You can be nasty, but you can be smart nasty. It seems like with Argentina, he's able to do it. You see it with him and Rodrigo. But for us, that nastiness gets us in trouble. And it's just like you have to be smart. As much as I can't stand Rudiger, but the credit I give Rudiger is he's very smart of being nasty. No,
He's better than Romero.
And not.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, he knows when to be nasty, right? He's smart about it. Whereas with Romero, it's just like that tackle today. There was no reason Absolutely no reason.
But
Dude,
that's the pro.
give your
That's
red card possibly. I'm like, what are you doing,
but
Romero?
that's typical Argentinians. They think they're the tough guys, but they're the biggest
You know,
bunch of.
well, no, we are tough guys. But
No, you're not tough guys. Stop it.
yes,
No, you're
yes,
not.
we are. Hey,
They
we
won the
just-
World Cup, Dietrich. You're
right?
talking
Number
shit.
one ranked in the world, Dietrich. Be quiet, right? Tough guys like Zanetti, Alaya, like this history in the blood. And Romero, right? The thing is,
Tough guy got injured.
the thing
Never
is,
seen that in my life.
Messi and those guys who surround with him. It starts with Scaloni. Remember, Scaloni benched him the first game, the Saudi Arabia game, and he played the rest of the games because he's like, yo, Romero, you're better than this. I need you to don't lose your nastiness. I need you to be smart. And that's why he had the great rest of the tournament. Copa America, he was amazing. But you look at it, he's very smart of when to be nasty. When he's around Acuna, Atletico Madrid guy, gosh, I forget his name, Rodrigo De Paul. You know, where here, no one keeps Romero accountable. No one's telling Romero, come on, man, you can't make a tackle like that. Who's keeping him accountable? There's no
He's been
one.
our worst player.
No,
He's
no,
been
but
probably our worst
Maury,
player this season.
I know you
Overall.
love defending Argentinians. I get it, because that's your, I know that's your secret love country. But Romero, like, I love him to death. He's a good player, but he's not a tough guy. A tough guy is someone that you see and you're intimidated. When you see Van Dijk, you don't want to mess with him. When you see what's his name, Rudiger, you're actually scared of him. When you see Romero, nobody cares about him. And that's the problem. He wants to act like a tough guy. And then the worst part, then he gets injured or he does something stupid.
No. He is, like I said, he is a tough guy. The problem is that on our team, no one keeps him. Like I said, I've seen him.
But he's an assistant captain.
I've seen in South America, it's bloodbath. It's brothers against brothers. It's not like Europe, where Eastern Europe, the culture is different from England whatsoever. Like, I've seen him. It's with Spurs here. No one keeps him accountable for him to then use his head, to use his brain in regards of his nastiness. Like
But
today,
Maury,
that tackle. Who called about that tackle on that field today? No
but
one.
Maury,
No one.
no,
Absolutely
Maury,
no one.
no, I disagree. No, I disagree with you. You cannot keep someone accountable. You're the assistant captain. That's your job, to be accountable by yourself and others. I should not go next to you.
Accountable. No.
No, I disagree. You're a World Cup winner. You won the elite of the elite.
Guys,
Coach Puel go up to Xavi and say, yo, bro, let's keep our composure. It doesn't matter.
Puyol was captain.
On our team, that's what we're missing, right? We don't have players who are an extension of the coach, right? In the sense of keeping our team, this composure has been our biggest flaw the last couple of years, and keeping them accountable. No one calls each other out. Only once I see. That was when Sonny and Lloris had that argument, where Lloris said, Sonny, you did not do your job in marking your man. That is the only time I can remember. Maybe I'm wrong. Someone in the chat.
No, Maury, I tell you, you're right. You're right. You're right about Romero.
Keep your teammate accountable. That's the only time I've ever seen it.
You wanted to agree with Maury there? What was it you were going to say?
Yeah. Because for me, I've seen Romero go and take liberties on this team. He goes on his crazy runs, goes far up the pitch. No one tells him to fucking get back. It's like, what are you doing as a defender, making these like 30-yard runs into the box? Like, if it was any other team, I doubt he does that for Argentina. Have you ever seen him do it for Argentina? No.
Roy Keane said this the other day, and I took a picture of it. Roy Keane said it the other day, and I don't want to butcher the quote, because he said, okay, I got it right here. This is what Roy Keane, legend, Premier League legend, Manchester United legend. In good teams, coaches hold players accountable. In great teams, right? We try to be a great team. In great teams, players hold players accountable. There you go. Hold that. That's what we need players, our players, to hold our own teammates accountable. That's what
Maury just coming to Matt drop.
team.
But
You don't
Mari,
believe me? Then
but
pitch a
Romari,
team.
Maury, I
Romero
completely
don't do it
disagree with
either.
you.
Romero don't do
I
it.
agree. The great teams. That's what I use. Claude Puel, Xavi as an example. That I've seen it. I've seen it. I've seen it with great teams. Right? The Roy Keane. He said it right here.
Okay.
There you go.
How many modern day teams actually have that? Now, I'm the first one to say
Van
Roy
Dijk.
Keane is my all-time favourite player. Yeah, but how many teams have actually got a captain like that?
Van Dijk. Van
Okay,
Dijk
go
is
on.
accountable.
There's one.
Ruben
Go on.
Diaz.
Angelo, give me another.
Ruben Diaz.
Yeah.
Ruben Diaz.
Ruben Diaz, nah.
Ruben Diaz. No. He keeps his team in check.
Mate, he
Fuck
does.
off.
Ruben
No
Diaz
way.
does.
Yaya Toure.
I agree with Dietrich. I never agree with him, this idiot, but today, this one.
Yaya Toure. Yaya Toure.
Okay. Then let's put it this way: if you're going to relate Diaz, I'd say
That
he's
was
the same as
restart.
Vicario. Then I'd say he's the same as Vicario. Then because
He's the only
Vicario
one
runs
who's
his mouth
actually-
off as well.
Yeah.
You know,
cherry-picking.
I have one big issue with Vicario, by the way. I see him bollocking players, but he has the tendency to bollock younger players. I never saw him squaring up to Romero. He squares up to Gray, he squares up to Bergwall, to Poro, to Dodgy, even to Van de Ven, but I don't think I've seen him like bollocking Romero.
No,
And this
but I
is
think-
part of the issue that you guys
Do you
mentioned.
think he picks
It
on
is-
easy targets, basically, then?
No, he needs to toughen up, Gray, because look at him. Like, you see, it looks like a kid that's going to school. He just missing his backpack. Every time I see him, he looks lost. That's why he needs a bit of direction and barking.
It's
Oh, yeah, I
Vicario.
agree.
Guys, I want
That's what captains for.
let's get into the game itself because we're kind of touching on some of the things I wanted us to talk about.
You're the worst.
If you don't like it, go, bro. You don't have to be here. You don't have to be here, Dietrich. I see you invited on other channels.
Oh, that's really. Oh, shit.
Hold that again. Hold that in one show. So the starting 11 was the same back four as normal, except Dragusin came in for Van de Ven. The big change was Sarr coming in, which a lot of us thought, whoa, and Bentancur. So Maddison and Bissouma both on the bench. And then the change for Son starting left instead of Werner. Look, at the end of the day, we won 4-1. Stats-wise, we had 6 shots on target. They had 1. We had more expected goals. We had more touches in the opposition box. We had slightly higher possession. We also had 16 shots compared to their 12. We had passes were almost equal, which is pretty much why the possession, you'd say, is probably almost equal as well. We had 3 clear-cut chances, but so did they. The difference today was Spurs were just more clinical, and we took more shots than them. So the starting lineup made sense. The first thing I want to talk about is this. It's the first goal, because we had a massive debate about this the other day on this channel. And
Before you go,
yes,
can I just say something quickly?
Yeah.
Is it me or when I saw the lineup, did you guys agree that Sarr, Bentancur midfield, it kind of been like it's gonna be unbalanced? Because both of them they don't progress the ball enough. Because honestly, thought I'm gonna see Sarr and Bissouma in midfield with Kulu. Because I had a feeling Maddison would be dropped. That's just my personal opinion. When I saw Sarr and Bentancur,
I was worried about Sarr starting as the number 6 this game, but he turned out to be.
but I felt like Bentancur played as a 6. That's why I didn't like it.
You didn't like Bentancur at the 6?
I don't
He's
like
the only 6 we
Bentancur.
got.
I think he's the best 6 we've got.
He's the best.
No, he's good. No, he's good, but I don't
the
like
only
him.
6 we've got.
No, he's good at it. I just don't like seeing him with Sarr.
Okay.
Because I feel like
But I kind of get what you mean. I feel like we have better midfield balance when we play Bentancur, Maddison, and Kulu.
exactly.
That's 1-3, and I think we have better balance when we play Bissouma, Sarr, and 1-10.
Exactly, yeah.
I kind of agree with that, because today with Bentancur and Sarr, I kind of felt like we lacked that.
We like going forward.
Yeah, we lacked going forward a bit. Although fair enough, Pape Sarr, like, he stepped up today. I have no issues with him playing today. I feel like on a couple of occasions he actually did progress the ball, but overall I felt like the balance was. It's not even that it was imbalanced. I feel like it was more like defensively balanced. If you get like the defensively balanced, sorry, defensively skewed. So it
too
felt
defensive.
more.
You're
Like,
saying it was too defensive.
yeah,
Yeah, it
although
was too defensive.
I actually rate the fact that he didn't play 2 10s today, because with the midfield that Villa have, I feel like they would have dominated us in the midfield if we had Maddison and Kulusevski both playing. That's how I feel like. Because
I'm
Maddison
different. I
is
wanted
too-
to see this midfield three for a long time because I think it's very balanced. Because you've got Sars the runner, Ben scores our best 6, and Kulusevski, you can't argue, has been our best 10, best player this season, really. So
Yeah,
wanted
I
to
think
see a
that's why
midfield.
Kulu played today instead of Maddison because he's been performing like. I don't know if I want to say better, but he's been really good in the number 10 position, and I feel like that's.
Because I feel like Bissouma is better as a box-to-box. Like, he's one of our best box-to-box midfielder.
Do you know who's created the most chances from midfield in the Spurs team this season?
Madison.
Maddison, right?
Madison.
I think with Basuma, it's weird. If we had started Basuma, because I put on the chat that Onana, he was amazing. He was bossing out midfield. But I think with Basuma coming, like if he comes on the second half, he would be in some way better served. What got with Sarr is that Sarr grew into the game. And by the second half, I was like, oh, wow, Sarr is really breaking things up and really started our run, our comeback in the second half. And like I said, I thought this was Sarr's best game in a while for us. I know he scored a goal in the game, but I thought this game, because it was a big game, right? A very good midfield in Villa. I thought he grew into the game and took over, you know, because I thought him and Onana were the only two midfielders other than Kulu that like stood out at the end of this game. Well, you know, between the
Can I say something on Sarr quickly after you're done? All right, sorry.
Yeah.
I think Sarr, this season, to his credit, I mean, last season I thought it was all right. He was like more like an athlete, like just a runner. But this season, he's added like goals and assists, so I can't really complain. But I've seen like a proper
He
development.
should
out
be
of him.
sold.
Yeah.
He needs
But
to be
Other
sold.
thing is with it, I think this shows adaptation, in my opinion. There's certain games where you should be playing Basuma and Sarr in midfield. I think that's where you need to be that bit more defensive, or you should be playing Basuma, Bentancur, whatever else. Like, because you can mix with them three, say, as a back two in more of a defensive style to cover the back a bit more. But then there's other games where you'd rather start with a Maddison and Kulu sort of thing with Bentancur at the back, or like you would do it with Basuma or Sarr sometimes, and go for the more pressing one. This is what I mean by adapting certain games. Or when it comes into like it's 85 minutes, we're 1-0 up and we want to get that win, right? Take Kulu off, take Maddison off, bring on Sarr, bring on whoever, you know, bring it up tighter at the back basically with the defense. That's what I mean by adaptation in a game or for certain games. There's certain games, you know, that player, he's going to do well in that game because of the style of play on both sides. And then there's other games where he's just not going to have a good game because the game and the tactics just don't suit him.
Yeah.
And I think that's what he needs to get the hang of. And I think today he got it. Ange got it right.
Look, I do want to come on to Sarr because a lot of people say he was the best player on the day. But the first thing I wanted to talk about was the first goal. Now, the commentator said it was a goal against a run of play. Suspect defending from Spurs as the corner's whipped in. Vicario saves after pronods it back into danger, but his parry falls kindly for Rodgers, who hammers in the opener. Now, the other day, Iggy and I had a big back and forth on the show where I said, and again, people in the chat, they choose what they want to listen to. I said he's a brilliant shot stopper. I think he's one of the best shot stoppers in the league, actually.
Mm-hmm.
But I just feel corners, set pieces, he does not command the box. Do you know who looked brilliant on every corner today? Set piece. Martinez was solid, like commanded that ball. Can we really progress with Vicario as our goalkeeper? Because he always looks
100%.
flimsy. And wasn't it the last game that we won where we beat City and Vicario came out for a corner and absolutely ran into everyone and looked like a ragdoll being thrown
Was it
about?
City? Yeah, City.
Yeah.
That was the last game, and we was lucky with that as well. Very lucky.
Well, Basuma saved off the line. That's it. Basuma cleared it off the line.
That's right.
But do we have a problem with Vicario as goalkeeper
Can
on set pieces? And if we do you think he can change? Because so far he hasn't. Or do we need a better goalkeeper who can be a good shot stopper and command the box.
Can
What's your thinking on this? Yes, Dietrich.
I'll just answer quickly. First of all, the corner, he actually did really well because it deflected from Poro, and then it hit Bentancur's shoulder, and then it went through to Vicario. So actually, his reflex rate was really good. But can we progress with him? 100%. Because I feel like the way we defend corner, we do not defend well as a team. If you look at Aston Villa, the other side, they were protecting Martinez. Everyone is tall. Everyone is like.
Also, Martinez
They always
in Detrox. Like,
but it doesn't.
But it's
No,
both,
it doesn't
right?
matter
It's not
because
only
like that's.
Martinez, it's also the
It's
team.
not only Martinez. It's the whole team. Everyone is commanding. Look at what's his name, Onana. He's directing everyone like you defend him. You defend this guy.
Yeah, but
If you look at us, nobody talks.
But Dietrich, hold on a minute.
This is zonal marking as well, Dietrich.
I saw two situations today where, as the set piece is being organised, their players were kind of pushing, tugging, trying to rattle Vicario, and Vicario's just he doesn't push back. He doesn't like really.
But still, it's like
He did
it's
in
like,
the Man City game.
No,
though.
but still,
He did it
but
in the Man
still.
City
Fear into
game.
them to say,
It's a
"Don't do that."
I can never blame the goalkeeper in this situation because it's like
Right.
let's say you go out with
If
your
someone pushes you, and
No,
you
no,
don't
no.
push back, you're not going to.
No. Let's say no. Your goalkeeper, it's like your girlfriend, for example. If someone touches you, you have to respond. It's not for her to hit you.
So you're saying,
So the whole team.
Hold on a minute. How are you comparing a girlfriend to?
No, but you like just understand the goalkeeper.
You literally compared your girlfriend to Vicario.
No, just compare.
Yes,
No.
yes, that's what you said.
No. I'm just saying like compare it like this way.
Then
It should
that's
never be
not-
the
that's
goalkeeper to hit the other players. It should be the no.
You're comparing a girlfriend to Vicario. How are you
But
doing that?
you're not understanding my point.
I do. It doesn't make sense.
No, it
No,
does.
It
does.
Can I put it in other words?
I get what you're saying.
Why don't you
if-
compare your dad or your tough?
Wait.
Okay, let's say
Steph,
Vicario must. Okay, go ahead.
If I'm a center back, right, and someone fucking pushes my goalkeeper, I'm chinning the fucker. right?
Exactly.
That's the point.
Why can't your goalkeeper stand up for himself as well?
No, the goalkeeper should never stand up for himself. It should be the defenders.
Should be
If
able
we
to,
know that that's his
right?
weak spot still, if we know that's
It
his
should
weak
be the
spot,
defenders.
then that should be the defenders covering it.
No, it should
But
be the
right,
defenders.
the way a manager,
You think Peter Schmeichel would have taken that?
No, do you really think
not?
Peter Schmeichel will let Rio Ferdinand will let?
Do you think Martinez, their goalie, would have taken that?
Okay, do you think the other players will not punch
Ask
in?
those questions. Would Peter Schmeichel or Martinez have taken that?
Mate, if someone touched Peter Schmeichel, Roy Keane would have broken
Exactly.
their leg, right? It's like
But if
I
he
agree
did,
with
you don't touch Peter Schmeichel because you have 10 fuckers waiting to.
But Michael,
Right.
if they didn't, do you think those goalies would have said, "Well, there's no one here to help me, so I'll just let you
No.
bully me"?
the
No,
difference
no,
is there still with what you're
That's
comparing
my
to.
point I'm
But
making.
you don't have
You're
both.
talking about
you don't have
keepers
both
and
things
teams
happening, right?
that
That's
have both.
the issue, I think.
We only have one.
No, you got to
and that is
stand.
the
You got to
goalkeeper.
stand your own ground on that.
I know
pitch.
that.
Why
You
would
know
want
that.
You
but
should,
everyone
but-
else-
Guys,
Yeah.
can I say something here?
Hang on a sec.
I'm amazed.
Ian, Dan, finish. Dan, start again so we can hear you. Start again.
Right. The way you're looking at it, you're 100% right. But so's Dietrich's as well. You can't always have the best of both worlds. And with the ones you've labelled, we can also turn around and say if the keeper done nothing, they'd have already been dropped by half the players on the pitch. Our aspect, we know, and everyone else knows, that is Vicario's weak spot through and through. Okay, he comes out and catches a couple of good ones. Other times he gets pushed about. Man City actually pushed someone out of the way. But most of the time, he seems very weak, very inconsistent on set pieces, and does get pushed about. Knowing that that's his weak spot, then shouldn't this tough guy that we've got, that people keep saying, like
Exactly.
Romero, everything, and other ones, they should be coming in to defend him. The manager should also be planning this out before a game, like, right, that is one of my weak spots in a game. This is where I'm vulnerable. So this is where I will defend it. Right, two of yous, as soon as someone gets near to Vicario, straight in front of them, budge them out of the way. No, that is down to the manager and the defenders. Yeah, the goalkeeper should get better at it. He's got to try and grow up here. Fine. But knowing that that's your weak spot, you have to defend your weak spot. And that's down to manager and other players.
And
Because I remember playing football.
You're being a hypocrite.
And
No, he's
when I
not
was
being
a
a hypocrite.
goalkeeper,
You
when
are.
I was a goalkeeper, no one got close to me.
Dan,
But
you're being a hypocrite.
on the other
I'll
side,
tell you why.
go on.
No.
Go
I'll
for
tell
it.
you why you're being a hypocrite. for a long time, you said Brennan Johnson needs to grow a pair, and then he responded to the criticism with those goals. And you said fair play to him, he grew a pair. So why can't we apply the same to Vicario?
Because Vicario's doing well.
Hang on a sec,
well.
Dietrich,
Yeah,
hang on.
Go ahead.
You obviously didn't listen to what I said then still, because
He
I
doesn't
turned
listen,
around and
that's the
said
problem.
he needs to grow a pair. I'd already just said he
You're a
needs to grow a
problem.
pair and do it himself. I actually said that, if you've not heard it. I said he needs to grow a pair and do it himself. But he doesn't, so that's why he's our weakest spot. And until he does do that consistently, he's going to get pushed and bossed all over the place in that. So
Dan, so my question is then, based on what you've said, my question is, do we need a goalkeeper that is better at commanding his space than Vicario or not? Because you're saying until he does it himself, grow a pair, we've got a problem. If he doesn't grow a pair, then what do we do?
But no, you
That's
should
why Raya
defend
is
Your
him.
better
name's
keeper.
not Dan Dietrich, it's basic. Right, this is basic now.
That's
Can I
why
answer?
I say
I'll come to you
Raya
next
is
year.
a better
I'll come to you
overall
next year.
goalkeeper. Because if you add it all up together, he's got a lot more to his game than Vicario has. Vicario, I'd say he's what? I'd say he's the third best shot stopper in the Premiership.
He's a brilliant
stopping,
shot
whether it's
stopper.
up close, he's
Yeah,
fucking
yeah.
excellent. Yeah. But the other parts of his game, like his distribution, 50-50, he can get it right, get it wrong. He does panic on the moment because he's not too good on his feet with the ball. And he just don't seem to like violence when it's in his face. But he likes to give it all when it's at 2 arms distance. And that's what brings him down a couple of levels. Whereas you go to a goalkeeper like Raya, he's not as much of a good shot stopper, but he's more commanding in his box. He's better distribution. He's better on his feet. He's a better all-round goalkeeper. So it's like saying, like I said, Kane, Haaland. Kane is a better player overall. Haaland is just better at what he does. Do we need a better goalkeeper? I think we definitely need a solid goalkeeper in there who can fight Vicario for his space, so that can take his space if needs be and puts more pressure on Vicario to, I don't know, go down the gym or grow a pair, whatever else.
Why,
So
can
I
I
think
ask
we
a
do.
question? Why are we having this discussion about the goal?
I don't know.
Out of all the 4 corners that Villa had, why are we discussing Vicario for the goal? Let everybody wind back. If you've got the game on record today, or you're able to wind back, the referee stopped the game for 2 or 3 minutes because Vicario was throwing their players away from him before that corner came in. You talk about grow a pair. He was chucking them out. The referee had to go up and stop it.
He's right. He's right.
He done that in the last
No,
game.
he did. He did.
It was
what he
Ramsey,
did.
I think, right?
Dietrich,
Ramsey,
you could have
he
said
was
that
just-
10 minutes ago. You didn't. You're just jumping on the
No.
bandwagon.
Ian, no. Ian
Just-
was right. No.
Yeah, he did.
No,
He did.
stop
Why didn't
it.
you say it then? Don't do
No.
that.
He put. I remember
could
he
have said
pushed.
that. You
No.
waited.
Wait.
Don't
I
do
can
that.
even remember he pushed Torres 3 times. It was the defender from Villa. He pushed him 3 times.
The guys
But
around
after that, he
were
stopped.
saying how ironic it was that after all of that, we should concede from a corner. Because for the first time, in fact, it wasn't the first time because he's been doing it the last couple of weeks. He's pushing people away.
He did it in the last game, yes.
This didn't happen last season, but it's happening now.
What do you
It's
mean? Last
Ian,
game
what
he
do you
came
wanna
flying
come
out of
in?
his goal
Does he
and ran
come
into
out and
Man
deal with
City
it or
players.
not?
What are we doing here?
True.
I think
He
the
did
right
that.
question.
Mistakes from
Well, he made
corners.
a mistake. He's a human being. Not
Oh,
every
it's a
goal-
mistake.
them.
The other 623 times weren't mistakes. Come
Oh,
on.
sorry.
Think,
He's not
no,
strong
Let's
on
forget
corners.
about all the goals.
wait. I think the right question.
But now you're changing it to shot stopping, which I said he's
I'm
brilliant.
talking about overall. He is a top keeper who
We're
can
talking
only get
about
better.
commanding your box from set pieces, Ian.
He
Yeah,
will
but
be Italy's top keeper within 2 years. He'll be their number
Okay,
one.
that's
Bollocks.
great. We're talking
Not a
about
chance.
commanding.
Not a chance.
Okay, we're now changing the
Not
subject
a
He's
because he
chance.
can't.
still. He's
he-
improving. He's
Yeah,
improving
but
and
he's-
commanding his
We're
area.
changing the subject again.
He's
we know
not
this
better
all-
than
he's-
their keeper, Ian. He's nowhere near. to
Donnarumma
this.
was not that good.
Martinez on goals was
Oh.
far better than Vicario today, all day long.
Okay, but Vicario is a better
I'm not,
keeper than.
I'm not
sorry,
talking about
Martinez is
comparisons.
a better keeper than Vicario, right?
I
Guys,
think Vicario is a better shot stopper than Martinez.
okay, guys. Overall, as whole package keepers, right? Alisson, Ederson, Martinez, and Raya, I think are better than him,
I
right?
disagree.
Is it-
No. Ederson
I
is
know
not
you
there.
disagree with Raya, right? Probably.
Ederson.
Ederson
Raya, I
too.
agree.
Ederson's
Ederson.
better than him.
No, he's not.
Okay.
No.
Me personally, I think those 4 are better than him, right?
I agree.
And I think he's the fifth best keeper in the league, in my opinion. His shot stopping is so fucking elite, in my opinion. Like, so,
Yep.
okay, let's not overstate it, right? But I think he's brilliant at shot stopping. And I think we can have all the right to criticize him from corners, right? But you still said if we can progress with him, right? I think this is a thing that can be adjusted, and I think we can fix that issue. That's how I see it, right? Again, like Scott, you mentioned Pope. I can debate this, right? I think like slightly better, maybe Vicario, maybe not. I wouldn't be mad.
Very
if you put
even, them
Pope
two, I'd
over.
say.
Yeah,
Pope and Vicario,
it's even for me. I wouldn't be mad if you put Pope
I
over
agree.
Vicario, right? I don't mind, but I think this is something that's fixable, in my opinion, right? Because when I look at it, if you are a goalkeeper and you are shit at stopping goals, right? If you are shit at being a keeper, right? Then there is nothing you can do, right? This is something that I think we as a team and we as a coaches and like Ange and other players, I think this is something that we can work on, that we can fix it. That's how I see it, right? So yes, it is an issue right now, but I think you can fix that. That's how I look at it, right?
And
I think
Michael,
we are trying to fix it right now.
This is my
I agree
question.
with Ian.
Michael, this is my question. Do you fix it by bringing in a goalkeeper who's better at
I
this
don't think you need to
particular
bring
aspect?
another keeper.
That's my
Okay,
question.
which goalkeeper? If you have one in mind, which one?
I don't. I'm asking a question,
But
and you're losing your shit.
I don't think
if
we
a-
need to bring in a new keeper.
Because I
If
don't
we
think
get a
it's a
new
priority.
keeper, if we get a new keeper who is better than Vicario, then job done. That's obvious. Yeah.
Yeah, but would you, Dan? That's my question. Would you though?
It's
I
not
wouldn't
priority.
say he's. I wouldn't say he's on the top of the list.
Yeah.
I'd say if he hasn't improved by the end of the season with his distribution and with his command in the box and everything, then maybe we have to have a look elsewhere. But for me, I've always known, like I said when he started for us, he's an excellent shot stopper.
100%, yeah.
But where we get so many set pieces against us, and we do, and everybody bloody knows it, I just think we need to get a goalkeeper anyway. And if we're going to get a goalkeeper anyway, I'm going to go to and refer to what Alex says, and that's not go for a sub keeper or a backup keeper. We need to get a keeper of at least either better or at least Vicario's standards. So then it puts the pressure on Vicario to up his game, and then we see if he's got if he's got enough to up his game. Whereas if the other keeper ups his game and then steps in front of him, then even though I like Vicario and he's a great shot stopper, baked potato, mate. See you later. It's a dog eat dog world.
Actually, guys, if I can quickly make a point, right? Fraser Forster, I think he's way better at commanding the box, and I think he's way better at set pieces, right, than Vicario. The issue is he's so shit at goals, at stopping goals, like he takes literally an hour to get to ground, right?
Yeah.
This is the reason why I think Vicario is over him in the goal, right? So I think you either need to work on Vicario's set pieces, which I personally, I don't know, Stan, like, you are a coach, right? Your favorite thing. You are a coach. You can tell me if it's something that we can work on as a team, and goalkeeper coaches and all that stuff, right? If they can work on it. If it's not fixable, then in my opinion we should look for a different keeper. But I personally, when I look at how we are set up at corners, how he is behaving, how the rest of the team is behaving, I think it's fixable. I think we can get into those thick fucking schools. I don't know why it hasn't happened yet, but I think we can get into those thick schools that they need to protect the keeper, and Vicario has, I don't know, he has to man up a bit. Right?
I don't think we need to replace him. We don't need to replace him.
I don't think we need to replace him, but he has to improve. That's
Can I just
right?
Can I just say something quick?
That's the last of our worries. I mean,
I agree.
And that's true.
I'm agreeing with you.
No, do you know what?
I'm agreeing with you. That's right.
No. I'll say one thing. If we can find better, I'm not opposed to it. I don't care. But before we try to look at Vicario, let's look at the team. We don't defend well at set pieces. How was Rodgers by himself on the open goal?
Zonal marking, Dietrich.
Yeah, we need to fix that. And then when we fix it and the whole team defends well on set pieces and corners, then I can say, you know what, guys? Yeah, Vicario is the problem. But we need to fix one issue before.
Yeah, we're not zonal marking nowhere near to what we used to. If anything, we're putting two players now on zone and then man marking now.
I don't think people become tough at that age. I think you've either got it or you don't. And I just think Vicario is
understand
too
that
nice.
as well.
I think he's too nice for a goalkeeper. At Arsenal, they challenged for the league. They fell short, and they said, "You know what? We need a stronger goalie." And they brought in Raya for Ramsdale, right? I don't necessarily think we should change Vicario, but I definitely think he needs stern opposition because I think he's a brilliant shot stopper. I've said this so many times.
Yeah.
I think at
Well
times
class
playing out
even.
from the back, I think at
Well
times playing out
class.
from the back, he puts us in trouble, right? But on set pieces, I am nervous with him. He doesn't give me confidence. And that's why I asked the question, because the goal came from a set piece and Vicario is the goalkeeper.
Yeah, but
That's why I asked.
no, I agree. The
He's
goal
not the
came
best.
from a set piece, but how was Roger by himself? That's the bigger question.
Sorry, say that
Why-
again. How was?
How was
Rodgers
Rodgers by himself?
alone, right?
Who was defending him? That's the question we should be asking, not Vicario.
Well, no,
Actually-
we can ask both.
No,
Can
but
I-
I'm saying
can
like that's
I-
the most important one. Like, how was he
Can-
by himself?
Dietrich, the problem is just because Vicario doesn't, just because a goal isn't conceded, it doesn't mean he's not causing problems. You saw against Man City, he was flapping. If it wasn't Basuma on the line,
Once.
City
Once.
scored. No, it's not once.
Yeah, but
This
that once
happens a
can
lot.
cost you that Champions League final, for God's
It
sake. You
happens a
need your
lot.
goalkeeper.
No,
A
it's true.
goalkeeper is like a striker, Ian. Yeah, there are two players in a pitch, as far as I'm concerned, out of the 11 that can do fuck all the whole game. Nothing. Just do what you want to do. Everyone else has got to be in that game at least 80%. Like Johnson, he can't just score a goal and disappear for 90 minutes like he does. And other players like to do it. A goalkeeper can sit there and do sweet FA for 94 minutes. And then in that 5th minute of extra time, it comes over. He has to be on his feet and catch that. He has to be on his feet and do it. Otherwise, we lose a game, a Champions League final, an FA Cup final. It costs us a league, whatever. Go to a striker. He can do jack shit during a game, like Harry Kane has done many a time. But then when that chance comes, take it, get it. And that is what you need a keeper to do. You can't keep affording to have this same mistake happen again and again and again and again. That can cost us games.
We conceded 14 goals in about 20 games from set pieces last season, and in the last 19, we conceded 2.
If
And
I remember
nobody
right,
can see the difference. You
in
can't
the
see
past
the
year,
difference.
when you add it all up together, we are 19.
Forget it. It's the last 20 games. Sorry, Dan. They have improved.
Right. So
They have improved. They brought someone in during the summer who has sorted it out.
The question isn't about have they improved. We're doing it again. We do this all the time.
You've
we
missed
start
what I
one
said,
question,
Ian.
and because we don't like the question, we go off on another tangent. I'm
We had a
speaking
problem last
specifically
year.
about
They
Vicario,
put it
not the team stats conceding. I'm talking about Vicario flapping or fumbling or parrying incorrectly from set pieces. That's what I'm talking about. Now we're talking about conceding in general, like in the number of goals.
Well, today wasn't down to him. Sorry,
He
what did
parried the
do?
ball. He parried the ball into their path.
The ball flew up, took 2 deflections.
It took
He parried it.
But
Yeah,
that's
but
not his fault.
today
Come
was
on,
the
Steve.
worst
It's not
one.
his
Come on.
fault that
Today
he
was
parried
the
it.
worst one.
No, but,
but it was
I have to agree that there were 2 deflections, right? First of all,
Yeah.
Poro flicked it, then it came off Bentancur, right?
Shoulder.
I think with 2 deflections, you can make a misjudgment of the flight of the
Yeah.
ball. That's how I look at it, right? By the way, I agree we have an issue with Vicario flapping, right? I think I made it clear. I agree that he needs to work on it, right? But honestly, today, I don't think it was necessarily his fault that, yes, it went off of him. He parried it into Rodgers' feet, right? But I think it was partially because of the 2 deflections it took on the way, right? Different thing is, I think if Poro didn't flick it, right, then maybe Pau Torres gets on the ball. That's a different thing, right? Because Pau Torres was behind Poro. So, like, 1 deflection you can take away. But I feel like it was just one of those, like, goals where it just goes into the box, bunch of, like, deflections happen, and suddenly someone just smashes it into the net,
Today's
right?
one weren't so much his fault.
I'm
Take
ready
Peter-
to equalizer because, I mean, yes, we could always do better set pieces, but it's our first set piece goal, I think, since
Arsenal.
Since Arsenal. So I don't think it's, I understand still a question, like for Vicario, there's still some things about, but in regards to set piece, I think it should be a subject to move on because, like, we've already given up 2. And
Wait.
All right,
No,
let's
one
go.
last
So
question.
0-0.
Can I-
No, he's right. It's right. Let's move it on. It's 0-0. It's 1-0 to them at half time. We talked about the goal. We talked about Rodgers being left free, poor defending, Vicario.
No, it was a
We
question
came
to
out of the
you.
trap second half, and no, Dietrich's moving on. We came out the second half, lots of intensity, and within 3-4 minutes we scored. Johnson taps home Spurs equaliser after the home side work it down the left-hand side. We spoke at the start of the show how they doubled up and the Udogie was overlapping with Son. And Sonny crosses it in and finds Johnson on the back post. Basically tap in, close range. Good work from Udogie and Sonny. Why do you guys think it took until the second half for us to actually tell the fullbacks to play like proper fullbacks?
Because I'm just stubborn.
Blame the manager.
Do you think he probably tweaked it at half time, didn't he?
Well, yeah, but the question is why did he wait until? Did he not see that in the first 15 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes? Why has he waited until half time to say, right?
He said he never talks, he never
His
barks,
hands in his
or
pocket. So how
he never gives instruction during the game.
Yeah.
It's always at
If he's-
halftime.
Still, if he's like Poch, when Poch was manager, he would go. The players would go into the dressing room. Poch would go into another room with his analysts and go through all the stats for 5 minutes, and then go into the dressing room and talk to them. Maybe Ange does the same with his people. I don't know.
Do we agree that Sonny shits all over Werner when it comes to crossing a ball in from the left hand side?
Fuck yeah.
That's not even a question.
Do we agree
He's
Sonny's
always
left?
better than
That's
he's
not
better
even a
than-
question.
but in general, he's better at everything.
Everyone's like, "Eh."
And it's still, if you put up that picture, Johnson's made a great run and he's gone past the two guys that are just outside of him. These two here.
Solanke made a great run as well. We had two players running.
Yeah. Johnson's sprinted past those two to get on the end of that ball.
That pass was exquisite and it sparked the rally. It was a very, very big play because we were still, the stadium was still dead. It was still kind of quiet. It was getting antsy. It was still like, here we go again. Here we go again. And that beautiful pass, I was like, oh, snap. We got to score here. And
it was a great cross. It was actually a great cross.
it was beautiful. And Johnson, I mean, you had to just tap it in. And he did. He
It was
did.
harder to miss. I think it was harder to miss than score.
Yeah. And so it was that changed the game. I think that changed the game because before that, in my mind, and the people in the stadium's mind, and the commentators' mind, is here we go again. We're going to probably lose 2-0. And I think that pass and that goal just broke open. It brought us our confidence. Hey, we're back at home. Let's beat these suckers. And that's what happened. And that's what you're going to get from Johnson, right? For Johnson to score, it's going to have to be the perfect situation. You're going to need the perfect pass because he's not going to create something out of nothing. He's not going to be a Jamaican.
But Mario, if
He's
that's
not going to create out of nothing. He needs him and Solanke, right? Because both Solanke goals were beautiful pass. Like you have to serve it like a waiter, like a waiter. Like
Samari, if we want that, then Son shouldn't be starting on the left. If we want someone who can cross it regular, Son is not your man. This was one in a blue moon for Son. He cannot do this regular. He never
He's a
could.
striker nowadays.
Yeah.
Well, forget striker. Even as a winger, he cannot cross that ball on a regular basis. He never could.
I get that, and that's something we have to talk about future. I'm just talking about at that moment in that game. You know, that's what was needed, and that was, the perfect pass. I've seen him do some
excellent
other great passes earlier this season, not with the consistency, but I've seen them, and we've been wasteful. Maybe we were on the road, but there, I mean, you cannot be wasteful with that. I mean, Johnson, you have to score that. And with Johnson, because you hear people, yeah, he scored against the Big Ten. Yes, congratulations, Johnson. You scored against it. That's good. That's the type of goals you're going to need from Johnson. Because like I said, he's not going to create. He's not a Kudus. He's not a winger, Johnson, where he's going to make something out of nothing, So that was the perfect scenario, that pass, for either him or Solanke. Because if he didn't get to it, Solanke.
Do you think Werner would have scored it though?
Werner wouldn't even be there.
It was
What
on
was
a
the
plate.
sound?
It was on a plate, but it was still the fact that Johnson got there was good enough on its own. Yeah, it was on a plate, and most of us could have probably put that in the back of the net. It weren't exactly much effort he had to put in, and with that, but the cross was brilliant for him. But he got in that position, and that's what you need to do, and he did his job there basically. So whether it was a shit goal or not, he actually got himself into that position. Because like we say about Werner, he
And it was
gets
the
into
run
the positions, but he does fuck all with it, sort of thing, does he?
It was the
even
run that
watching-
did it, Dan. It was the run that it was a tap in, but he had to get there, and he timed it beautifully.
No, it
Yeah.
was a good tap in, but I'm watching back the goal like right now on YouTube. Honestly, I don't know why Lucas Dean stopped running. He just stopped completely, and then Johnson just went inside the goal and just
That's
tapped
their
it in.
problem. That's
But it's
their
like the
problem.
typical kind of goals we score under Ange. Balls across the box, someone on the end of it.
Yeah, but do we
There
always
is a
get-
particular goal that we score that is quite repetitive, and it's just whip hitting and someone.
FIFA
will get
Yeah,
it.
that
goal.
was the second one.
Yeah.
Well, the second goal. Listen, there was like a 20-minute gap after that, 25 minutes, where there's a lot of shithousery, stop, start, injuries galore.
Yeah, but
Yeah, and I just thought Villa were just trying to be like Sheffield United. I don't understand why they went down that road. It's just they're better than that. But listen, that's what they chose to do. And then a brilliant goal. Kulu with a brilliant reverse pass in behind. He split the entire defense with that pass. Solanke, you're thinking, right, is he going to put it away? Is he going to fuck it? And what a dink over the keeper against a top keeper as well. Listen, I'm a critic of Solanke. I still don't rate him. But that finish, listen, if
It was
Messi
brilliant.
scored
It was
that,
brilliant.
if Salah scored that, if
That's an
Haaland
easy
scores that,
finish.
everyone's going to wax lyrical. It was a brilliant
Did you
finish.
shut the
Brilliant
fuck
finish.
up?
No. Do you know what? No. I'm not trying to be just
And the
controversial.
pass from Kulu, that's
Yeah,
what
it's
I
the
want. That's what I want to
pass.
see from Kulu. Splitting defenses. They call it a killer pass. It was a killer pass.
Yeah.
I know, like on the eye, the finish looks better, but the pass for me, that was exquisite. The way
Both
he
were
just,
brilliant.
No, the
both
pass.
were
Was he
brilliant.
clearly
It's
onside? You're going to say that the VAR.
Yeah, it was clear onside.
Yeah, it went to VAR, but it was onside.
It was
You know,
onside.
See, I wish.
they're actually showing the VAR, the line and the players on the screen now, and they're actually, if the decision doesn't go your way, or if there's a red card, they put up the rule that's been used.
Yeah,
for the
yeah.
VAR.
But I was just
There's
saying,
a bit
it
more
didn't show,
communication
like,
with the fans, which makes it better, I think. Actually,
Yeah.
I wish
He was
Madison
onside,
could make
right?
those
Because I haven't seen
passes.
the replay yet.
yeah, he was onside.
No.
Ian, what did you think of that goal? I thought it was brilliant.
Just phenomenal. The whole move was just phenomenal. Literally, just brilliant. Just brilliant. Was that the one where Davis started it with a tackle in midfield on the
I think it
halfway
was
line?
Star. Was it Star when Star carried it?
Yeah,
Or-
Davis started it. Yeah, Ben Davis started
Davis
it.
won it. Fabulous.
So
Just
there was fraud that did the third goal because it was
It's
No,
either
always-
that was the third.
Or
Oh,
was it Star when carried it on the third goal? Or was it
Stop,
the third
stop.
goal?
The third goal there.
the movement and the pass and the
Third one.
finish. And you players come into teams and it takes some time to get going. And you can see today if Solanke can carry this on, he's going to be a massive asset for this team. He really is. As the season's going on, we are playing better. And it's all right saying, we've beaten a load of teams we should have beaten. We've won 9 out of the last 11 now. So come on, guys. This team
Then
is
most of those teams
starting.
were
Ian,
really cool.
It's full
Ferencváros,
steps.
Coventry,
It's full steps, but it's-
Karabag, AZ Alkmaar. What
Doesn't
are we
matter.
saying here? We're doing
Phil,
it.
it's
Ian.
going in the
We're
right
doing it.
direction. It's not. Listen, it's not. We're not
Crystal
going from
Palace.
there up to there.
Crystal Palace,
We're
right
going
direction.
slowly.
We've lost more games this season. We've lost more games than any other of the top 10 teams in the Premier League.
But
These
Sal,
statements we make,
we're not
we're
so
going in the
far
right
away.
direction. They're
We're
knee-jerk.
not
They're knee-jerk reactions that fans make. Win
We've
5 in a
won-
row in the Premier League, then make that comment.
He's
How many
right.
teams-
I'm sorry,
how many
Ian.
teams-
He's
5
right.
in the Premier League, then make that comment.
How many teams win 5 in a row? Top 2 or 3?
Man City.
All right.
Correct. Correct.
win-
The top 2 or 3. Correct. Not 7.
Even if he won 4 out of 5, this is where the consistency comes in, Ian. For me,
consistency.
we was damn lucky against Coventry. We got absolutely
Yes.
schooled by them, yeah? So does that count as a spectacular win? No. If we're
I
this
didn't
big
say
top 6
spectacular.
club...
I didn't say spectacular.
all
did
right,
I?
let me finish. Okay, if this counts as this win, whatever, which it is a win at the end of the day, but a team as big as us, or technically should be as big as us, or as people think we are, We should be going on to that game, and if we don't win it, we should be proper pissed off because we should be winning it.
Absolutely.
All right, no game you're entitled to. You got to work for it. Against teams called carrier bag, whatever you want to bloody call them, Aldi's or Lidl's, I couldn't care less. But carrier bag, for God's sake, against other teams we've played against, that shouldn't even come into well done, Ange, well done, team. That should be, no, boy, you've done your bloody job. Let's get to the important one. They shouldn't even get looked at as far as I'm concerned. But we are that low as a Spurs team that we will, as a Spurs supporters, that we will sit here and try and muscle it up all the way that, oh, yeah, but look, that's 8 out of 10 wins. Okay, you can only win who you're against. But I don't count a win against Carrierbag, a bit of luck with Coventry, a win against AZ, and a win against, I can't even remember the name of the other team. Yeah, that teams that don't even get into our pub leagues, 2 of them, and the other 2 are barely even good enough for the Championship. If that was Man City supporters, if that was Chelsea supporters, if that was Arsenal supporters, if that was even like other supporters, they'd just look at that game and go, what a piece of shit that was, but we won. Where's the next game? But we still keep going back to it like the game actually means something in the aspect of well done. No, games like that, we should be walking all over. We shouldn't even be impressed that we won it. It should be expected.
To add to what Dan is saying, we are so that's the word, Spursy. It's very hard to take confidence each game. You gotta take each, like we're supposed to be Ipswich at home, but because we are sometimes inconsistent, like it's very hard to have that confidence. I get what you're saying, Ian, but that Crystal Palace loss was just like, oh shit, like that was bad. Like, so it's very hard to like, we have to take it game by game. Like today, celebrate the victory and try to build on it, right? That's the best we can do, is build on it, because we know our team, right? Because our team can't handle success, right? We always fall right back. We may necessarily beat Ipswich, and then we got City next, and we come and crash back to earth. Then we might beat Fulham, right? And then we play Bournemouth, who've been really good, and we might lose to them on the road.
Maury, I'm seeing small green shoots of progress this season. As the season is going on,
Which progress?
we are very slowly. We're taking slow steps forward. I'm not saying we're going to win.
But I'm not saying we're top.
What are the slow steps for you?
One step forward.
Things are improving.
What has improved? What has improved?
We have our worst start in the history.
Okay. We're not giving away set piece goals like we did last season. We're not getting smashed on the counter attack like we did last season.
More games.
We're not getting battered like we did last season. He seems to be, by playing 2 holding midfield players, he seems to have made that balance in the last week. It seems to be better. He was more pragmatic against City by playing a lower block. And you can see we drew City on. I know City play a high line, but look at the first goal we scored. Terrific. Quick break behind City. Fabulous goal that we scored. And these are all green shoots. And we're winning games. We've lost 2 that we shouldn't have lost, but we've won the rest. So
there's games we won that we shouldn't have won, like Coventry.
One game.
Fair enough.
Can I make a point?
Sorry?
Can I make a point? Kind of like,
why did we deserve to win that? They weren't great.
So games that we lose, you're saying we deserve to win. Games that we just about won, we didn't deserve to lose.
Just the one. There was just Coventry still. That was all. The rest
Yes.
we
We
got.
got lucky against Carabag here.
If Carabag had a striker,
We had 10 men against Carabag for 90
because we
minutes.
can't defend properly, and we gave away a red card. But we're allowed to do that. Apparently, it's not.
Who said we're allowed to do it? We beat a team with 10 men 3-0.
Can I say something?
Oh my god, they wasted so many chances that game. It was ridiculous.
Do you know what it is? I know what's going on here. Right? What's going on? In fact, Michael, let me read out the super chat. Then you'll go. Michael, you speak before me. Laurie Boost, £10 super chat. You are being positive on Solanke. I'll keep to my word. He did say, "Can we talk about Solanke and be positive?" What Laurie didn't know is it was on the list of things to do. We just never got there because we spent an hour talking about other shit. Laurie, thank you for the super chat, though. I appreciate it. You are a person of your word. Respect. Michael, go on. You speak before I speak on.
Yeah, so I want to make a bit of a like a devil's advocate argument towards that, whether should be happy or not, right? I think. Listen, guys, I started supporting.
Michael, can I just say this isn't about happiness? This is about are we progressing?
No.
Right.
I mean,
About happiness.
I started supporting this.
We're changing the subject again. You're going.
Wait. Let me
right.
say. I started supporting this club like 5 or 6 years ago, right? And ever since I started supporting, we lost 3-0 to Dynamo Zagreb. We lost 2-1 to NS Mura. We lost to Pacos de Ferreira. We lost to other shits, right, along the way. So I get it that we shouldn't be measuring if we progressed by beating Ferencváros and other clubs, right? But I think it's important to acknowledge that we actually have 3 out of 3 wins in Europe, right? That we actually are through to the next round. Because I think that, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think like 2 or 3 years ago, we lose that Coventry game. We lose against Ferencváros. We lose against other teams. That's how I see it.
2 or 3 years ago, we got to the Carabao Cup final, Michael, with Mourinho.
That was 4 years ago, right? With Mourinho.
Sorry, okay. 1 extra year.
But I mean, this club, this squad, this whatever you want to call it.
We lost to Dinamo Zagreb. We lost to Dinamo Kiev or Zagreb in the quarterfinals. Yeah, that was the quarterfinals, not the preliminary stage.
Yeah, I think we have like a.
So where's the progress?
Still, it's fucking November. We can't measure the progress if you don't get to the
Don't
end
talk to me about
stages,
games
right?
we played that we lost in February in the past and compare them to November and tell me there's progress.
But I mean, no.
Thank you.
Listen, we lose that Coventry game 1 year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, right? We lost to Sheffield United. We lost to Middlesbrough. We lost to
Sheffield
Norwich
United
at penalties, right? We lost to other clubs. Again, I'm not saying you should sit here and praise to the high heavens that we won against Coventry after shithousing it, right? I understand the performance wasn't great. I just have a feeling we should, like when Ian is saying we won 9 out of last 11, I don't think it's something that you should just, just brush it. We are not City, right? Basically, if we were Manchester City, if we were all City fans, and Ian said this comment, I would have said that, listen, mate, we should won
I agree.
11
I
out of
agree.
11,
Michael,
right?
I agree. We're not City.
Yeah,
I agree.
That's why I think we should measure our results on the fact that we are Tottenham,
and
right?
I am. We are
we should
seventh.
strive to,
we are
to be
seventh
better,
in the
right?
league, Michael. I am. We are seventh in the league.
And Mike,
What do you want me to say?
I'm going to step away.
Crystal Palace should
Murray,
be going
big up,
out and
Murray.
beating teams like.
Big up for your mic drop moment tonight.
I did say,
teams like Crystal Palace and that should be beating Carabao.
I agree. By the way, that's why I said I don't think we should be like all over the moon and all that stuff, right? But
it should be like, well done, we won, and literally forget about the game. Literally forget about it. Whereas this one, we can pick this up now for a few weeks because it's a solid win. Unless we go and get done by Ipswich, then it's 2 steps forward, 4 steps back. All those other games we've mentioned, to me, there should have been. I'm not impressed. I am not impressed in any way that we beat Carabao. I'm not impressed that we beat AZ. I'm not impressed that we scrimp and scraped our way through Coventry. If anything, I'm embarrassed that we had to scrimp and scrape our way for it. That's the club. We should be walking over those games. It's games like today where you look at it and say, yes, that was a good game. We were solid today. It's games like that Man U one. Yes, that was solid. Now let's get to that next one. And you look at the other. We shouldn't even be mentioning these other teams that we've done. But people are scrimping so hard to give Ange some meat and some bit of safe that they're going back to games that any of us could have competed in. Does that show low standards? We should be looking at games that we just done and saying that was quality. Not going on about teams that bloody Ipswich should be going and beating, for God's sake.
Dan, I did say small green shoots of improvement.
Yeah.
I didn't say we're there. I didn't say we're anywhere near there. And we were talking earlier.
What's improved?
And you were asking me about away games, and I've given you 5 reasons why we're not doing it in away games. So don't think that I've got this.
But if we're not doing it in away games, does there mean no improvement then?
But
there's no progress.
Didn't you state we've won 9 out of the past how many games, or 8 out of the past how many?
What I said, Dan, was that if you look at last season, we were getting battered away from home. We were getting properly turned over.
We got our asses
point I'm making.
We lost to the only team in the league that hasn't won all season at Palace.
But yeah,
Palace haven't won a game.
hang on. There's one major thing you've missed out there.
Go on.
Still, they had their two best players back after God knows how many weeks out.
Oh yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, Adam Wharton, not a bad player.
Suddenly they're better than Tottenham because of that. Yeah.
Ismail Astal. Now we lost because we were rank. But
Did Van de Ven play against Palace? Yes. Did Romero play against Palace? Yes. Our best back four.
We were ranked.
Midfield. The only player that was missing was Son.
We were dreadful, but Palace were much better.
Correct.
Because they had their two best players back.
So but that's not a reason why we should be losing to Palace away from home and have won all season.
I didn't say we should be losing, Has.
But you're trying to justify the loss because they brought two.
If we'd have won there, if we'd have won there last week, we'd be third tonight.
But we didn't.
Ian. Okay. No. This is a great argument. Crystal Palace had their two best players back against bottom of the team Wolves. They couldn't beat them. Why?
I haven't seen the game. I don't know anything about it. You tell me.
But the two best players were back, Ian. The two best players were back.
Okay. Wolves probably played better than we did.
To me. So if Palace's two best players come back, they're better than Tottenham. But if they come back against Wolves, who are bottom of the league and can't beat them,
but you know what? Still, we never have an easy game at Selhurst Park.
But oh my!
So there's no progress then. We haven't progressed then.
In defence, Palace is not an easy place to go. They're no mugs. Palace is not easy.
But Dan, if you beat them, then
it is a game we
shouldn't.
But
it should be winning that game.
It is a game we should be winning. The only point I'm making at you, Ian, and I'm half with you on this sort of thing, yeah, is when people go on about, oh yeah, but we've won 9 out of our past 11. All right, let me change that. What is it? We've lost 9 of our past 17 Premier League games.
Mm-hmm.
You're telling me we've won 9 out of the last 11, and 4 of them have been Mickey Mouse bloody cups.
Right, but Dan, I think we are very slowly improving as the season goes on.
Right, but not.
I don't think we're going backwards.
Okay, but not against. But we haven't improved against Premiership teams, have we? Really?
Well, if you look at, I'll go back again. If you look at the results, the same results that we had last season against this season, we are 4 points better off, fixture for fixture.
If you look at the first 10 games compared to last 10 games, we are 10 points worse off.
But let's talk about. But we haven't played the same 10 games this season, have we?
But we can only go by the draw we're given for the first 10.
Okay. But
how many goals away have we played? How many games have we played away?
Ian.
5 and 5.
So we've lost 4 out of 5. That's basically
we lost 3 out of 5 and 1 at home.
Yeah.
We beat United. Yeah, because we beat United.
You beat United, drew with Leicester, lost them.
And Liverpool.
And basically, if that carries on all season, that's going to have us in a bit of trouble. We just need to improve away significantly.
Absolutely.
And then we say there's progress. Because at home we weren't easy to beat last season either. Yeah, it looked a complete and utter mess at one point.
This is what I mean. This is what I mean.
We have won 2 games.
Look, read this. We beat the best team in the world. Listen to the lunacy in our fan base.
Oh, that's lunacy. That's
lunacy. But this is what happens.
But
this is what happens.
I'm not agreeing with that, right? It's because
we're not. Hang on, that's ridiculous. But last year we lost at home to Villa. This year we're beating them. Last year we lost at home to West Ham. This year we've beaten them. They're 6 points we didn't get last year.
What did we do away to Palace last year? Did we win? Did we lose?
No,
we lost 3. We lost 3 there. We lost 3 there.
No progress away to Palace then, is it?
Hang on. We gained. Sorry, it's 3 points. We improved Man United by 2 points because we drew last season. We won this year, and against last year the champions were Burnley, and we won there. This year the champions were Leicester, and we drew there. So the 2 points we lost to Leicester, we made up on Man United. We've lost 3 to Palace, but we've gained 3 by beating West Ham and Villa. So we're 3 points better off against these 10 clubs than we were. Now we've got to keep improving.
Ian, sorry. No, this is disingenuous. This winds me up.
But we're 10 points worse off than last season at this point.
Yes, correct. But let's play those teams.
Ian, hold on a minute. Hold on. If
Okay.
you play a team in the first 5 games, let's say, for example, we play Brighton away as your 5th game, but then we play Brighton away last season
Christmas.
on the 30th game. But let's say on the 30th that
19th.
week, we were in the European semi-finals, but the start of the season, we're not any.
We're not any still.
Ian, let me finish what I'm saying. You can't compare playing a team on one date to completely different, because different stages of the season have different pressures, different fixture congestion. That's why we should go by the first 10, regardless of who we play, compared to the first 10 now, because that's a barometer of the same pressure. The only thing you could say this time round is it's a little bit harder because we've got Europe. Last year we didn't have Europe. So you could say actually it's a little bit harder this time because we're having to rotate players. But that's not your argument. It's almost like, let's say we play Newcastle away on the last game of the season. When the season's over, we're not going to be anything, so we just we throw it away like we did in the Poch season when we lost 5-1. You can't compare that to this season, Newcastle away. And that's what you're doing. The variables are completely different. So that's why I say, look at the first 10 against the first 10. We're worse off. You could say the football looks better. You could say we're scoring more goals. You could say our XG's up. You could tell me our pressing's better. And I'll be like, yeah. The results are worse.
So can you make a point that the first 10 fixtures we had last season were easier than the first 10 that we had this season?
No, because we played United and Liverpool. And Liverpool we beat. And we beat Man United.
Yeah, so
in
first, out of memory, the harder games that we played in the first 10 were Arsenal away, a draw, right?
2-2.
We lost to Arsenal this year at home.
A win.
Yeah.
And we played United at home and we won, right? And this season we played Brighton away, Newcastle away, Arsenal at home, United away, West Ham at home, Villa at home.
West Ham's not hard, Michael, this year. They're finished.
Apparently they step up always against us, right? This was the narrative.
But they didn't, though. But they didn't.
Yeah, but they didn't, right? But okay,
they
so
usually do.
Fuck West Ham then, right? The 5 games I mentioned, and United away, I know they are shit, but still for me going to Old Trafford is not the easiest thing, right? So I think when you compare it, the 10 fixtures we played this season are harder than the last season, right? That doesn't excuse the fact that we are 10 points worse off, right? But I think last season was a bit of an anomaly with how good we started. And this season, I think we are below what we should be. But I don't know.
But Michael, you can balance it by saying the manager's had longer to install his philosophy. The manager's had another chance.
You can always go in both ways, right? This
time he's got the striker he wanted. Last season he inherited a striker, and on top of that, you could also say we never went away in the first 10 games last season to one of the worst teams in the country that hadn't won a game and lost. We did that against Palace. So I'm just saying, I think, and I stick by what I say. At home, we look like we're building a fortress, and I don't think anyone's going to enjoy beating us. Arsenal scraped that win against us by the skin of their teeth. On the road, we look like a Mickey Mouse team at times. There's 2 different Tottenhams here. There's the home team in their comfort zone. They've got the fans behind them. On the road, we look like amateurs. So for me,
you're questioning inconsistency.
So I don't think we've progressed personally. If we go and lose to Galatasaray away, it further compounds the away misery. It further compounds it.
That's going to be a bastard of a game, mate.
Well,
Galatasaray is not an easy place to go. Basically, still, as all you're questioning is the inconsistency. Why is it we can do it here, but we can't do it there?
Yeah.
If we've improved so much, why are we 10 points worse off?
And
that's basically what you're saying.
For me, spot on. And that for me means we are not progressing. But on the eye, because we're more attacking, the XG's up and we create more at home, and at home everything's
great. Do you know what
great,
I think it is? I'll give you an example. Let me give you an example, yeah? I use Kulu as my example here. Why is he getting bigged up so much? Why is everyone like, well, a lot of people saying he's the best midfielder in Europe and everything else?
He's only winning, he's great.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is he's only playing where he should. He's only playing where he should have been playing for the past 14 months, and it's taken a lot of people over a year to bloody notice it. But what I'm saying is he's getting noticed big time at the moment because he's actually looking good. But that's only because the majority of the time he was pretty piss poor on the right-hand side. Where we're actually doing a few things good now, better than last season, all of a sudden people are taking it to this whole different level, like we're on fire, basically. When it's only actually a few things we're doing better. We still haven't got no consistency, none at all. We still go and win a couple of games against teams that people ain't even heard of and big it up like we just done Man City. We still go and do other things in games, like win today, for example, and then we're going get banged up 4-1 by Ipswich. We're still inconsistent. That is basically the problem. But we have done a few things better. And it's just getting noticed because we were that piss poor last season overall. We was horrendous last season in the end, weren't we? Whereas now we're actually a bit better at things, and it's now getting made out to be like we're extremely better. That's the way I'm seeing it.
No, what did I say, Dan? How did I describe it? Small green shoots of improvement. That's how I see it.
I don't see that.
I can see where you're coming from.
As the season's going on, we're improving now. He's moved Kulu. He's moved Kulu across. He's playing 2 holding midfield players, so he's tweaking it a bit. And we're seeing better performances. For me, more balanced.
So maybe can you make a point? Maybe that because we are comparing like first 10 last season to first 10 this season, right? But maybe should we compare last 10 of last season where we are dreadful compared to this like first 10 that we play now, right? Because those games like happened in a row. So,
Michael, do you know what's
based
happening?
on that we are improving, right?
I mean, Michael, if you're comparing gas and electricity prices, you know what I mean? If you're talking about mortgage rates, if you're talking about share prices, then you compare it to the previous block, not a year ago. You're 100% correct.
We go to Coventry, we play disgracefully, we without deserving it get a win, and all you heard at the end of that game was moans, complaints and groans. But because then we go win a league game, all is fixed. We go and lose, collapse, the most disgusting collapse you've seen under Ange against Brighton. Anger, get him out. But because we go and beat West Ham next, all is forgiven. Then we go to a team in the country that hasn't won, the worst display, worse than Brighton. But because we've now beaten Villa, all is forgiven. This is what's happening. This is what's happening. We forget the bad times because we are so overconsumed by the good times at home that there's no balance.
Who's forgetting the bad times still? Nobody's forgetting the bad times.
Yeah, because you're saying we're progressing.
No, I think we are. If you look
How
at
are we
the
progressing with these diabolical away performances?
I've got to tell you still, from today, this time last season, after the 10th game, now look at how we play over the next 10. Now check the points over the next 10.
Why don't you do that before you say
11 to 20? It'll be very interesting because from 11 to 20, we dropped 44 points in 28 games still.
All right, Ian. So why don't you wait for that before you talk about progress?
Well, listen, I'm talking about the last, the last half of what we've seen.
We've not progressed.
No, the last. Listen. 9 out of 11 is okay for me. We're winning games.
We're seventh. We've lost 4 in the
Stop using those 4 teams. Stop using those 4 games that really.
It's 5 out of 7, Dan. We've won 5 out of 7 then. Sorry, that's so terrible.
Do you know what? This sums it up. We're using championship teams, right, and B-Tech European teams as a measure of our progress. Our standards have collapsed. They're collapsed. If that's the barometer we're going by, it's collapsed.
Isn't an argument then that the first 10 games last season was a false position, and because this season people have worked us out, we're nowhere near as good as we think we are.
So therefore, we haven't progressed.
So we haven't gone forward then.
This
We've
is my
lost
argument.
almost half our games.
We've progressed on the eye. We've progressed on the eye. Results-wise, we haven't.
I think we went backwards at the rate of knots still from Wolves onwards last season, didn't we? It was just downhill all the way virtually, bar Newcastle at home and Villa away. We were shocking from November. So if
we are shocking away from home this season.
I disagree.
But we've lost 4 away from home. All our losses are away from home.
The performances don't warrant. I'm sorry. I think we are better.
We deserve to beat Brighton.
4 points out of 15. Yeah, definitely. I think the performances have been better.
We deserve to beat Brighton.
If you said to me last season,
Yeah.
well, we lost at Fulham, yeah, we deserved that. We lost at Brighton, yeah, we got battered there first half, should have been 7
Did
down.
we deserve to lose to Brighton this year?
Did we deserve to? It was a strange, bizarre game, wasn't it? Because we were all over in first half.
I didn't ask the
and we were
emotion. I'm
shocking
asking, did
second
we
half.
deserve to lose it?
I don't know. Maybe a draw would have been a fair result based on the play.
We collapsed.
Based on the play, we should have drawn that because we were shocking.
I think you're clutching on that one, personally. But okay, you don't know. You don't know if we deserve to lose to Brighton. Iggy, welcome to the show. Something's rattled you because I know when Iggy comes this time of night, something's triggering him. God help us.
He's
going to come for me. He's going to come for me.
It's like it's like if I had to judge from what I've seen up to now on this show tonight, and I didn't know the Tottenham result, it would feel like that we didn't get a decent result today. Honestly, that's how I feel. I looked at on. If I didn't know what happened today, I'll feel like that this is not. I can't see how tonight what I'm seeing here is a reflection of a smacking that Aston Villa got in that second half today. It's as simple as that. Now, the reality of the matter is this. What is it are you expecting of this Tottenham side this season? Forget all the Levy and all the ownership. And you lot know fully well how I feel about them. I'm talking about the game today, and I'm talking about what is it your expectation from this team this season? What is the objective this season for all of us? Of course. Listen, before you all say, listen, my ambition is to be competing with the best. That's standard. That's just me. But we know Tottenham are not going to be competing with Man City and with the Liverpools. We know that. So what is the aim for this team and this squad?
Some consistency, Iggy. To go and win 3 or 4 Premier League games and then not get done by Palace or quite possibly.
Okay, but the objective when you lose and we lost royally, we were shit last week. We lost that in the worst place possible. Immediately, what is the aim for the next one is we have to bounce back and win the next game. Okay, so we did that. We qualified against Man City. And let's not start that conversation about.
No, I'm with it.
We went through the next round of the cup during the week, and we followed that up by winning against Aston Villa today. So, in all, I have to say after the Palace defeat, we bounced back well. Now, I agree. The one part I did agree with still, which is a rarity for me, but I did agree with what he said just about 2 or 3 minutes ago. We've got 2 Tottenhams. One is the home and one is the away team. That has to link and become one. So we ain't always going to have this record that we've got at home this season where we've picked up a lot of points this season. And we've done generally, I'm not even listening. Let's leave Europe out of it because Europe cannot come into the conversation with Premier League. It's 2 different things. All right, because of the level of the position that we play against. So we're going to just leave Europe, park it aside for a minute. But at home this season, our league form has been good. And we are making it very difficult for opposition to come to our ground and get something out. In fact, the only team that's done that is Arsenal. Our away form, not just this season, but the whole year, has been very poor. That I agree with you guys. We have to show a bit more consistency away from home and pick up more points. I think that's what's letting us down, and it's been very reflecting in our league positioning.
So we need some consistency then, don't we?
Of course, it's a given.
If we go and lose to Ipswich, that makes this game against Aston Villa and Man City. Okay, we're still in the next round of the cup,
and we're at home against Ipswich.
We're at home.
Forget whether we're at home or not.
Game.
Yeah,
forget whether we're at home or away. We should be.
Yeah, of course. We're back to square one. If we lose, if we don't get the result, we're back to square one.
I keep looking at Ange and I keep looking at Spurs, Iggy, and I keep seeing us do this, do that, and I'm thinking, it looks like he's adapted. It looks like he's got it right. And then 2 games down the line, he doesn't even attempt to do anything or whatever. I just want some consistency here.
Dan, if we're talking about consistency, listen, it's bang on the money, and the results never lie. It tells you, it speaks facts. So there's no argument with numbers. There's no argument with stats, and you can't argue them, right? They are facts. So I agree with about consistency. We need to show run that we can not only go Ipswich at home next week, but also away and pick up points. Even if we can't get wins, pick up points. Anything's got to be better on the road than perhaps coming back with defeats.
I was trying to say that
That's-
earlier in the show, Keeper, but
that's factual.
I
But
heard you, Has.
what I'm saying
yeah,
is, this
thank
squad in the long run, this squad right now, which for me is missing 2 or 3 proper players to really at least to try and get into that consistency of making Champions League football for whatever that means for everyone, right? We're not going to be winning the league because we haven't got the players to do that.
Of course not.
So what is the objective right now? Is saying no one's celebrating 7th place today. I'll speak for me. I am enjoying the fact that we won today. We got the 3 points and we smacked the
100%.
team that were in. They're a good side, man. Villa are no mugs.
Yeah, I agree.
They're a good side. So for me,
result.
That's what I celebrate.
What everyone is scared of is the next game. That's what I'm scared of. The game against, of all places, Ipswich, which is a lot smaller team than us. After what's happened at Palace and other ones,
I'm not
we
scared
should be destroying them.
Yeah,
No,
right.
but the thing I'm scared of is not even Ipswich. I'm scared of Tottenham. I'm scared of Ange because Ange has proved me right nearly every fucking time, same as Tottenham have since Ange has been there. We can beat 3 teams and then get beaten 3 times on the trot as well. Again, it's that word that we're all getting sick of saying. The consistency of it. I'm actually not bothered about Ipswich. I'm bothered about Ange because I've seen him do his job and then I've seen him just look like he shouldn't even be in the job. He's 50-50. It's like you said, there's 2 Spurs that turn up. So I'm actually scared of Tottenham.
That we need to improve.
Ipswich.
Of course, I agree. We need to improve on
so
that.
Ange needs to get his act together with that as well.
At home,
Ipswich.
Ipswich at home. We've got Ipswich at home next week.
on the road.
So what I'm trying to say,
Yeah.
look, we have to show consistency against the team. Look, you can only get that by getting results, positive results, whether it's wins, draws, in a consistent amount of games. So we need to make sure that we don't have a situation where we get a result. You guys are right, getting a result and then going and lose miserably against Palace, away from home, where we just didn't show. I agree with that. I absolutely, you guys bang on the money in that merit, and that is something. Of course, we have to improve massively on that. If we're going to push up the table, and when I hear the way Arsenal spoke about this season, challenging and all of that, and I hear the way Tottenham are spoken about, even by Spurs fans themselves, and here we are, we're talking about the 2 points apart today. That's what we're talking about in the league standing. I know. Listen, we can talk about is that the metrics we're going on? No, of course not. But what are we expecting from this team this season?
I'll give you 2 questions
for me.
for it, then.
This is a team that at very best finishes 4th. And
right.
where we are right now, that's the bracket there. So, in terms of the squad that we have, we are where we should be, in my opinion. If you're going to tell me that we should be expecting better, we should aspire to be better, then the club has to invest on better players.
Right.
We can't have the likes of the Werners and 2, 3 or 4 Deadwoods that we got in our club.
Would you be surprised if we lost? Would you be genuinely gobsmacked if we lost to Ipswich? 2 questions I've got for you quickly. This one. Would you be genuinely like, oh my fucking days, we just lost to Ipswich?
I would feel exactly how I felt against Palace away. I was livid at that Palace.
Or would you actually sit there and get the right ump about it and then just turn around and go, that's Spurs for you?
They got slapped 4-1 at West Ham.
I'm not denying that. I'm not denying that. That is not what I'm asking.
I would be
that would tell me that we have not taken steps to getting consistent results. We are not getting. We're not. It tells me that this team is very Jekyll and Hyde, where we'll win. Like today should be. Today, after this win against Aston Villa, we should be moving away from Palace and say, you know what, we've had a good week where we've knocked out Man City, we've beaten Aston Villa today. Now Ipswich, can we build on these?
We should be beating Ipswich though, surely at home.
Of course.
Can I ask?
Of course, we should.
Anyone would be gobsmacked if we didn't. You wouldn't be totally gobsmacked if we didn't.
That's the fan. That's the Tottenham fan in us. That's just the fan in us.
What I'm saying to you. That is the problem.
If we lose to Ipswich at home.
Listen, I'll be living the way I was against Palace.
Yeah, but livid and actually in shock are two different things.
No,
I
shocked,
would be
shocked.
livid.
I would be actually
Nothing
shocked
shocks me in
if we
football
lost
no
to
more, man.
Ipswich.
Nothing shocks me in football.
I think
Yeah,
what
I would
Dan's
not be
trying to say is
shocked
that
with
that's
Spurs
the
doing
problem.
that because
That's
it is
never
the
done
prime Spurs thing to do. And still, you said
But
it
it's
earlier.
not just Dan. It's not just the Spurs under
I did say earlier, I said it in jest as
Postecoglou.
No, I
It's
didn't-
any Spurs. Any
It's
Spurs.
I said the
It's the
Spurs
Spurs
thing. I
in
didn't
us.
mention
Yeah,
a
yeah.
manager. I didn't
But-
mention a manager.
But the
It is so
turn
Spurs.
has to be that has to be the aim though. The aim this season for me right now has to be to get consistent, becoming a bit where with this high at home and then with this low away, we have to sort of come and meet somewhere in between where you're not going to win every game at home, but then again you will pick up more wins away from home. And that's the part that needs to happen. That's the consistency. Then you can start putting a little bit more trust in this players, in this team and the manager.
Exactly.
But unfortunately,
Guys,
we will have situations where we will only be more consistent during the season if we have our best players available. I do feel the drop off will happen when we start losing. Listen, today we've lost Van der Ven. Now looks like Romero, who it looked like, by the way, guys, he had a metatarsal for what I hear,
Really?
protection on his foot. And I think that injury is what triggered the metatarsal. So I'm hoping it's nothing serious. But these are the kind of things. This is where I get angry with my club. Now, I'm talking about enjoying the win. When we win, we should enjoy it. But this is where I get angry with my club, where we have two of our centre-backs right now. Potentially one is going to be out to the internationals. Then we've got Romero could be out. Now we're going to have to be playing moving forward with Dragusin, which is fine. That's what he's there for. But then you've got Ben Davies. This is the point. This is what I'm talking about. The drop-off will happen the moment we lose our best players. And how are you going to get a consistency amount of results back-to-back going to Ipswich and every other game after that if you lose your best players along the way? You know, we can't afford to lose our best players. And unfortunately, we will because of the amount of games that we've got in the Premier League, in Europe, and in the Cups. We're playing more games, but we're not equipped enough. And it's not like we didn't have the warning. We weren't playing these games last year, and we should have thought, you know what, we will next year. Let's prepare for them. So there's that part of me that gets pissed off with the club because you knew that you was going to be playing this amount of games. Why didn't you equip well enough for it?
Isn't that something to do with Ange as well?
Listen, I'm not inside.
I'm just asking. I'm playing devil's advocate.
It's the thing is that you can go to your employer and say, mate, and these are not conversations that we're going to ever hear about as fans. You can go to your employer and say, look, our work is going to increase massively next year because we've done this, and the other. I'm going to need more staff to manage it. And then if they are your employers, for whatever reason, don't equip you well enough to go out there and say, well, this is the work that we got, but this is still the staff that you're going to have. You're going to be like, okay, I'll do my best. But of course, you're going to have good and you're going to have the bad. And that from on the outsiders, it has to be on the club because they haven't equipped the manager with to fight on all grounds, to go in Europe to pick up results, to go to the Premier League to pick up results, to go to the EFL and then the FA Cup when that comes into play. We haven't equipped him. Now, the manager, I don't think, in my opinion, guys, if I had to take a guess, and it's a guess, I don't see a manager saying, do you want? Well, listen, we've got 3 or 4 players coming in. Do you want them to hand? No, I'm all right, mate. We're all right as we are. I can't imagine for a second he would say, "I'm okay with what I've got."
But then
I don't know. I'm not in that. I'm
Iggy,
not in.
Last week, or was it before? Ange came out and said, "I knew what I was signing up for."
I knew I was signing up. What does that mean?
He did literally put it all on him. He's been doing this for the past few months.
He's signing up for what? I don't understand. What does that mean?
Tottenham, he knew what he was signing up for, and he keeps saying these players are his signings, etc., etc.
But listen. We've had managers that have come here. Right? We've come managers that have come here and have literally, gone against, if you like, to a point. Conte did it. We've spoken about this many a times. And there is a level when you're an employee, right? Whether we like it or not, whether we agree with it or not, we know. Right? We've had that manager that's come in and told exactly how it is, and he fucked off. Now you're telling me then whoever's going to get employed next is going to have to toe the line a little bit. To a certain level, he has to toe the line a little bit. Do I agree with it? That's another matter whether I agree with it or not. It doesn't matter whether I agree with it or not.
I agree with you. I totally agree with you.
He has to toe the line, man.
It's fine him saying that, but at the same time, don't come out and tell the fan base about the title this season or the title last season, whatever nonsense he was talking. And also about I always win things in my second season and all this other crap.
Yeah, but that's ego talk. At the end of the day, how many times have we come on here? And I've said it many a times. I've said it many times. Yeah, but I've said it many times. I do think he talks too much. I've said this about Ange. My critique about Ange is saying you talk too much.
Yeah, but your questioning you was what do we expect? By the way, Laurie Boost, thanks for the super chat.
What do we expect?
No, Iggy, I expect us to be like in around 4th and 8th, let's say, and go on a cup run. Okay, if we miraculously get to the final, I don't know if we'll win it or not.
I expect us to do what Ange said.
What's that? Win on the second season?
It's because I'm not
challenge for the title and win a trophy.
But Ange came out. Yeah, exactly. Ange came out and said these things. So most of the fan base, the naive, I don't know, I don't label it people or anything, but a lot of the fan base will think that way because Ange tells this stuff in the media, like he's talking like this. So
you know what happens, as just to answer also Raymond, because he said ego talk. The ego talk is when someone gets pushed in the corner, comes out swinging. He's come out swinging, saying I always, because he was pressed with that question about winning the second season, and that's when the ego spoke and said I always win in the second season.
He has a choice. He doesn't have to say that. He can
of course he doesn't. Listen. I've said it many a times. He talks a lot in the press conference.
Well, I'm saying I'll be more on Ange's side, Iggy, and have less expectations because there are fans out there who think.
Don't hold on to everything he says. Don't hold on to everything he says.
Guys,
I'm not saying me personally. I'm saying there are fans out there because of Ange saying these comments.
And my answer is not to you. My answer is to those people that you're talking about. Is don't hold on to everything he says because I don't. I don't.
Guys, but.
Because if that's not true, then I consider him a dishonest person, and I'd rather he came out and said because when we lose a game, all of our fan base say it's a project. When we win a game, it's Ange is the best thing since sliced bread. I'd rather he came out and said, "Look, this will take time." Then I'll be more on his side because I'll be like, "Look, he gets." And also, rather he says, "I win a trophy my second season."
Do you really accept a manager coming out and saying we need more time when everyone's waited 25 years for a trophy?
Sorry.
Come on, man, think about it.
That's the point I wanted to make. That's the point I wanted to make.
He's not going to say I need more time. He's going to piss the fans off. They don't want to give you more time. They're waiting 25 years.
We had plenty of
managers.
Is
this a project or is it just another?
Guys, my friend.
Guys, we had plenty of managers coming to this club and saying, not like setting a target. And we all ridiculed them because they didn't tell us the aim is to win something.
I disagree.
No, that's not what I'm trying to say.
No, this happened. This happened plenty of times.
Michael,
I see where you're coming from. That's what I'm trying to say.
Okay, guys, would you rather Ange come out and say top 4
this
is
is
the
wrong
target?
what you're saying. What you're
no,
saying
that's not what I'm saying.
Go back to when Mourinho became manager. He sat there, his first press interview, I'll never forget it. He said,
and he said, I
always
like
win.
Yeah.
I win. I'm here because I want to
I'm
win.
not talking about Mourinho.
And what did he do? Wait, but
there
Michael,
were other managers, right?
Michael, what did he do? He got us to a cup final to win. He backed up what he said, is my point. So now Ange said it. You got to back it up.
We are in November. We didn't even have a chance to go to a final, right?
But it's too early. It's too early, Tottenham. You have to wait to the end. You have to wait for the season to play out.
Hold on. I'm responding to Iggy's question, which was, what do you guys expect from this season? When Mourinho came in, he set the expectation. I'm here to win. I want to win.
Okay.
And he would have done it if Levy never sacked him, maybe.
Yeah.
Now,
Unforgivable, by the way, that was.
Okay, so the second season
Ange
started.
has said to us, challenge for the title season 2, win a trophy. To answer Iggy's question, my expectation is you better do that because Mourinho said it.
The second season started, and he set the expectation, right? He didn't even have he doesn't have a chance to fulfill it yet because it's November.
I'm answering Iggy's question. He said,
I asked the question. What is the expectation season? Winning the league for me. I mean, I hear where you're going with it. It's ridiculous to think that we're going to win the league. We ain't winning the league.
That's what Ange said. That's what Stell was saying.
I know. The ambition has to be to win the league, but I don't think he meant this year he's going to win the league.
He said
I don't think this year's going to win the league.
About this season.
No. He said, my aim, what am I here to do? And he said to win. He didn't say, I want us to win the league.
No, he said next season, I expect us to be in the title race.
No, Mourinho. I'm talking about what Mourinho said. I'm here to win.
I'm here to win.
win. He didn't say, I'm here to win the league. He said, I'm here to win.
Is it not fair to say, Iggy, that we finished 5th last year, 4th will be progression?
Of
Well,
course.
not from what Ange said.
To answer what the question is, of course.
If Spurs get into the Champions League, that is progression, yes.
100%.
Of course. For me personally, guys, I'll say this. For me, getting top 4, to answer the question, it is progression. It is progression. Guys, coming back to Champions League football. But for me personally, I'll be happy to finish 17th and win an FA Cup.
I agree. I think we all agree, though. We all agree.
Iggy.
What Champions League means to me?
Can I reiterate my point?
Michael, go on.
Yeah, can I reiterate my point, right? If second season starts, right? Let's go back to August, right? Second season starts, Ange comes out and says top 4 is the aim, right? Then we set our expectations as a fan base. Top 4 is the aim, right? By the way, I agree still with what you said about the league. I think it's nonsense, right? But he said and came out and said, I always win in the second season, right? I personally don't think, I have hope, of course, because I'm a fan, right? But I think there is a slim chance we win something, right? But it's not as if he had a chance to win something because it's November, right? So let's not ridicule the guy for saying that. It's not as if he lost the final already, right? Or we got knocked out.
At the end of the season.
We're not ridiculing him for it. We're saying, right, that's what we expect from you now. So when you lose 4 on the bounce,
then he asked us, what do we expect? So we responded by saying,
4 on the bounce. Sorry, did we get knocked out of the cup? Did we lose 4 on the bounce?
We're 10 points off the top. You think we're challenging for the league?
I said it's.
Did you really think we're challenging for the league?
I agree with
that.
No,
come on, man.
He said about every competition, right? He's aiming to win every competition.
But no, what I'm trying to say is, for example, Harry Redknapp used to say we need to try and make the Champions League to make the step, yeah? So what did we do in the second season? We made the Champions League. And I bought into it because he told us the truth.
Okay.
Yeah?
Okay.
He told you the truth because he obtained making the Champions League. What if he had finished 35th and he didn't make the Champions League? Would he be in line what he said at the beginning of the season then?
No, he said our aim was. He didn't say we're going to
but what I'm saying to you, somebody could be telling you the truth. And now I could be saying, look, man, my aim for I don't know, mine still and the rest of the panels, Tottenham away is to aim X amount of subscribers at the end of the year. I'm just throwing it out there, right, guys? I can't give you any other better. But we fall short of that target before the end of the year. Is what I said today lying? No, I told you the truth. I just fell short.
It's the way you say it, though. It's the way you say it.
If I hit it, I'm telling you the truth. If I don't make it, I was lying at the beginning of the season.
It's the way you say it, though.
But what do you mean? It's the way you say it. You're asking me what my aim is for this channel for the end of the year. Listen to what I'm saying.
Yeah,
my aim for this channel is to make 100, whatever, 100,000. I'm like,
my aim is to not be shut down again.
Well, no, that's a realistic target because you know what you have to do for that not to happen. That's a different target.
Not inviting.
We've done it once already. Now you know what you do not to make that happen. But if I say to you, if me and you say we want to make this channel 50,000, we come short. We didn't lie. Well, that was our aim. But if we fall short, it's not lie, is it?
I expect to be in the title race at this point next season.
We failed. Is that what you said? We failed.
If we don't get 50,000, we failed. Yeah. Can I ask everyone a question? Right. I want to ask everyone a question. Forget what Ange said. Right. Just your own eyes. What you see happening at the moment.
That's all you can go on, guys.
Yeah. Go by your own thinking now.
Of course.
Your own independent thinking. Forget what anyone thinks or says. What do you realistically believe that we can really do this season? And therefore, that's my expectation because I really think we can do it. Iggy, you go first. We'll go around.
Right. For me, again, because Champions League doesn't mean anything to me if we don't do anything when we get there.
Iggy, the question is, what do you expect?
Listen, I think if we the best in terms of league positioning, the best I can hope for this team is 4th. I don't think it's better than going above that. But it doesn't mean shit to me about getting the Champions League.
Yeah.
But a cup to absolutely do everything possible to bring a domestic cup home. I don't know. Europa. I don't know, guys. It depends on the amount because some good teams there, man. When it gets the further, the
So,
further
what do you
ahead. But for
realistically think
me,
we're going to win trophy-wise, then, Niggy? If you had to pick a cup, realistically, what do you think we can win?
I would go all out right now. Obviously, FA Cup is not coming into play yet, but right now, man, I would really focus on trying to bring that EFL Cup home because it can happen as early as February, and that for me at this point, right now, has to be my number one. For me, between now and February, has to be my number one priority. That doesn't mean I'm.
Do you, Iggy? But do you realistically expect us? Do you believe that we can get fourth and win a Carabao Cup? Do you honestly? Is that your thinking right now? That forget what you want. Do you think we can do that as an expectation?
Champions League. I don't know if we've got a squad. I think along the way, if we lose, like I said earlier, if we lose some of our best players because of the amount of games we're playing, and we haven't got the quality to sustain that,
everyone's going to lose players. What? I just want to know. What do you think right now?
I don't know. I don't know if we'll make top four. I don't know if we'll make top four right now. I don't. But bringing a cup home, I think bringing a cup like an EFL Cup, I think we can.
So Iggy, so your realistic expectations as of today, it could change, is top 6 and
mate, I'll take. I said it earlier. I'll take 17th and bring the cup home.
Yeah. No, forget what you take. I just want to know what you think of where you think we could realistically what you think we can achieve. Right, realistically, what do you believe we can do this year? League and trophies. Tell me.
So I have 2 scenarios. If we drop out all the cups, I think we'll finish 4th because we'll have 10 games left without being in the cups.
I don't think that's going to happen, Has.
Okay, so if we don't, I think we'll finish 4th. Well, it's not 4th, 6th, 7th, 8th. Go far in the cups. If we're judged by what Ange tells us, he wins a trophy in second season, then we should expect a trophy. Really, shouldn't
what
we?
Do you?
I don't expect us to win a trophy. We won't win the trophy. So 6th, 7th, 8th, and then we'll get knocked out late in the cups, basically, semi-final.
Right, so no trophies and 7th, let's say, for example.
6th, let's say
6th. Okay, Dan.
I think we can win either the League Cup or the Europa Cup, one or the other. I don't think we've got enough team to go through that, and I think we'll finish about 7th, 8th in the league because I think Ange has got what it takes to win a cup because you can win a cup with luck and a bit of skill. I mean, look at how England got to the Euros final. There was no skill in that at all. That was pure luck. Whereas over 38 games, you can have a little bit of luck, but you ain't going to win a season on 38 games. I personally just don't think he's got the consistency in that to make any impact in the league, basically. So I'm saying we'll be about 7th, and I honestly believe we can win either the League Cup or the Europa.
All right, so you're going for you believe we can win a trophy and coming 7th. All right, Michael.
7th, 8th.
Yeah.
7th, 8th.
I think we'll finish around 6th, maybe 5th, maybe 7th. That's 2 points here, 2 points there. That's how I feel about the league. And in terms of cups, I really think we can do something in Europe. I think we can at least reach late stages, semi-final, final. When I look at other teams in the competition, I think we are not the best team, but we are one of the better teams in the competition. And right now, with us being in the quarterfinals of the EFL Cup and playing United at home, I think we can reach semis or finals of the Carabao Cup. Whether we win them or not, that's based on the performance of the day, injuries in the future, a bit of luck, whatever, right? But I realistically think we can reach late stages of those 2 cups. With the FA Cup, I think we won't reach late stages because many teams treat this competition much more seriously than the League Cup. So yeah, that's how I see it. And listen, I'm not saying both will happen, right? I'm not saying we'll both reach the final of Carabao and
Michael,
Europa.
get off the fence. Tell me, are we going to win a trophy?
Okay. I said
I'm listening to this waffle.
Before the season started, I said I think we'll win Europa League, right?
Okay.
And I think we can win the Europa League because
we have to massively better our way form if we got a chance.
Yes, I
Michael,
agree.
what about league position?
We have to improve our way form to do anything.
Generally, yeah, you're absolutely right, Dan.
Hold on, I just want to hear, Michael, where do you think we finish in the league? Sorry.
I think 6th, maybe 5th, maybe 7th, but it's 2 points here or there.
Right. So Europa Cup kind of thing.
Right?
Europa Cup. All right. Ian, realistically, you talk about progress and green shoots and all that. Where do you realistically see us finishing in the league table? And
Where
if we
do
do
I
win a
see it?
trophy, what do you think?
I'm not changing what I've thought all along. Don't think we're strong enough for top four. Funny enough, fifth this year, so far in terms of the coefficients, England are top. So if it carries on like this, fifth place will get us into the Champions League. I see Spurs in the league anywhere between fifth and eighth, depending on injuries, suspensions, and whether we do improve the away form, whether we get over the line. In terms of the cups, in terms of the EFL, no reason why we shouldn't beat Man United at home. If it comes to the semis, you work on percentages. I'd love Newcastle home and away. I feel we could get through, and in a one-game final like United proved against City in the FA Cup final last year. Anything can happen, but I don't see it happening. I've said all along, I think our best chance of a trophy this year is the Europa. It's if you look at Champions League being tier 1, Europa League is tier 2 for tier 2 clubs. So we haven't got any of these top clubs from all over Europe that are going to drop down, because that stopped this year. And I think we have got as good a chance as any. I think we're up there with 5 or 6. I think it's 5 or 6 clubs that can win the Europa, and we're definitely one of them. So I would, as I say, league between 5th and 8th. Europa is the one that I'm hoping we can go and win. Do I think we'll win it? I'm not sure, but I think we've got as good a chance as any. And if we get the right players at the right time in these big games, and we play like we did today, there's no reason why we can't go very deep in this competition. And in terms of what would I like from the season, if you said, Ian, what's the perfect season for you? Win the Europa League, Champions League next year, and stabilise Saudis by the first chunk of shares in our club.
So you're going for Europa Cup and 7th. For me, I think we're not winning any silverware this year. I think we will come unstuck when it comes down to the crunch, whether it's domestic or Europe. Because like I've said, I think there's managers out there that will just get it right on that one day, and Ange will freeze. As for the league, I think the best we do this year at best is 5th, because I believe Arsenal, City and Liverpool will all finish top 3. And then I think everyone's sleeping on Brighton. They've got João Pedro coming back, Matt O'Reilly coming back. They've got no European football. I think Brighton will get 4th or 5th. They're dark horses for 4th. I really do think it. And I think Villa, Chelsea, one of them finish above us. So, in fact, 6th. Don't forget Nottingham Forest, which I want to come on to them as well. Nottingham Forest, they don't have Europe. And we're waiting for the collapse. But Nuno with Wolves finished 6th or 7th one season. So you never know. You never know.
Did we
get it wrong with Nuno?
That Liverpool have this season is Nottingham Forest.
Did we get it wrong with Nuno?
Well, listen, we're going to come on to Nuno. I just wanted to get everyone's kind of notice how none of us expect to get top 4. I find that's quite
but wait. But the thing is, we're all looking we're all aligned in terms of where we see Spurs finishing the league this season.
Yeah,
it's as simple as that. So I think this squad.
Ange needs to shut up.
So we're not winning the title then.
So Ange needs to shut up about the league titles. Iggy, listen, we're gonna have a big debate on this one tomorrow, because I know others are going to want to have a say on this one. But I just want to finish off the game itself. We got up to the second goal. Solanke scored another one. Good cross into the box. He was in there tapping, similar to Johnson's goal. Well played Spurs. Brilliant. Good cross by Richarlison, who then injured himself doing it. Donut. But this is the goal I want to talk about. How you injure yourself crossing a ball, I don't know, but he did. Maddison, 95th minute, 20 yards out. This was a peach. On point. This
chef's kiss.
When we had the free kick, and it was, I think, Kulu and Maddison who was going to take it. They were standing.
Kulu and Maddison, yeah.
Everyone around me was saying the same thing. When's the last time we scored from a free kick, man? When do we ever score? And honestly, I can't remember if Martinez moved. What a free kick, man.
He didn't move.
That was on. Did he
right
move?
In the corner.
Did he move?
He didn't
Honestly, listen, hats off to him, man. Hats off to him. I don't know anyone else in the team that can do that, and I'm being honest.
Listen, I don't know the last time we scored a direct free kick. I was like, I nearly had a nosebleed.
2-3 years ago.
Kane.
That's a fair point.
Ericsson? Kane.
Mate, for me, that was the best goal of the day. I thought it was
against Brentford.
Man. Isn't that what we expect of him, though?
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
To give us those moments, not necessarily to play well every single match, but to have that spark, that moment of genius, the moment, a number 10 moment.
Do you think that's
what he's there for?
Bring him on the bench has kind of helped then, because like
I don't know. I don't know. At the moment, having both him and Kulu in midfield, it's tough, man, because you have to run, man. In the Premier League, you have to run. Yes, you have to have quality for sure, man. But at the moment, it seems that for the way we play, we can only really accommodate one number 10, if you like. And at the moment, Kulu's the one that we're leaning more towards than Maddison. That's not to say Maddison's not an important player, but with having Sarr, I think it helps out more Bissouma or Bentancur. It helps them out a little bit more midfield because they've got legs. They run a lot more.
I'm saying, is putting him on the bench giving her a kick up the backside to do something like that? Because I haven't seen Maddison do anything like that.
I don't know. Listen, I don't think Maddison. I don't know that he hooked him off. I can't remember what game he was off.
West Ham.
West Ham. And I don't think he was playing terribly bad.
He gets hooked off.
No. But I'm saying, like, he hooked him off against West Ham. I don't think he was playing badly in that game. I just think we needed a different type of midfielder in there in that moment. And I just think having Kulu and Maddison in the three, it may work in some games, but in others, it won't.
No, I agree with you. I was just asking whether, because he's been on the bench the past couple of games, I think.
I think Kulu is needed more for the physicality. Because without Kulu on there, you got to admit that midfield we've got is breakable very easily.
But
I mean, Kulu, Dan, he gives us all the creativity, doesn't he? Like in that final third. And without
with him, Maddison is blatantly more skillful and more creative than Kulu is, hands down. But Kulu, he's got that little bit in him. He's got enough in him. But on the physicality side, he makes up for what the others haven't got.
Yeah, he's definitely got more drive about him in the way he drives. I think it just suits the way we play a lot more.
Physically, he's double the size of Maddison. Maddison's smaller than me. He's like half the size of me, for God's sake. I just think you could break. He looks like he could break his legs like bloody twigs. And Bentancur ain't massive either.
He's tried, and he has tried to play both of them together, hasn't he? And it just, I don't know. We don't seem for that to work. They have to cover more pitch, and I don't.
It's like a Lampard-Gerrard, basically.
Yeah,
like an old school Lampard-Gerrard.
I think the other point.
Enough. And he drops like a. I hate the fact that Maddison, any minimal contact goes down really quickly, and that winds me up about any player.
He winds up the ref a lot as well.
Yeah.
Biggie, funny. Thursday night before the David Pleat show started, there were 2 or 3 of us. We got there early. We were sitting there talking to Pleat, and one of the other guys said to him, "What do you think of Maddison?" And he says, interesting. He said, because I've been scouting Maddison since he was 16, 17. He said, I think he's a terrific player. He said, the problem with this system is that the inverted fullbacks, Maddison's having to drop back. And one of his biggest strengths are these reverse passes, these clever reverse balls that he plays to put players in.
But he needs those players out wide.
And he's not getting that opportunity because he's having to come deep to pick up the ball because his space is taken.
But these players need these. Listen, for me, in a 10, everything around him needs to be working a certain way, and it definitely has to have those fullbacks at all. It needs to have them out wide. So, and I feel that the system that we play, it stifles a number 10 quite a bit because he's got everything. Everyone's so close to him in the middle. That if our wide players aren't touching those touch lines and
I don't have runners, Iggy. That's the problem. We don't have runners.
A bit more.
Yeah. He also played on the left up front, didn't he? A little bit for Leicester.
Yeah, you're right.
I feel like he comes a bit.
Yeah, but he was shit there.
Maddison has got more goals and assists than any player at Spurs this season. It beggars belief how he doesn't play every game. It beggars belief how he doesn't get the minutes he deserves.
guys, I personally think that
I
there
don't
might
think
be like.
I don't think he's playing badly, man. I honestly feel like he weren't playing badly to be hooked up for the time.
I think there is an issue with fitness or something with him. That's the way I look at it, or something like with like an injury or a knock or something. Because like I don't see a reason where he gets hooked off so early every single game. I don't know. It's as if there was something like physical not right with him. I don't know. That's just my speculation. But
Michael, I don't think the way we're set up gets the best out of a player like Maddison.
Yeah,
I think this
I agree.
doesn't work to Maddison's strengths.
I agree.
I don't think it works to his. I want to just change the subject a little bit because I did want to mention this because it's worth a mention, right? Nottingham Forest are third. Okay, they're 3 points above us, so 1 win. They haven't won more games than us, but they don't lose. They're resilient. They know how to see a game out. And before people say they've had lots and lots of easy games, let me just read out to you some of the results they've got this season, right? They beat Liverpool at Anfield, something we've done 3 times in 100 years. They went away to Brighton, down to 10 men, Nottingham Forest, and got a draw. We couldn't beat Brighton. They got a draw at Stamford Bridge. Again, they were down to 10 men, right? They've managed to pull that out of the hat. When did we ever get anything at Stamford Bridge? They beat Crystal Palace when we lost to them. They went away to Leicester City and beat them 3-1. We got a draw at best. They smashed West Ham. So did we. Listen, they've got some tough games coming up. They've got Newcastle, Arsenal. They've got Ipswich. They've got Man City, Man United. So they've got a tough run. Villa. They've got, listen, their next 6 games are horrible. They could easily drop off. But I don't think they're going to just lose these games if they lose them by just bending over and getting beaten. They've got fight about them and they do know how to get into teams. And right now they've got one of the most informed strikers in the league in Woods. Who would have thought that? Okay. Do you think this guy was disrespected at Spurs? I know he didn't have a good start. I know he was the 7th choice. I know he made that dumbass video, we're going to make you proud. We're going to make you proud. Right. But but
no one knew he made that video for Forest. He didn't make it for us.
We started off the season with Nuno with 3-1-0 wins. I remember we then went to Arsenal, I think.
No, it was Crystal Palace 3-0.
We got smacked 3-0.
3-0 and
Chelsea 3-0, Palace 3-0. And the football, I've got to tell you something, the football was horrendous. Just terrible. And we got beaten 3-0 against United up that day. And it looked, and he got sacked the day after, didn't he? And it looked as though our players had never played together. There were like 11 strangers out on that pitch. It was horrendous. And this was a guy who done really well with Wolves. He done really well with Wolves, hasn't he?
Ian, I was going to finish what I wanted to say, right? Which was, do you think Nuno is one of those managers when he's not at a club that's in the limelight, when he's not at a club where there's a lot of pressure, where the fans demand to be entertained before they win trophies? Because let's have it right, at Tottenham, we don't like trophies. We want to be entertained first, right? We've got to play pretty football before we win silverware. That's the club we are. Do you think Nuno's just better suited at clubs that just let him be himself? The limelight's off. Iggy's laughing. And
I'm laughing at you. No one disrespected Nuno more than you at this club.
I never wanted him, Iggy. Because I knew it was going to fail.
You took the piss out of him playing that video over and over again.
Yeah, because I knew it was going to fail.
Play it. I'm sure you still got it in the archive.
Yeah, I do. Because I knew he was going to fail. Because the job was too big for him. I'm just asking.
Was he?
Because there's players like that. There's some players like Emu Heskey goes to a bigger club, not as good as what he was at Leicester. Wilfried Zaha leaves Crystal Palace, goes to a bigger club, not as good. Do you think there's just some players and some managers that are better suited out of the spotlight and they just do really well there?
In the Premier League, I think that's his level, man. That's his level, and I don't mean that in the most disrespectful way.
Because he's outdoing a lot of teams at the moment.
I think he's at a setup. He was at Wolves. I think he did really well at Wolves in the Championship. He brought them up. Remember, he done really well, playing really good football. He has some quality players in that team as well, I remember. And at Forest, he's able to do the same. Maybe you're right. Maybe it's a different sort of pressure that comes with it, you know? Forest fans right now and you know, dreamland, seeing their team third in the league. I don't know. Listen, I don't know if it's like a prolonged purple patch. I don't know if this Forest, you know, can be taken seriously as, you know, challenging for those European places. With that time will tell. But right now, man, he's in an environment that absolutely is getting the best out of him, and the team, you know, he's getting the best out of the team as well. So it's difficult because whoever comes at Spurs is coming with. It always comes with that pressure. It always comes with pressure to deliver, and because we haven't tasted any level of success for quite a while. So I've realized one thing: doesn't matter who comes to this club, it comes with a hell of a lot of pressure because we have not been able to deliver success as we see success at the club for a very, very long time. So when Saba wrote, you know, for me, if he brought the EFL Cup at home, he's done more than any of us. He would have done more than any other, you know, managers done in the last 17 years. He's absolutely bang on. But that's the level of pressure that you come in as to Tottenham as a manager. You need to do something that the previous managers have all failed to do, and that is to deliver. Is it all on the manager's fault that they haven't delivered? We know the answer to that. It goes beyond a little bit more. Beyond the manager, but that I'm saying that is the pressure they come to, and you know, when you make videos like that, stupid ones, I agree with you when you say there's a stupid video to make. Everyone's looking at him as like, mate, are you sure you want to be saying that? And with the squad that you currently have,
it's no different really to what Ange has gone and done, though, is it?
Yeah, listen, I agree with you. This is what I've said earlier on. I've said it many a times. And shut up. He should be saying less. Less is more. Less is more. Well, don't. There are things I don't understand. Like, you know, yeah, exactly. And there are things that he said that don't make sense. Like, you know, the statement is that like, going for the, you know, the league and saying it's all on him and all this other stuff that he said in the meantime. Just relax a little bit, man. Just focus one. Knowing our club, knowing the fans, knowing everything else, just treat it a game at a time. Just one game. Look, my focus right now is always on the next game. Of course, the strike. Without even saying it, we should know the aim should be, first of all, to bring any level of trophy at the club. When you've been starved of success for so long, no trophies should be snubbed. So I never agreed even the likes of Pochettino snubbing the likes of the EFL Cup and FA Cup. I hated that fact about him that he used to do that, because I'm thinking, how can you be ignoring that? But that we find out that the aim of the club was always to prioritise the league standing, the league form, because we needed to hit a Champions League spot at all costs. And we found that under Jose Mourinho's expense, because he fought, you know, for playing his first team in a cup final, and he was going to mug off it was going to literally, was it the Southampton game that we had just before the FA Cup? And that's what ultimately cost him his job, that falling out. So we know that the club's priority, when it hits to a certain point of the season, you got to go top four. If we have a chance to make top four, is absolutely screw everything, go for top four. I hope that we find ourselves in a position at the end of the season, or even in February, that the league position that we find ourselves in doesn't determine how we face those cup games that we need to absolutely go.
Do you know how many points?
And I hope
Do you know how many points the Spurs got now? It's 16, isn't it?
16,
right.
16, yeah.
16.
Right. This is Ange's second season. After 10 games, he's got 16. In Nuno's first season, do you know how many points he had after 10 games?
15.
One less than he got sacked.
Yeah, mate, but the context of the games is much different. Like,
how
we went to Palace, lost 3-0. We lost three defensive midfielders in that game. Do you remember?
Iggy,
Iggy, do you remember?
I remember very well.
We scraped
because we weren't entertained. I'm telling you, we're not entertained.
No.
Ange has a better squad than Nuno had.
Mate,
surely.
Yes.
We lost 3-0 at home to Chelsea. We lost 3-0 at home to
We lost away to Palace this season. They hadn't won a game all season.
We collapsed against Brighton.
Okay, like
we were 2-0 against Brighton.
We scraped 1-0 at home to Watford because Son hit a free kick that was supposed to be a cross.
We scraped the Carabao Cup win because Coventry missed 4 sitters.
There's not much difference between Nuno and Ange.
Okay,
in reality.
One team is more entertaining. We are an entertainment first club. I'm telling you.
I don't even think we're entertaining under Ange.
It's not fucking excuses,
I keep saying it. He had the easiest job ever. As all he's got to do is try and get that team to kick the ball forward. And even if we go and get beaten 4-1, as long as we kick the ball forward, you will keep about 70%. I know. You'll keep about 60-70%
I
of
think
this
we're playing
fan base
better
happy.
football under Ange, for sure. I don't
think it's that much different, to be honest.
I don't.
They're Nuno.
I don't.
I disagree, guys. I'm sorry.
Because he's doing like 1 point. Right, okay, let me put this over on a different side to you then, yeah? If Nuno would have had this squad, like this set of 11, do you think he would have done better? Look at the crap he had, bar Kane.
Yeah, Buddy Emerson at the back, Skip in midfield.
So it's not really fair to compare them, is it?
I'm not comparing them. Never compare. I didn't compare them.
By the way,
I'm just talking in general.
I didn't like
Nuno's football.
I'm seeing a defending
fans didn't like it. Fans didn't like the football, and then the results. When he went on.
Did you like the football?
No,
was dreadful.
I don't like the football now, Wiggy, either.
No,
I disagree. I
prefer that style of football. It's just if you haven't got the right team to do it, like people say with this one, it doesn't look good. But when you've got a solid back three and you've got two very quick, good wing backs and you've got a half decent midfield that can get that ball forward quick enough, counter-attacking football for me is the best to watch. But it's personal opinion. Instead of just putting the pressure up in their half and then sitting there for 20 minutes, tap, 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 because you ain't got no one with enough skill to put a half decent pass in there. I prefer the quick counter-attacking football, but that's just personal opinion. And I've seen quick counter-attacking football win more things in football than out-and-out attacking football.
Well, Spurs are better as a counter-attacking team, I think.
I know that. I've been saying that for a year now.
With this set of players, we are better.
I know.
Are we seriously trying to excuse that Nuno shit that we had to witness?
No, but we're saying it's not much different.
But he didn't have the players for it.
I'm trying to confirm that entertainment is what we want before results.
Guys, we lost 1-2 Pacos de Ferreira under Nuno.
Chelsea. I was there. I left by that
point. We've
just lost to Palace, who hadn't won a game.
And this is Ange's second season.
I'm not saying we haven't lost the games this season, right? Like,
but it's more entertaining.
The results we got that season under Nuno, and compare the
more
results now.
Michael. It's better to watch.
Mike, you're basically saying it's more entertaining. You're basically that's what you're saying.
Partially, yes. Partially,
is it
yes.
though? Like, is it that much more entertaining?
Partially, it is. But
Dan, I've got to tell you something. It was horrendous. The football we played under.
I did watch the football.
I'm sure you
look at the players.
I was bored. Listen, I was bored under Conte. I was bored under Conte.
Conte football was shit, but you guys Champions League.
Yeah, but again, look at the team we have. And I think everyone agrees with me now when I say counter-attacking football is the way this team would do it best. So you go put a Nuno in there now, or a bloody Conte who plays counter-attacking style football. It looks like it works better with this team because the past two games that we've actually done, we've actually played pretty solid.
Do you know why Poch was the best?
This team.
Do you know why Poch was the best?
I was bored of Conte's football.
Poch was the best
because he didn't have the players.
That didn't help.
You know, Pochettino was the best we've seen at Spurs in the Premier League under Levy because he entertained and he got results. What we've
got the best of both worlds with him.
Yeah, what we've got with Ange is entertaining. Bassett's all sort mixed bag of results. When we had Nuno, he got the same results after 10 games as Ange, but the performances were horrible. Conte got results. He got us top 4 twice, but the performances were horrible.
No, with Conte still that 6 months that led up to getting the fourth place. I thought we were playing good football under Conte.
Lovely football.
That's 6 months.
But the second season, everyone said turgid,
we started doing that low block.
Change it from the back three.
Yeah,
we didn't.
But he still left. But he still left the club in 4th place. He did get results. He got results.
Yeah, but that's what
maybe not the
Conte's
results
brought
we
in
wanted
for.
in the Champions League and the cups, but he did get results.
But that's what he was brought in for that, wasn't he? He was brought in for
Conte had Longley at the back.
The fans right now are the happiest they've been in 5 years. And the results, when you look at the others, don't stack up. But we're being entertained. So for me, I think we are just an entertainment-hungry fan base. We don't give a shit about results.
Is
It's
it not
impossible.
possible to combine the? Is it not possible to combine the
But
two?
Iggy, I think
Can't
Styles'
we
point.
combine entertaining football results? Are we not allowed? Can we not do that?
But Iggy,
Yeah, no,
I
that's
think
why
Styles
Potter was
has
the
a
best.
point,
Because he
though,
did
because
both.
the players got
Yeah,
clapped
that's what
off.
we
We
want.
lost 4-1 to Chelsea last season. They got clapped off.
Yeah, we won in life.
Because they went attacking. That's
Woohoo,
what I mean.
we
This
got
manager had
4-1.
the easiest job ever to win this bloody fan base over. I could have won this fan base over. I could have done it. Any one of you could have done it. Right, boys, play a 4-2-3-1. Just make sure you kick that fucking thing forward. Next thing you know, you're the best thing since sliced bread. That is how simple this club is to an extent. And I don't think no one can argue that. You don't think
I
so?
don't know.
It's
If
a
we
good game,
lost
isn't
10
it?
out of 10 this season, I don't know if the fans would be happy. I don't think
Say
it's
that-
only
Michael,
kicking
say
the
that
ball
again.
forward.
Michael, say again.
I think if we lost 10 out of 10 this season, I don't think
But no,
fans would
if
be
we're playing
happy
attacking football,
that we are
we'll be all right
kicking
with it.
the ball forward, right?
Well, if we
I
lose
don't think they
10
would be
league
happy if we
games-
lost 10.
If we lost 10 league games.
Yeah, if we lost 10 out of 10 this season, I don't think fans would be happy with
When you
kicking the
say
ball
10 out of
forward.
10,
Right?
what do you mean? 10 in a row?
All 10 games. All 10 games.
We played 10 games this season, right? If we lost all 10 of them, kicking the ball forward, I don't think fans would be happy.
Oh, yeah,
right?
yeah, you're right. Yes,
Yeah.
yes, I can understand. I didn't
So
understand.
it's not
Sorry.
only like kicking the ball forward, you also have to win the games, right?
But that's like extreme.
Okay, but he's...
Yeah, but his
Yeah,
results.
By the way,
his
Dan,
results-
I agree with you about the fact that he had an easy job, right? I don't like compared to shit that we watched before him, it was really easy to entertain the fan base, right? But I also think some results had to back this up, right? So
Yeah, for sure.
by the way,
Listen,
guys,
for me,
by the way, I
my-
do not fucking agree with this Nuno and
No. What we're saying is that
I will fucking die on
Nuno
this
was
deal.
sacked for almost the same thing. That's what we're saying.
My
And Nuno
opinion.
was
No, it's not the
game.
same
Spurs
thing,
fans,
mate.
for
It's
me-
not the same thing.
Michael, hold on a minute. Ange Postecoglou gets 16 points in 10 games, keeps his job. Fans are singing his name. Oh, Ange Postecoglou. Nuno gets
When
15
he wins,
in
when he
10.
wins.
Get him
when he
out.
wins.
El Sakiko.
Hang on a
It's-
minute.
it's
Hang on a
not
minute.
about
I'm
results.
getting. It took
about
Arsenal to.
results.
It took Arsenal to lose 2 games, and we're nearly on Arteta out fringes right now. That's how fickle fans are, man. Listen, it
Yeah,
doesn't matter. We're talking about Arsenal. That's how fickle fans are. A couple of bad results, and you're Ange out. You're Arteta out.
Yeah, but the difference is Arsenal
No.
are fighting for a bloody trophy. Arsenal are
Are
fighting for
they?
the league for the.
Are they?
What have they done for the past 2 years?
Are they fighting for the league right now? Are they? I don't think. I don't think. I think they're worse this year than they were last year.
That's
Iggy,
not what I
Iggy,
said. What was
Iggy,
they expected to do?
But
after
you've
the
just
past 2
proved my
seasons?
point. Iggy, you've proved my point.
What
At
is your point?
At Arsenal, it's the results that's pissed them off. At Tottenham, it's the lack of being entertained that pissed us off with managers.
Exactly.
Arsenal aren't fucked off with the performance. They're fucked off with the result. If Arsenal won 1-0...
Do you think they played well those 2 games that they've lost?
You're missing it.
You miss a point.
No,
If
no,
Arsenal
I'm not missing a
won
point.
those
I'm
games-
listening to what you're saying.
If Arsenal won those games, winning 1-0, but played shit, Arsenal fans would be, you've got to win ugly to try and win a title
100%,
sometimes.
100%,
At Spurs, if we win 1-0, 3-4 games are playing ugly, this manager, man, what the fuck? What is this shit?
No.
We was in 4th place with Conte, still in 4th place, and we had the audacity to turn around and fucking run him into the ground because we didn't like his football. Simple as that.
I
That
agree
is
with
what
that.
it comes
Something
down to.
Conte was a joke.
Arsenal
Something
at the
Conte was a
start-
joke.
Clearly,
Arsenal at the start of the season were expected to go for a title race, were they not?
Yeah.
Right. So now they've gone and lost 2. Their fans are going off their head because there's all they got. Because we all know that City don't even get into gear until. Let me finish. Let me finish. They don't even get into gear, Man City, until round about March. Yeah. And that's only into 2nd gear. And then they go into a 10-game unbeaten run.
I think
Arsenal know if they lose 4 or 5 games, that title is totally out of the window. And where they've spent over 700 million, bought in some quality players, come bloody close twice, really, they're expecting it to go a step further now. And they know if they lose another 2-3 games, it's game over. So the
But
fans
isn't
are
it
already
not
going
normal
off
to
their
lose
head.
a couple of games on a bounce? Is that not normal in the course of a season to lose a couple of without
No.
losing your head? Say,
Or a title.
sure,
Not
it's
when you're
not.
going to go for a title.
It's not. It's not a good
Not in
moment.
a title
Sure,
race.
it's not a good
Not
moment.
when you're
but
going for a title, it's not.
you
Not
don't
when
say
you're
title
going-
Arteta
race.
out, man. That's where they're on the
No.
fringes of saying Arteta out.
Because
Yeah,
of the
because
That's what
results.
we're talking. That's the level. That's not.
Because
That's
of the
not.
results.
That's not same talking.
Because
That's
of the
not.
results.
They want
Yeah,
to
but
win
you
the
can't. It's a couple of bad results. Doesn't mean Arteta.
Yes,
it means that we need to fix
it
up.
means you
Certainly.
don't win a league. It means you don't win the fucking league, for God's sake.
does if
Man
your
City,
standards-
Man City have dropped points. Man City have dropped points as well.
Liverpool haven't. If your standards
And we all know
Liverpool
Man City
haven't, no.
go 10 unbeaten. We all know Man City do it every bloody year without fail at the end of the season.
But you
Arsenal
can't.
know they are fighting for it this year and were meant to be. Arsenal know that if they lose a couple on the bounce, there's going to be another little rough patch for them towards the end somewhere. They know it's game over, done, dusted.
But you
So they're
can't
going off their
expect
heads.
to be winning every single game. It's
But if you're in
impossible.
a title
But
race, you
you want to
have
go for a title.
Well, if you're in a title
sometimes
race,
only
you have to win every game. You can't drop points. You can't drop
You have
points.
to go into
Well,
every
what
game.
I'm saying.
Look what Liverpool done. Liverpool lost, what was it, a game, and they still didn't succeed.
Yeah, listen. I understand
go.
what the level is. I'm saying it's
Our
not
level is
always going to
here,
be
their level
possible,
is there.
man. It's not. You're getting
I mean,
two
when
draws.
you're talking about Ange, please.
But
So
when you're
maybe
already out
Brighton-
of the title race basically by January, which looks like they're going to be, or even by December,
Man,
they're
Good.
going to be pissed because I'm not saying
Man.
I'm enjoying it, but I'm talking from a different side here of what I would be
We're
expecting.
not in that mindset. We're not in that
That's
mindset. The
Correct.
thing is,
Because we like to be
we're not.
entertained.
We
Because we
no,
like to
no,
be
no, no.
entertained.
I'll tell you where Spurs are at. I'll tell you where Spurs fans. I'm not making excuses. I'm telling you where we're at. We're at a point where, first of all, we can't even talk to like that. That's Liverpool, Arsenal, Man City are there on the level, and we're not. We haven't set any bases.
Exactly. That's why they
But on
can't
the
lose
pitch-
2 games.
That's the
Right.
problem.
If you let me land, and then we are not on the level where we're not on that level where we're in the top 3. We're not. Why are we comparing ourselves to those guys?
Because
we're not.
Ange said he was trying
But
to
I
title.
wasn't. I wasn't comparing. I was saying
If I may
they are getting
finish,
grilled for it.
maybe I'll get there. If not, I'll shut up and I'll let you lot talk. We are not in that top 3 bracket because we have not laid. If we have not laid foundations as a club, forget what you're seeing on the pitch. As a club, we don't have a mindset of the top 3. We don't have that.
Because we're talking about us.
That's not an Ange. That's not on the club.
Because we want our Tottenham back
Iggy, that is partly on Ange. Because Ange came out before Brighton and they asked about the 2 high lines. And they go to him, what do you think about the similar tactics? And what did he say? He goes, he didn't say anything about tactics. He goes, we're here to entertain.
I'm talking about the club. If you heard what I said, I was talking about the club. As a club, we've not set the ambition to be challenging again with those 3 at the top. We as a club haven't got that mindset. So there's no point us talking about wanting. Of course, we all want to be in the Arsenals, in the Man Cities, in the Liverpools. Of course, every club in the Premier League want to be doing that. We haven't done anything to even be compared to those 3 there. So don't be talking about that.
No one's.
I'm saying that for a team, it doesn't matter whether you're challenging for the league or not. It's pretty normal. It can happen in the course of this where you drop, where you may lose 2 games. Of course, I understand what that means in terms of trying to win the league. I'm saying that it's not. Is it ideal? No. Can it happen? Yes. You don't go from Arteta's the best manager in the world, 2 games, 2 defeats, and you turn out to literally be Arteta out. That's what we're talking about. Talking about the fans are all the same. I don't see Man City losing 2 games. Man City have lost a couple of games. Man City have dropped points. I don't see anyone going.
Man City could probably lose 5 games and still go and win the league because they go 10, 15 games unbeaten straight wins.
Well, this is what Arsenal need to do now. They've dropped the couple, but they've done 5, 6, 7 matches won.
And because they're not going to do it, and they've had.
Why not? Why not? Why are they not going to do it?
Iggy, their next 3 games.
Why are they not going to do it?
The fans have had enough of it being there.
No, but why can't they go on a 5, 6, 7 game match
They're
beaten?
upset over losing games compared to us who are upset over poor performances, not being sexy on the eyes. That's the comparison I'm making.
With Tottenham, you know what?
Their fans get angry when they lose results. We get angry when we are bored watching the team.
Arsenal are winners. We are losers, and that's all there is to it. Like it or lump.
We are
happy with entertaining football.
They
don't give a fuck.
Do you know the club?
They win something.
The club did their research, right? They opened up a media department to study us fans and to better engage with us in our language. And they knew when they hired Ange, he was attacking football, and that would make fans happy. They also knew with Ange, if he said things like, we're going to play the Tottenham way. It's about entertaining the fan. Let's just go out there and entertain. When he's asked questions by the press and they say, you know, how are you going to nullify this team, or they play the same way, how are you going to get the upper hand? And he talks about entertaining the fans, right?
Yeah.
That is all trained. They know this fan base. As long as you use the word entertain, Tottenham way, most of our fans, not you, Iggy,
I know what the
most
Tottenham
of our
fans are about, man.
like,
I know.
yeah.
Tottenham
With
fans.
Arsenal ain't like that. Arsenal just give us the fucking league title no matter how we play. Arsenal have been awful to watch this season. They've been a dog shit to watch at times. But you know what? As long as they're up there, they won't care. As soon as they smell that that's dropping away, that's when they kick off. Because now they might not win a trophy. Whereas
that's why they wanted Wenger out.
When we hired Jose and Conte, did we sign them because they played entertaining football?
No, we hired them to win now.
Okay.
But no, we didn't even do that. We got Conte. We got Conte to shut the fans up. Still, we got Conte to shut the fans up.
It lasted 6 minutes.
Nuno Rein was so shit, we had to sack him. I'm still willing to die on that fucking thing.
Mourinho and Conte lasted 6 minutes at this club because Levy tried to buy time, thinking if I just get them a quick trophy, they'll shut up. When the reality was, the fans showed their true colours. We don't fucking want a trophy, man. Because we would have rioted the day we sacked Mourinho before a final if we really wanted a trophy. The fans showed their true colour. Our fan base just wants vibes.
Still, our fan base hated Jose. They hated Jose.
Do you know what they even said about Jose? Most fans even turned around and said, "Well, he shouldn't have fucking been here anyway."
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He was from day dot, by the way, from day dot.
We haven't got the privilege, Iggy, to sit there like you said.
I agree. I agree.
And say, we've lost 2 games. You're knocking that title race out now. Get that fucking manager out here now.
I didn't care for the fact that they're Chelsea links. Both Conte and Jose
right to have that attitude. Of course, Arsenal have had that attitude. They don't give a shit. They just want to win a title now. They want to win another cup now. If we don't win a cup, but we finish 6th, but we play entertaining football, you're going to have a majority of this Spurs fan go, yeah, but his football's much better than Conte, so shut up.
We're going in the right direction.
Spurs.
Listen, I know that's. Listen, I've picked up on the fact straight away. Not long, even being there when Conte and Jose were there. Spurs fans, the first and number one thing above all else is they don't care if they win, lose, or draw. We've got to go for it. We've got to, especially at home, we have got to be a team that go for it. And often, especially with Conte, we was very. Well, let's see what they got first, and then we'll try and sort it out at half time. That's what we were called second half for Spurs.
Iggy, we're even the sort of team that bloody loses a game and our fans turn around and say, oh yeah, but we only lost 2-1, not 4-1.
I don't know.
We lost 4-1.
But what I'm saying is, the mindset.
What an exciting way to lose.
The mindset.
We went for it.
We said it earlier on. The mindset, to change it into a winner's mindset, you have to get everybody on board. What I'm trying to say is that a winner's mindset, we have not set the foundations anywhere near to try and that's why I don't even bother talking of Spurs in those Man City, Liverpool, Arsenal.
But we're agreeing with you, Iggy.
What?
We're agreeing with you, Iggy.
Completely. It all comes from the top, Iggy. Everything comes from the top. The drive, the determination, that will to win, all comes from the people at the top. I mean, any business, whatever the business is, comes from the top. Our guys don't.
I can't. The thing is, I can't go at the manager. I can't go at the player.
No.
When everyone above them haven't set that target. How can I sit here and lose my mind when we lose and not be happy when we win? I judge my Spurs performances in isolation. Today was a good day because we beat Villa. We came out second after being 1-0 down and we spanked them. I'm happy at that. In isolation. In the long run, it's a different story, man. It's an absolute. I know the problems that we have and why we're not in a bracket where we all wish to have seen Spurs in. Of course, I know that there's bigger problems at the end of it, but on the day when the football match is on,
absolutely,
I put that aside and say, you know what? As a supporter, the minimum requirement is put a performance on. If we go 1-0 down, react, fight, and you know what? I'll accept any outcome. It's when I see games like against Palace where we've not even turned up, so we've lost the match before we've even kicked off. That hurts me because I'm like, there's no fight.
The thing is, I agree with you there, yeah? If we go down 2-0 and then just, fuck it, let's just go for it, and we end up losing 3-1, but you can see it go for it. That one I understand, yeah? But when it comes down to it at Spurs, we go and get like 4 points out of 15 or whatever, and we're still justified because we've played more attractive football. That's what people are trying to say. This fan base is so easy to satisfy in its own way, and that's all you got to do is play attractive football. We seem to want to win everything, even though we don't know what winning means anymore because we haven't won anything in 16 years. But we also want to do it the sexy way. Well, you can't always have it like that. Arsenal could not give a shit how they do it as long as they go and get it. Of course, they want to see better football.
Do you know?
But if they go and see boring football all season and they win a league, right? What would you rather have then, Iggy? Would you rather have
success trophies above all else? Stop. You don't even need to ask me that question. What I'm saying is,
most fans will complain.
In 38 games, we've got to be realistic, guys. For those who've been in football, watched football, or played football, you can't go a season with 38 games and play entertaining football throughout all 38. It's literally no team.
That's a fucking Ange.
In any walk of life, you're not going to get 38 games. There will be at times where you might have a bit of a loss of form. We got players out. It's a case of then at those points trying to grind out results. Try and draw games when you think you might lose.
But Iggy, this is my problem though. This is why I'm not on board with Ange, man. This is why I'm nowhere near on board with this yet because I need.
But you can't live your life though. At the same time, you can't live your life. Just to say one day, I told you guys, I told you all. You can't do that either, man.
You can't say that. No.
I'm saying that you can't. You have to try and say, you know what? Today I was happy. I saw good stuff today. Why? Why don't you though?
No.
Why don't you?
Because I need to see the proof, right? I'll give an example.
Because I don't get. I'll be honest with you. I don't get that about you, sir. I don't get that. I don't. I can't get on board with it either. I can't see watch my team play, win 4-1, and say, because we're not fucking here, I'm going to fuck this off because I'm not seeing what I want to see here. I'm like, no, you should be happy that Spurs win.
No,
but of course,
my standards are too high. My standards are too high.
But was that? My standards are low because I accept the win today. My standards are low because I accept the win.
No.
And I'm happy that we
What are
won.
your standards like a Man City or a Liverpool fan?
No, I haven't explained where I'm at, right? In terms of
I asked the question.
You stay on your train. I don't have an issue with it. I'm staying on my train, and I'll give an example of what it is with me.
I'm trying to understand.
I'm going to explain to you then, so you can understand. I watch.
Just try and get it, but understand it.
I watch Pochettino play Borussia Dortmund in the Champions League, and we beat them 3-0. Okay, at Wembley. I went to that game. The second leg we went to Dortmund, and all I'm thinking is, fucking protect that lead. Protect it. Maybe we get a counter-attack or set piece and we go through. For 45 minutes, Dortmund battered us. Vertonghen, Alderweireld, Lloris, Danny Rose put in one of the best defensive displays I've ever seen. The blocks and the saves that they put in, fuck my life. And Pochettino set us up for that. We got one counter-attack, Kane, bang, 4-0, killed the game. That, for me, was the real deal. I watch Ange go to Brighton. You're 2-0 up against Brighton. Ange, fucking protect the lead. We are beating a very good team away from home, a team that we were worried about. You've got the advantage. You're on the brink of getting a brilliant result. He fucking still attacks. And they battered us. For me, I can't get on board with this kind of bullshit. Until I see that change consistently for at least a month or two, then I'll say, do you know what?
I'm in your court, yeah.
I'm with you, Ange, now. I'm going to go and I'm going to come over.
I agree.
I'm going to go sit on Iggy's train. I'm going to go sit on this train. But until then, none of you are derailing my express.
No, it's not just Poch did it. Renat did it away to Arsenal 1-3-2 that time. For example.
Ange's answer to everything is fucking
and those are attacking managers.
It's been an excellent result today. Some players played brilliant today. Everyone has stated they are happy with it.
That's why I'm like that to explain to you.
But the point is on this is we've been so inconsistent with him down to his tactics. I'd say 8 times out of 10, and 2 you can blame the players on. That we just don't know. Is Ange going to turn up for the next game?
One question for you all.
No, I think Ian agrees more with you, by the way. I think Ian's more aligned with
when the final whistle blows today, that second half performance, he said we were losing 1-0 at half time, by the way. So the way they fucked it up against Brighton in the second half, they turned it around and smacked the team 4-1.
It's very different, though.
Yes, it is very different because we smacked them 4-1 and we lost to Brighton. That is different.
No, you're not making.
No. You're not listening to what I'm saying. So at the end of the 90 minutes today, when the final whistle,
for a whole season, back to back. That's
hold up. You gave me the example why you're not on board after the Brighton game. What you saw.
No, but he was consistent with it. He was consistent.
We did. But what I'm saying is that we lost that Brighton game, that second half, in a bad way. But don't get me wrong, it was absolutely terrible the way we lost that game. But we haven't consistently lost the game like that all the time. The same way we need to do what we did when we're losing 1-0 at half time, turn it around to go and smack a team 4-1.
Where was the turnaround against Crystal Palace then? Where's the consistency?
Listen, I'm giving you 2 examples of Brighton and Burnley. Hold up. You told me how you felt after the Brighton game. I'm telling you, how was you feeling today when that final whistle blew?
Nothing.
I was happy we won the game.
That's normal to you.
I was over the moon for it. Yeah,
I didn't give a shit.
You felt something after the Brighton game, but today we win 4-1 at Aston Villa. You felt nothing.
No. After the Brighton game, I felt angry that this guy hasn't changed.
I felt angry at Palace last week, but I felt happy today.
I don't, because he hasn't changed for me.
But then you look ahead of it. The fact that he has got us to this point where we can win 4-1, be happy with it, but you're already looking at the next 2 games thinking, well, me personally thinking we should destroy Ipswich, but do you know what? If we didn't, am I surprised? No, because we're Tottenham Hotspur and it's Ange there.
But we have to let that play out, mate. We have to let that play out.
Well, let me give my point then, because we should have cooked Palace. Ange didn't turn up. Then he turns up for a game like this. And then another game comes, he doesn't turn up. And then he does turn up. And then he don't turn up for 2 games, but turns up for 2 more. The inconsistency of it can't stop people looking ahead of it. When you know something is literally ready to fuck up at any moment, you're sort of half ready for it.
And you can't deny yourself that happiness of today's win because you're already thinking about the Ipswich game. Listen, if that happens against Ipswich, I'll be the first one coming on here, and I agree with you. And I would agree with you and say, you know what?
What does a good manager do? A good manager sits there and says, well done, then puts his team aside and looks at the next game.
Of course. As of tomorrow, that's exactly what should happen. But what I'm saying, today you should enjoy it. Tomorrow you start thinking about Ipswich. I'm on board with you. But I can't deny myself a little bit of happiness today because I'm already worried about the Ipswich game. We have to prepare the Ipswich game in the best way possible. Of course, we have to improve on not making the same repeated mistakes that we have done against Palace.
We're not saying don't be happy, Iggy.
I had my happiness.
You look happy, by the way. I'm overwhelmed by your happiness today. I'm completely overwhelmed by all your happiness today.
I'll tell you I'm sick
9 hours ago, I was.
I'm happy. I'm happy. Come on,
guys, be happy. I want you to be happy. Don't be like
just today. Tomorrow you can be miserable bastards again, but today, man, allow it for fuck's sake.
None of you be like me, right? I'm just sick to death. I'm just sick to death.
I just think it's a waste of 32 teeth there, Stealth. You don't use that to smile, man. I smile
plenty, but it has to be real. It can't be fake, right? And it's fake.
Leave the fakeness to me. I'll smile fake. I'm the fake positive, and I'm the happy clapper. I'm here to happy clap.
Right, let me ask you a question.
You're gone.
Right. I talk about macro and micro, the way I look at the club. On a micro
just don't give me a mind fuck.
No, I won't give you a mind fuck. On a micro level, we've won today. We've turned over a good team. We've come back from 1 goal down, 4-1. Super.
Whoa! It's too much here. Can't take this.
Super performance. I'm delighted. I'm happy. I wake up tomorrow morning. I go to work. I've got a buzz.
Ipswich.
I've got a buzz. Right. I don't have to go in as a fan, I don't have to
I'm
go
joking,
into.
man. I'm joking.
I don't have to go. I'm staying on the micro. I don't have to go into the club tomorrow morning and organise my training session for the next couple of days before we go to Turkey.
If only, Ian.
I'm a fan. This is not my living. I'm a fan. I follow the team. I'm a fan. We won. I'm happy. On a macro level, do I think Ange might, like Poch, pull off a miracle and win a trophy because of the owners who have every manager since Zenit joined with one hand tied behind their back? This is not a serious football club like other clubs.
I agree with. No, he's right there. You're right.
We are not a serious football club. So let's not,
I'm bored with that.
I've had an Arsenal fan giving me grief because I sent him a text today.
We're not a serious football club. Still be happy.
Right.
No, that's not. Listen, still, there are a lot of things about my club that I'm not happy about, and you know that I agree with a lot of that stuff going on at the club. All I'm saying is, you have to be able to. That's one thing that we absolutely, and we can't do nothing. We can't. This ownership. You know the troubles we've had, even trying to protest and all of that. We've done all of that, and we know the difficulties. We've been there front line. Then I can't say I'm going to deprive myself of today's win. I can be not happy about this, but then I say, you know what? On the day that Spurs win, I can't say I feel nothing, man, because if I feel nothing after a win, listen. We are fucked. We have to.
Guys.
Then you know what? Then it makes you think. Why'd you put yourself through it? Why'd you watch a Spurs game?
I was about to say.
Why'd you put yourself through it? Watch a Spurs game.
I'll answer that one for you.
Why?
I'm not saying addiction. Well, let me answer it then. There's two things. There's addiction, and there's that other half where that poor fella just can't walk away from a relationship where the woman keeps beating him with a frying pan.
Fuck me, that's Spurs for you lot.
No, Iggy,
exactly.
Iggy,
Spurs
man.
It's not that easy to walk away from it, mate. It's not.
I cannot
done it.
You've got to enjoy it. You've got to enjoy days like today. Otherwise,
no. This it's an acceptance of mediocrity. It is an acceptance.
No, it's not. Still,
no.
Absolutely, it is. It is an acceptance of
mediocrity. Why? Hang on. Stop.
Acceptance of mediocrity.
Tolerating
mediocrity. Accepting. Listen, I know what I would want. I know exactly where I would want to see Tottenham and fight. I do know. Like, I want to be seeing Tottenham being more ambitious, showing more as a club, showing more ambition on the football side of things, where we can bring those 2-3 quality players. No, I do. I wish. Listen, if only we can go out there and say, instead of spending millions on 6, 7, 8 players, bring 2-3 quality players that you spend the same amount on a 7 and 8, which we've done numerous amount of times, and say, you know what, every season just keep doing that for the next 3-4 seasons and jump up those leagues. Then I say, you know what, something's changing. But I'm not. It doesn't look like it's going to happen in times because we don't show that ambition as a club. I'm fully aware of that.
Right?
But
after 10 games last season.
On match day, when I see my team and I say I feel nothing after 95 minutes, I'm winning 4-1.
No. None of you have learned. None of you have learned. None of you. I'm sorry. I'll call you all out now. I'm going to slap everyone.
Slap away. I'll be bouncing back. Don't worry about that, man.
Right. After 10 games last season, just go back and listen to what was going on in this club after 10 games last season.
Getting carried away. I'm not that guy, by the way. You know I'm not that guy.
Okay, so
I'm not that guy. We're going to win the league.
Okay, that's fine. I said what was going on, right?
I enjoyed the wins.
10 games into this season, this is where we are at as a fan base. When we win, all the YouTube channels, all the YouTube shows, brilliant, masterclass.
We must apologise.
Not this one. How different we all are. We've never done that. We've never done that here.
Let me finish. Tottenham Away is the fucking Don, as is the Dan Hotspur channel and Football Heritage. These are Don channels because we keep it real. Every other channel, masterclass, magnificent, brilliant, blah, 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 blah. As soon as we lose, Rome wasn't built in a day. Be patient. Things take time.
Still,
Ange needs more transfer windows. It's and we're doing, and currently we're on this side. We're on the magnificent, marvelous moment. As soon as the wheels come off in a game at some point, won't be Ipswich, we'll beat them. Probably Man City away. Fucking hell, he doesn't learn. He didn't.
No,
change.
Man City would be forgivable, yeah. Look at it this way, still.
Dan, let me finish. Damn it. Okay,
Sorry,
Dan,
mate, go on.
Then the next game after Man City, whenever it happens, right? And it's going to be like this all season. I've seen this all before, right? Until that stops, and I see what Poch gave me, which was every game I went into with Poch, home or away, we're going to fucking beat them. I was so confident. I really believed we were going to beat anyone in front of us. Arsenal away, Chelsea away, Man United at home, Man United away, Newcastle. We are going to fucking give it to them. In Europe, bring on Real Madrid. Bring on Dortmund. Once I get back there, Iggy, I won't be like this. I will not. I believe you me. I will be ultra.
But
positive.
you know we're not there as a club. You know that.
Right. So until then,
we know that from now we're not.
Yes, correct. Now you're with me. Until and because of that, I don't buy into this shit.
And I'll give you a reason why.
Then you have to.
It's self-defense.
It doesn't make me happy.
Here's a little saying I would give to any Spurs supporter out there. Here's a little saying I'll give to any Spurs supporter out there. Don't trust too much. Don't love too much. Don't hope too much. Because that too much can hurt you so much.
But what happens a Saturday afternoon? Yeah, but Dan, still, whilst we await for that day to happen, the ownership to change, it'll be a happy day. Of course, it will be.
No, we're talking about
until then. Until that moment happens, whenever that will be, might be 5, 10. It might not happen in our lifetime. Who fucking knows? But until that moment happens, what do we do in the meantime? Saturday 3 p.m. to go with the old school times when football used to be playing.
Johnson, we cuss Werner, we cuss the ones that let us down, and when we win, big up Madison. Praise.
But who puts Werner, Johnson? Did they decide they come at White Lane, put the Spurs shirt on and play? Did they decide that?
Take the wages,
or we went and purchased these players, brought them in. So that's what I'm saying. There's in the grand scheme of things, there's a club that make decisions that decide who puts a shirt on at Tottenham Hotspur. These guys haven't come and said, by the way, I want to wear your shirt today and play for you lot. It didn't happen like that.
Let me put it differently. If today's game was a semi-final for the Europa Cup, and we played Aston Villa in, let's call it Man United because they're in the Europa Cup. If we've got Man United in the Europa Cup semi-final and over 2 legs we knock them out to go to a final, I'm coming on here with a lot of fucking energy and super excitement because now I'm back to what I felt before. I've got it back. But winning a game against a good team where we end up 7th, having lost 4, 10 points down on last season, I can't get on board yet, Iggy. I simply can't.
I'm not asking you to go on board. I'm asking you in isolation. In isolation.
I can't be happy to come on board. I can't be happy to come on board.
Out of a question for everyone then. Question for everyone.
I'm very unique. I'm probably the 1% of the fan base.
I know how you can go through 90 minutes of a game,
right,
winning 4-1 against a good side, which has to be like.
Let me give you a question.
I can't comprehend that thought.
But when it goes wrong, you're not going to have a big fall where I'm going to be sitting like, this does not.
No. Wait. We are, me and Tiggy, we are not like happy clapping saying we are going to win the league.
I never said you are.
We never said that. No one ever said that.
But you said you lot, right? And you are debating us, so it sounds as if you were like directing this to us, right? I think what Iggy is trying to say is that, listen, I don't know, Stan, did you see like this in front of the TV today, or you were at the stadium, right?
I was at the stadium,
like
this? I struggled to clap, man.
I Villa for 1 and you were like this.
I think something's not right, man. Something's not right there.
The only thing I applauded was
there has to be a bit of happiness with this whole thing, right?
No, Michael, my thing is this. My thing is this. But I can't, Mike, my thing is this, okay?
Michael, I get out the house, I get to meet some friends.
No, listen, I'm not knocking. Listen, you, Stelios.
I like being in the stadium. It's quite nice at times.
Still, you can feel any way you feel, man. I'm not saying you feel the way you feel. I'm saying I can't comprehend it, but at the same time, me saying I can't comprehend it, that doesn't mean that his feelings are not validated. They are validated. You are allowed to feel the way you are. I can't understand it. That doesn't mean what he's doing is wrong. But at the same time, in return, I can't be then be coming at me saying I'm a happy clapper of fake positivity for feeling the
Iggy.
way I do. You're not validating my feelings in that sense.
One thing that
He's not
both
saying
you
that,
need
he's
to
saying
try and
he's
do
not
here,
on board with
one
Ange
thing you
like
both
basically.
need,
That's why it's okay.
one thing you both need to try and do here is stop trying to understand each other because you ain't going to do it. Just try and get it.
No.
Hear what I said.
Dan,
Hang on,
for me, forgive me. To feel nothing after 90 minutes when your team wins 4-1, for me, I can't comprehend
You've
that.
missed what I said. No, I'm not telling you to understand it. I'm telling you to get it. It's two total different things. There's certain things that happen in life that we will all understand, but there's certain things that happen that you'll never understand it, but you'll get it.
Don't cuss
and then there's other things.
That's what I'm
and then
saying.
there's other
I don't
things.
cuss. I'm not cussing the way he feels. I'm saying I don't understand it. But at the same time, I can't be called a happy clapper and fake positivity for being happy that Spurs won, even though I know the shit that goes on at my club.
No,
if we lose,
you're
if
getting beaten.
lose,
Hang on.
the next away game, it is fake positivity.
You're getting
It's
beaten up by your
100%
missus.
positivity.
Not you. I'm saying the abusive relationship you was talking about, Dan.
No.
The abusive relationship. Hang on. The abusive relationship you was talking about earlier. You're getting licks by your missus, but you can still love her. You love her, but you're there because you love her, but you're still getting licks.
Yeah, fake love. Fake love.
Fake love. You think you love
fake love.
Right, let me ask you all a question.
We think we love Spurs. We think we love Spurs. We think we love Spurs.
You don't have to like something.
I don't love this
it.
Tottenham.
You don't have to like it to love it.
You love Tottenham.
I love Tottenham, but not this
Tottenham. The fucking club.
Not Levy's Tottenham, no.
But let me ask a question to you then. What game excited you more in the aspect of winning it? This game or the Man City game? I'll answer my one first. The Man City game wins it hands over the Aston Villa one because the Man City one takes us a step further to something we could possibly do.
I'm on board with that.
This one to me is just another league game because I know we ain't going to get top
these 3 points exactly. But even if we make the top 4, what have we done? Got the money, but we're not going to do jack shit in the Champions League.
By top 4.
We're going to turn up the party.
Top 4, I'm not excited by that. I don't care.
I agree with you. That's what I'm saying to you. I'm agreeing with Dan when he says winning against Man City has a little bit more importance than getting 3 points against Villa because it's like we got the invitation. We got top 4. We got the invitation to go out party and then drinking 2 WKDs, getting pissed and going home early while everyone's still partying. That's what we do. 2 WKD when we get into the Champions League. Oh, I'm drunk. See you later. And everyone else is like, yeah, everyone's like hammering it, going past the group stages, going into the knockouts.
That's exactly what Spurs are.
And drinking, and we 2 WKDs in. We're like, well, our Champions League.
And all your mates get to go home with a lovely woman, and you have to go home.
No, we would make past the WKD. We drink up. Oh, fuck me, this party's too much. Fuck me, you played all season to make it here, and then you
drink WKD.
I'm just giving an example. I'm saying you've done all of that to make it to this party. You have a couple of WKDs and you've gone home because you're that much of a lightweight. No, everyone's like, who's that fucking geezer, man?
I'd at least drink Smirnoff Ice, mate. Come on, make it
Smirnoff Ice. They'll look at you, Dan. They'll be like, oh, I goes, that look like Tottenham over there. Is that them? I'm not sure. They didn't stay here long enough. They've gone.
Iggy, I expect us to finish automatically into the next stage of Europa top 8. I expect that. I expect us to finish top 6, 7, back in some kind of European competition, whether it's Europa Cup or Conference League. Yes. I expect that. Okay. For me to get on board with anything going on in this club, I need to see right now 2 things. 1, we go beyond my expectation of that and get to a final, get to a semi-final, which I'm going to have to wait and see, right? I'm going to wait and see. Until then, I've got no emotion for it.
Not winning the cup final, but just making it would be an achievement.
No. What it would do is get me on your train. Right? And I need to see that this manager can win more than a couple of games in a row in the Premier League. We are so fucking inconsistent in the Premier League. It beggars belief how he's given the words magnificent. Ange ball. Wow. It is such
Who's doing that though? Sorry, who's done that?
Our fan base.
80% of the YouTube channels, 95% of the podcasters, most of the journalists, and our fan base in general.
But you know what?
Right? They're booing and hissing at Crystal Palace away, and then the next minute, Whoa,
So,
whoa, whoa.
so what? Listen. All right, let me just say something on YouTube. You know me. I never talk about other YouTube channels, right? I'll say this: when YouTube channels use these buzzwords that you just mentioned just now,
Project,
you
process, patience.
you have to look at it.
If anyone uses that word
brain.
patience again,
No. Hear me out. When they use these words, there could be a whole host of things. They could be like the delusional camp, the whatever camp. But there's other stuff like YouTube channels that they use these words to get the views and to get the likes. I'm not naming names. I'm just saying that there's different YouTube channels
Iggy,
go
you
out
do
here.
it. You've started doing it.
I do it. No.
A little bit.
See, now you're offending me. Now you're offending
No,
me
I'm not offending you.
because you're offending me because I do it because I celebrate. I said the other day in the video. I know the video you're referring to is when Spurs win. Fucking enjoy it. That's exactly the video you're talking about. And I'm saying that is what I believe. Is not. I'm not doing. I've never done videos for clicking likes. Never. I do it because if I do a video of that kind, it's because I generally feel it. I'm saying just no. I'm answering the question. This is me answering. It's not me getting angry. It's me answering in a passionate way. I do it because in that moment I'm actually in there saying, when Spurs win, fucking enjoy it. It's as simple as that. Win. Now it doesn't change. I'm able to put things aside at the club, and I know the failures of this fucking club more than anyone else. I know it, but equally as you lot as well. But I also know to say, you know what? I can't look at this team and feel. If I generally felt like that, that's that. And I'm saying for me still. I'm not saying for you. You can do what you want. I'm saying for me, if I have to look at a team and like you said earlier, I feel nothing.
None of us are personal.
Nothing. I'm saying for me, it doesn't work. I can't watch. If I'm going to watch a match, and at the end of the day, I have the feeling I felt nothing. I wouldn't sit there and watch it. Because I'm thinking, why am I doing this? It's like. It's almost it's a madness for me. This is why I can't comprehend what he's saying. I can't get on board.
Give an example. Okay.
But he doesn't get on board in my fake positivity and my happy clapping, and maybe I can't make him understand that either. But I can't watch Spurs and feel nothing. If I feel nothing, I'd rather go for a walk.
Yeah, like,
and not watch Spurs.
If you feel
Listening
nothing,
to it on the
just
radio,
don't watch it, right? If you feel nothing, then don't watch it.
No, I'd watch it in a very dissociated way, listening to it on the radio. That doesn't mean, listen, I'm not saying you shouldn't go to the stadium. That's like I said, his feelings are validated, and I'm not saying that he's allowed to feel the way he feels. I'm just saying for me, it doesn't work because I know what I'm like, and I know that when I make a video, I don't say it for clicks and likes. What I was trying to say, though, to the point about the other YouTube channels, there are people that do it for the click and likes, and they go, like you mentioned earlier, they go vroom, vroom, because they go with the narrative. A lot of the YouTube channels, not just Spurs ones, everyone, they go with the narrative because they click the algorithms and gets the views and the likes and the subscriptions. They go that route. Others, because they're fucking fully delusional. Others, like us, maybe are seen as negative, saying fucking they haven't got a nice thing to say about Spurs, whether they win, whether they lose, whether they draw, they're fucking still hammering. We get that a lot, and I'm sure others. So what I'm saying is, everyone does what they feel is right for them. We do it.
That's the Italian
for us, and for all I can say, Ian and guys, and Tottenham away is that we don't all go by the same narrative. We're not the echo chambers. If me and Stel, sometimes we agree, other times we don't. It happens all the fucking time.
Every guest on this show and every
has everyone an opinion. Ian has his ideas, and you have yours. Everyone on here, everybody that comes on here or watches us here or can say what they want. If that's how they feel, it's validated, man. That's how you feel. And there'll be occasions where I'll listen to something, I'll be like, I don't get it, but then Stel might look at me and say, I don't get it.
Iggy, let me bring it down. Let me bring it, Taz, can I just say, let me bring it down very simply, because I travel all over the country. Snell was with me when we got home from Manchester at 1 o'clock in the morning a few weeks ago.
I told you don't get carried away after that one. I warned you.
Right? And it's all about, do you know what?
I told them both in the car.
Do you know what? Life, you don't know how long you're here for. You don't know what's around the corner, and you've got to enjoy it. And you go to football. I'm talking about myself now. I go to football. And for me, it's a buzz. Take everything else out, because if I decided whether to go to Tottenham or not based on how I feel about this ownership, I'd never go again. But I love this club too much. And I go and I love it.
I love the badge. Not the
And when
club.
we score, I'm up. Doesn't matter whether it's Man City on Wednesday or Villa today. I've walked out. I'm a happy bunny at the end of the final whistle. I'm walking down that high road. Fuck me, and I am happy. I've walked in here, and it's a buzz. Terrific. And if you don't feel anything, if you can't feel, if you go to a game and the whole thing,
you're being dismissive. You're being dismissive, though, man. You can't say that.
The whole thing about football.
I'm happy to be here.
Hang on, still, the whole thing about football, you can take the piss. You can take the piss, but the whole thing about football is it's raw.
Ian, what is happening?
It is raw emotion still. It's emotion. It's being with the crowd. It's singing like 4,000. It's just brilliant. It's just brilliant. And if you can't feel it, and you feel the lows like the highs coming out of Brighton, we were going fucking mental. Palace, you know, I was turning around the two of us, right? The guy next to me after 70 minutes. What on earth is going on with this shit?
Ian,
but
you're describing vibes.
There's emotion still.
Everything I said.
That's what it's all about.
Is
That's what it's all about. It's what football's all about.
You describe micro and macro. On a micro level, for example, I'm happy with today's result, right? But I'm not going to start going over the top and buying into Ange.
I don't believe it.
On a macro level, I'm not with Ange. Because
nobody's asking you to go over the top. Right?
Their second seasons were way more solid than this. Yeah? So why should I buy into Ange when I've seen better? Number one. Number two, this guy has been consistently inconsistent. He sells us dreams, the title, the trophies, apparently his second season. If he was more of a manager come out and said,
if he sells, that means you bought.
Huh?
If he's selling, that means someone's buying. Who's buying?
I'm not buying. But
I haven't bought into. The thing is, I'm happy about today's win, but I haven't bought into the fact that he's going to boom in the league title this season.
No, that's not what I said. I'm
in
saying
5 years, maybe. I'm saying
you're buying into Ange, though, aren't you, Iggy? You said get on the train.
Get on the train when Spurs win. Get on the train and be happy that they've won. Now, if he's telling me, if he's looking at me in the face and say this year is going to deliver the league, you're fucking mad. I'll be like, that's what I will say to him. You're fucking mad. You're absolutely mad. But listen, it's a strange one because I can still be happy that Spurs won today, but look at someone say you're chatting shit if you're going to deliver me the league this year. I can't. That's not. I'm saying that.
Can I ask you a question then? Can I ask you a question so I can understand? Because I don't understand you two, right? And guys, Michael, Dan, just jump in whenever you want. This isn't about us, right? It's everyone. I don't understand how, without any consistency, you can find happiness in that. It's almost like this, right? It's almost like you're happy in a marriage, but half the time she talks to you, half the time she doesn't. Maybe you actually don't. Maybe you prefer it when she doesn't talk to you, right? Who knows? But it's just like
horses for courses.
I get no action in the bedroom. Right? I get no action in the bedroom for a whole month, but then I get lots for a week. I get lots for a week. Then I get no action for 2 months, but then I get 2 weeks worth. It's like,
yeah, but you could still want a relationship. But
how am I happy with
this? You're making yourself sound like you're 18.
You can still want a relationship in the long run. in the most ideal scenarios, you can always.
It's not stable though. It's not stable.
You can want a relationship.
If you do regular action, you're like, you know what? I'm quite. You got an extra spring in your step. You're a bit more happy. Like, yeah, man, that's good. But when
I'm not going into this. I'm going to say all the wrong things, and I'm not even going to go into this. Maybe this one's for behind the scenes. This one behind the scenes.
Guys, one at a time, because
I'm not even going to go into this one here because I'm just going to say some shit.
1 week you get action, next week you don't. Sometimes you do. With Poch, we've got regular action. There's a good movie. It's a good movie.
So what's happening right now then? If that's regular action, what's this? What we're getting now then for you?
The power keeps getting cut when you're watching the movie. The power keeps getting cut. The power keeps getting cut when you watch the movie. But you can't get into the movie. You can't get into it.
But you know what? Still, you either want to get on that roller coaster this season.
Why? Why should we get on it? There's no reason.
Why? I tell you why.
Why watch it then?
I tell you why it has, because I don't want to stick. I don't want to sit there.
I want to be on the Orient.
Hang on, I don't want to sit there like a statue.
What? Look,
You know what? There's no
agreeing with both of you.
That's what Ange does on the touchline, though. That's what Ange does on
agreeing
the
with both
touchline.
of you here, yeah? I get it that when you win, I was happy today, but that was 9 hours ago. But the problem is, for me personally, and I think I can vouch for a few, being the Spurs supporter, is you just can't help but look ahead. I am at that point with Tottenham fucking Hotspur that if it was the last game of the season and we were 4 points clear, I'd still be looking over my shoulder thinking, how are we going to fuck this up?
You see, different.
That's not helping.
Being honest.
Proper abusive. That's abusive shit right there, boy.
But that's what Tottenham has done to me.
That is what they have done to me. Dan is not talking about Ange. He's not talking about leaving. This goes back right at the back. This is like literally early ages.
Done it to me.
That's
Tottenham
fucked up. You know that. 4 points ahead with one game.
That's the whole point of it, mate. Tottenham have done that to me. Only Spurs could do that.
4 points ahead with one game to go. My man's still looking at it. That link is
exactly one way or another.
You know what that reminds me of? That Champions League when Harry Redknapp got us fourth, and it needed Chelsea to win that European Cup for us to lose out.
Yeah.
And if there's one team that can happen to, that's Tottenham. And
that's what I'm on about. We'd go and do that, and
that's a Spurs thing.
And then we'd have gone £2 over the limit or something, and have a point reducted and lose it on fucking goal difference.
That's a life of a Spurs fan. That's right there.
That is Tottenham.
That is Tottenham. You are talking deep rooted. It doesn't. This goes beyond this season. This is taking everything that happened.
Iggy, 3 words to sum it up. We are jinxed.
I thought you were going to say we're back.
That's it. As a club, we are jinxed. We get to a Champions League final. Hang on, we get to a Champions League final for the first time ever. I probably won't ever see it again. They changed the rule for the final. They've had the same handball rule for every game from the qualifying to the semis. They changed the rule on June the 1st. Who else changes a rule before the end of a season?
And we respected it.
We get in there. My say, we have a great Friday. We had a fabulous meal just down the road from the Bernabeu. We've gone into the town on the Saturday. The fan zone was fantastic. The singing was brilliant. We've gone out. I've had a drink with a pal of mine that I've met. We've gone to the grounds. Fantastic buzz. I mean, it was totally disorganised. It was a long walk from the station. Got in the ground. 21 fucking seconds. Only Tottenham. You can't even enjoy the game, even for 10 minutes. 21 seconds. And he's given
So, Ian, how can you enjoy the game after 90 minutes, even if we win it then? Because you're expecting the next crap to happen.
We are jinxed.
We are, mate.
Emerson Royale.
That's jinxed.
Oh, yeah.
That's
again,
jinxed.
only a shit team like AC Milan could put Emerson Royale in there and make it right. They're the only Mickey Mouse club that could do it.
Guys, if you can enjoy the ride
from AC Milan,
see what lands, then go for it. Me,
I'm
not on board any train. I'm not getting involved in any happy whatever moments. I'm going to just watch. I'm going to observe. I'm going to talk about it. Come into the season, though, right? If we don't deliver, it's not about I told you. It's not. I don't need to do that because you lot will know.
What are you going to do? Ring Amazon and get your money back?
No. I'm going to sit
Your parcel didn't turn up.
He's not going to. He's not going to say I told you so, but he's going to go like this.
Yeah.
No.
The man didn't take a picture of the parcel, mate. I'm having you. It never delivered. When you know it did.
I'm not going to do any of that. All I'm going to do is I'm going to turn around to all of you guys and say, "Do you get it now? Why I'm like,
I get it.
Do you understand? Has the penny dropped?" That's what I'm going to say. This is why I never put any emotion.
That's not you, Stella. That's not you. You will go on the community page. And you start hammering everyone there. You'll come on here, start hammering everyone here. That is you, Stella. You will come on here. Don't fucking tell me you're gonna go. Do you get it now? You're gonna go. You all right there, mate?
Look at
You all right? I
7
tried to
posts
warn
in
you.
15 minutes.
I didn't listen. You
No,
wouldn't
no, I
listen.
won't.
All you Spurs fans,
Yes,
you
man.
would not listen. I told you. But you didn't want to listen. You didn't listen. Look at you now.
I'm calm.
Be like, you know Scarface when he blasts that geezer's head and it is all on the dashboard and he looks at him and goes, "You wanted me to kill that guy with his whole family? Look at you now." And he's all splattered on the dashboard. He goes, "Look at you now."
I went on
You're gonna be
We Are
that guy.
Tottenham TV and I said I made my stall the day we
Well,
re-signed
the
Vernon.
chat, by the way.
Yeah, no, big up.
Big up, guys.
I told everyone on that
I
day.
saw that one. Are you talking about when we re-signed Werner?
Yeah.
When we re-signed Werner, listen.
And now
that was a
he's
shit show.
bumming out. Now he's bumming out. This is what happens. I said.
So you honestly telling me that everybody was happy about Werner re-signing? Everybody.
Go look at the comments. Go look at the comments.
You know what? I might have to do that. I might have to go and refind that video and look at the comments.
To be fair, there were a lot of people
It was
happy
shocking.
about Werner.
I was never on board with that. After seeing him that 6 months at Spurs, I was never on board with that.
We are not, in my opinion, doing diddly squat whilst we continue this mediocre transfer window. Let Solanke have one good game in 10. Bravo. Brilliant. Let Kulu turn up when we win, when we're up against it losing. Most of the time he goes missing, right?
Let me ask you a question, Still. Let me ask you a question.
We're going to go at the end of the season. I'll be a different person, but I just don't see it. I don't believe it.
Let me ask you a question. We beat United. We draw Newcastle. We scraped through there.
We lost to
Newcastle. Arsenal at Wembley on March the 16th. Werner gets the winner.
Yeah, that's not going to happen, though, is it?
Hey, what are you going to say when you come on here?
Why not?
If that ever happens, what would you say?
Maybe.
What would happen?
Everything can happen until it doesn't.
I'm gonna say.
I'm gonna say.
Give me your dealer's number. What drugs are you on? Can I join this party? Because it sounds like a lot of fun.
Boy, this stream has been going on for 4 hours. How long are we going on for? 4 hours and 15 minutes. How long are we going for, man?
I don't know. It depends how much Tottenham Hotspur you've sniffed, innit?
Do you know what I mean? Just rack up a line of Tottenham.
Iggy, what Stell is saying is he needs more proof.
You know what? It takes a special kind of fan to be a Tottenham fan, guys. You know, in a world of cities, in a world of
proof.
Listen to me, guys. In a world of cities and United, man, there's only one Tottenham Hotspur. Fact. Only one Tottenham Hotspur.
Listen,
there's no other club like it, man.
Listen, I see Savra and is it Ben or Sim in the chat trying to arrange a show? Get me on that panel show so I can get my vindication of what happened with my comments of Werner.
Guys, we are Tottenham TV. I don't know who's responding. Is it Ben or is it Sim? It's probably going to be Ben. Is it Ben?
It's Ben.
Okay, it's Ben. Ben, can you please, for my own sanity, can you get Stell on a panel show? No. Listen, I'm cool. I've been on a panel show. I'm happy. If I go again,
I'm thinking for
I only want to talk about Werner.
All of our sanities.
Ben or Sim, whoever's watching, I don't know who it is. If it's Ben, can you do a panel show and we got to discuss Werner and bring this guy on and let him have his say because he's gonna cook. He wants to cook. He doesn't want to cook you, he wants to cook everyone that went after him in the comments because I haven't seen the comments.
I want vindication.
Here we go. No,
you fucking vindication of those 1,000 plus combined comments who are all owe me an apology. I want at least 1,000 apologies. Right?
See, that's my point. My point is, you want to go. I told you. No, you think you said you would go on and go, do you get it now? Now you're talking about, I want vindication. I want an apology.
God, this is a lie. Everyone said it was a bad idea. Go on. This is fraudulent. Absolute fraudulence. Ben, Sim, despicable behaviour.
Big up, boys. Big up.
Fans are still trying to justify Werner now. On the
Big
show,
up. I'm going to the watch along with them actually for the Roma game. I'll be there. For the Roma game.
We're sitting here arguing about Werner still.
Mate, every comment on the video, every comment.
Do you know what? I swear, as soon as this is over,
for disrespect.
as soon as this is over, I'm gonna go and watch that video.
I can't believe
I've seen the video. I haven't seen the comments. I'm gonna play that video and I'm gonna start reading the comments.
I've got pages of it.
The archive, you know. Bam, 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 bam.
Because I went through, and whenever they pop up on this channel, I block them. I'm not forgiving. That was if they apologise, I'll unblock them.
Apologise, but you said it was all about. Do you get it? It's not vindication. It's not. I told you so. It was all about. Do you get it now? Now you're talking about vindication. I want an apology. I want this. Blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, because that was next level. The hate was next level. That was. I want to see that Ange can win 5 or 6 Premier League, not Karabag, Ferencváros, Kiev FCs.
Yeah, right? But you have to let that play out, man. Come on, man.
Okay, yeah, I'm waiting. I've been waiting for a year and a half. I'm still waiting, right? I want to see 6 Premier League games in a row, minimum, and half of them have to be away games. If he does that, I'll begin to say, all right, maybe something is happening.
I have to ask something.
But he never does it. He always fucks it up.
So I have to ask something.
Yeah,
we have City away in 2 games. If we lose that,
no, but you know what? The City is away.
Michael, listen, Michael, I'm humble. If we draw that, I will say fucking respect.
Yeah,
fucking respect.
No, but the thing is, I can accept.
Listen, Conte won there. I'm sorry,
yeah.
Conte won there.
Mike,
won there.
City
why
away.
Why is Ange gonna get a free ride after spending?
No one gets a free ride. All we want to see, whether we win, whether we
City's
draw.
got an injury crisis right now as well.
Now, whether we win, draw, or even lose at City, what you want is you want to go there and you want to go with chest. You want to have him fought for the game against Palace within fucking.
I don't want entertainment. I want results.
No, I'm sorry. No, don't do that. Don't do that, Stel. Don't do that, Stel. I said I want my team to fight, man. To fight. If you're going to get any kind of result, you have to have a team present that's ready to fight for every inch of the pitch.
We're not fighting away from home, Iggy.
Okay, but Iggy is saying
I don't want to see what I saw at Palace, where it wasn't the fact that the defeat was bad enough. It's the fact that we didn't turn up for 90 minutes. That's what I can't accept.
What if we turn up, play really good free-flowing football, possession 66%, XG 4.213?
You're not going to do that against Man City. You know that. No team does that. Who does that against Man City? Who does that?
I said if. Phil Tilt,
big if.
And the XA to the XG, BBC, ITV, everything's great, yeah? But we lose 3-0.
You can't do all of that and lose a game 3-0, man.
It's not really
against Man City. Against Man City, you don't do that.
You got to at least get 6 terabytes on there.
Then Jose's right. Then Jose's right.
Can I be honest?
Then Jose's right. You get all the stats. We'll take the result. You take the ball home.
Pochettino and Harry Redknapp went on runs in the Premier League. They went on runs. Conte. When we got top 4, look at the run he went on.
He done the second half of the season. We was relegation
So, Iggy,
form.
I can get on board with that. I can believe. I can get on your trains. And never done
trains,
that.
you know.
And
guys, can I be honest with you?
You take liberties. You know that. You take absolute liberties.
How? You're a different
on your trains. Like we're like delusional train. Delusional trains.
You said that.
Choo. Delusional. Happy clapper. Fake positivity. That's what you call me, let alone everyone else. Me.
It is fake positivity.
Yeah. I'll go on the fake positivity. I'll take the happy clapper. But you take the negative as well, man. You take the negative. Yeah, see, you don't fucking like that.
For me, there is 3 games.
Don't like that.
It's not negative. It's honesty.
No, it's negative positivity.
Michael.
Mine's fake and yours is negative positivity. Let's call it that.
What?
See, you don't fucking like it.
I don't understand it.
What's fake positivity? What's fake positivity?
Okay. Enjoy today. Brilliant. Don't cry when we lose the next one. Don't you dare cry.
No. That's exactly what I do. I cry when I lose, and I'm happy when I win.
Exactly.
That's what you do. That's football.
Fake positivity.
No, that's football, my friend.
Your football. Your standards of football.
And mine as well, still.
Oh, Ian, are you one of them ones? We lose. If we lose the game, we shouldn't be 2 down. If we win, don't
Why
be too
not?
happy.
Why not?
I don't. You do see me do breakdancing and flips and stuff like that when I win a game. I'm just happy that we won. What's so wrong with that, man?
Yeah,
I'm
been able to
really
do
having
that
this
since I was
conversation with
25.
you about being happy about winning the fucking game. Seriously, man. Like,
But
I'm happy
everyone
when
was.
we win. I get pissed off when we play like we did against Palace.
99.9% of fans are
Everyone
super
picked
happy
it up.
today. I'm just not one of them.
Cool.
I'm not
Feel
one of them.
nothing. Feel nothing.
It's a shame, Still, it's a shame you don't feel you can enjoy a win like that. In isolation, I'm talking about. It's a shame.
I think it's because he already knows what's going to happen this season. That's why.
But do you know what, Hans? You might as well forget. You might as well not support them then. You may as well not. You may as well look at it and think, you know what?
Sorry,
No, I'm not going to. I won't tell people what to do. I won't tell people what to do. Everyone can feel what they want.
That's
Michael.
I would happy with
Michael, say
it.
no. Say it, Michael. Say it. No, I want to hear it. Go on.
I just want you to see it from Stel's point of view.
I wanted to say that for me, there is 3 games in the league where I'm like, fuck it, I don't care what happens, right? It's Etihad, Stamford Bridge, and Anfield. And honestly, if we lose at the Etihad, I'm like, fair enough. Losing away at City is no shame, in my opinion. I don't know if you guys agree.
Well, Conte won there though. So
yeah,
no. Do you know what?
Brentford won there, right?
What you
it
just
doesn't
said,
mean
Mike,
it's a regular occurrence, right?
Mike, what you just said there, they are the only one of 4 guarantees in life that you can pretty much give a Spurs supporter. The only other fact in like you're going to lose in those 3 places. The only other fact is you're going to die. So that's about the 4 facts you give with fucking them 3. I agree with you. They are the only facts in. I'm agreeing with you, man.
If we lose at the Etihad, I won't be mad. I won't be making any judgments off of that. Like, seriously, for me,
it is what it is, isn't it?
It is what it is. Exactly, mate. And same thing with, especially Stamford Bridge. Honestly, guys, Spurs, Tottenham Hotspur is the only team in the English Premier League that starts with 36 games to play, not 38, because we played twice against Chelsea, and it's 2 losses.
I think Poch won there, didn't he?
You know what?
Once
we go and beat Chelsea. We go and beat Chelsea. I don't care if I'm in 15th place. I will be rocking, mate, getting on it. Because it just I've seen it a couple of times in my lifetime.
If you win at the Stamford Bridge, I'm like fucking fair enough.
Do you know what? That is bigger than winning the League Cup for Tottenham, and that is sad. You'd put up you'd go and get the tattoo on your arm, wouldn't you? That you just
once, right?
He won at Stamford Bridge and he got a 2-2 draw there. Also, Conte in the dying minutes snatched a 2-2 draw there. So when Ange doesn't do at least that, I can't get on board, man. He's proving that he's not the levels. Do you understand? I need to see these things. At the moment, I'm not seeing it. Even today, we beat
bang average, to be honest.
Brilliant. We beat Villa. Brilliant. Did we beat Villa last year 3-4-0 as well? I think we did.
Yeah, we did at Villa, yeah.
I'm not seeing anything different, guys. I'm not wowed. I'm not. But the XG is good. The possession is sexy. The field tilt, the I don't know, just pick a stat that everyone creams themselves over. The XG to XA.
Still, it's just for me, it's just about winning. Forget the stats. The stats are rubbish. There's only one stat.
No, Ian, it's about entertainment for you. You said Nuno was fucking boring.
Nuno was boring. He was boring.
So there's obviously entertainment.
You know what?
In it.
Still, when we won under Nuno,
oh my
I still
God,
walked out.
You taking the piss? You can't have somewhere else. You're a disgrace. You're a disgrace. I can't. Why did you show that?
I don't wear. It's not
you deserve, Iggy, both teams that you support, mate. You deserve them both, Tottenham and AC Milan, mate.
Of all the Italian Milan names you could have put, why did you put Emerson?
Why not Nesta or Maldini?
I'm sending. This is a gift to Sava. Sava is he was on about Emerson Royale. I'm going to send it to his house. Sava, can you post me your address and I'll in private and I'll send it.
When I saw AC Milan sign Royale, that was the next best thing to me, as in Arsenal fucking something up. I absolutely loved it. I thought, what are you dickheads doing? I mean, I'm into Milan to the bone, same as I am Spurs.
Shocking.
Same level with both of them and that. Yeah, just Inter Milan have one more in life than AC. So we're bigger club.
Shocking, man. The thing is, Yeah, I don't know. Let's not even open that one, man. Fuck that one.
We've actually won more. We've actually won Serie A more times than you now. The only one you outdo us on is Champions League.
Let's not talk about those two Scudettos. Let's not talk about those two Scudettos.
You've done us on the last one. You've done us on the last one.
What's up, Palermo? Big up. All right, listen, guys, we're going to wrap it up. But one last thing before we wrap it up. It's been, I don't know what.
Yeah, come on, man. I've got to bed. This is way past my bedtime.
Iggy came
I need to go and get a bit of happy vibes. I'm actually going to go and find that video of Tottenham TV and about the. I want to go and read the comments before I go to bed.
Go to YouTube.
I'll have a little giggle. I might even watch Match of the Day and go through the happy.
Just search Werner, We Are Tottenham TV. It will come up.
Don't worry, I just see Stelz's face and
you'll find it. June time. A quick question before we go. We'll start with Ian. Prediction for Galatasaray away, and then we'll wrap it up.
Oh. That's a tough ground, man, for anyone.
I'll be happy if we get a draw. Be happy with a draw.
Listen, we're in a healthy position in Europe at the moment.
We are.
To me, of course, I'd want Spurs to win.
Is it one more win?
1 minute. Let me go around. Let me go around. So Ian, are you going for a draw?
1-1 draw.
Sold out to leave it, man.
1-1. Michael.
Yeah, I'll take the draw.
Same, I think. 1-0 draw or like 2-2, something like that.
Just so you know, I think we're second or third and they're fifth. So it's a top 5 clash.
We are third.
They're fifth. Okay, we're third. All right. What did you say, Michael? Prediction?
2-2, 1-1,
a draw
2-2,
well.
like a draw,
1-1.
basically.
All right, another score draw. Dan, what do you think? Galatasaray away.
Do you know what? If we go and get a draw at Galatasaray, even with our best team, I will be over the moon because it's like playing for 13 players. You're playing against their fans, and they are some of the most. They're just animals out there. And plus, you're also playing against the ref because he's so scared not to go in their favour where he gets shanked up or something. So a draw would be fine for me.
Well, you know what, Dan? I think you might have hit something on the money there. Is if we play our first team, see you later, mate. If we win our first, look at this, sold out to Levy. How the fuck have I sold out to Levy? Anyway,
I just won you up to on it.
Yeah, it's cool. Don't worry, it's that time. If we play our first team, I think we can even go and beat them there. As difficult as the ground as it is, and
it's possible.
I do feel because of the position that we're in, and given the games that we got as well, I think he might change it up a little bit. And that's the thing, we can't change it up too much and still get a result. Do you know what I mean?
The thing is at Galatasaray, for me, we can't afford to play Archie Gray or Mikey Moore. We can't.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That will massively impact the result, wouldn't it?
Massively impact that. They'll probably come off with a shakes and that.
Dan, you can't pay the starting players when you got another game on the weekend. That's 3 games.
But this is why. How do you predict the result if you don't know even the 11 that are going out there, man?
You can't.
If we're gonna go with,
you've got to predict what Ange is going to do. You've got to think what he's going to do, right?
Well, I think he's going to make the changes, and if he plays players like Fraser Forster, Archie Gray right back, and obviously Romero and Van der Ven, are they going to be available? And when you start thinking of the changes that we're going to make
for Galatasaray,
yeah.
You go and put Mikey Moore, Bergvall, or Gray in that team to play at Galatasaray.
Exactly.
Do you know what'll happen? You'll have social services banging on Spurs' door and take them away and give them to like proper carers. Seriously, mate, that is
not ye of little faith, Dan. Oh,
yeah. Draw. What about you?
2-1 to Galatasaray.
2-1 to Galatasaray. By the way, Michael, quickly answer this before we go to Iggy from Artist. Big up Artist. He says, Michael, would we beat Legia Warsaw or Poznan?
Mate. 3-0 Legia Warsaw and Lech Poznań probably like 4-0 or something.
There you go. Oh, by the way, Scott, I'm sorry, I missed super chat. Iggy, why do we have to lie? Iggy, why do we have to lie?
I don't understand. What's the context of this? I don't follow.
By the way, Legia Warsaw.
What have I lied about tonight? Have I lied? Do you guys feel like I've lied about something tonight?
I'm just reading out the super chats.
What is the context, man?
You've just been giving your opinion. That's all.
No, but I don't listen. Listen, Pings. No. Let me. I'm just gonna go like this.
It's Scott Egg, right?
Yeah, it's fine. I know, Scott. We're cool. Scott's cool, man. It's not a problem with that. I don't think anyone's like. I think we get things right, and I think we get things wrong. I think we do. Well, us in here, I feel all of you guys. By the way, I feel like you tell the truth in the sense of you tell the truth, and you're saying what you truly believe. I can agree with it and not believe in it. Or hang on, I can agree and not agree.
No,
but it doesn't
say it
mean
a
that you're
different way.
lying.
No, say it a different way. It's what I said earlier. You get it, you just don't believe it. You just don't agree with it, basically.
No. Listen, no. I'm saying, for me, like I said, I get the whole thing about the club and all of that stuff like that. I just can't. On the day I'm watching the game, I'm just.
You can't understand it. It's like I said, you get things, but then some things
but
you
for me,
understand them.
I don't think because Stell feels the way he is and he says the way he is. He is what he's saying is truth, right? I'm not saying he's lying about it. It's truth. You're right. I don't get it, but I don't think anyone here says lies. I think what you guys are all telling the truth. Then it's up to everyone. We can agree and disagree. And I think this is what I find strange, and I see it all happening online all the time. That just because you don't agree with what someone's saying, you don't dismiss it as you're chatting shit or you're lying or you're full of shit or you're fake positive just because you don't agree with that person saying.
No.
I mean, that's what's wrong. It's like we
Not when it's
automatically
opinions.
when it's opinions. What we do as a society, generally, what we do is if we don't agree with something or we don't accept it, we just dismiss it and we smash them as well. I don't agree with that. I think people should say what they want. And
no, mate. Now you're just getting political. Now you're just getting political.
I just think
like that. Put it that way.
No, I just think in football. I just think in football is you agree or you don't agree. It's a debate. You don't rubbish someone's comment just because you don't agree with it. It's their truth, man. If that's what they believe, that's what
I agree with you, but majority of our fan base won't. If we criticize someone, they go nuts.
But that's all fans, I have to say, man. I've seen some.
No, but
I said it earlier on.
We're a divided fan base. We're divided on the owners. We're divided on the manager, we're divided on transfers. We're divided on the coaching staff. We're divided on the money. We're divided on.
But I think that's also in a really sick way. It's almost like our club wants it to be that way.
Yeah, divide and conquer.
Mm-hmm. I think we're massively down.
It's the oldest trick.
Do you know what I've seen? Like I said earlier, I watch a lot of the club's comments when they lose. It was like when they win, everything's fantastic, like Arsenal and Man City's and like. But then you lose or Liverpool, you see them lose, and that's when you get a real taste of what they're really all. And then we're not. I'm saying that the others are not that much different to where we are when it comes to losing the plot. Everyone loses the plot the same way, man. Believe me.
It's been a good weekend, though, hasn't it? It's been a good weekend.
Iggy, what was your prediction, by the way?
It's hard because we don't know what team's going to field. If he plays our strongest team, we'll win.
Now he's doing a Michael.
Come on, man. How's this a Michael, man? How the fuck? If I say to you, if we play the strongest team, we'll win. But then he comes with Fraser Foster.
I just wanted to pick on someone else. I'm sorry. I've got a problem.
But still, think about it. I say we win. No, still, I say we win, thinking that we're playing first team, and then he presents me Fraser Forster, Archie Gray right back.
Iggy, you've got to predict what you think he might do then, and then go with that, right? That's
Archie Gray is generational, Iggy. Don't worry.
Please don't. It's fucking 2:40 a.m.
No, not fucking.
I ain't even ready for that shit now.
Lord.
I don't know the answer to that question. I don't because I don't know if we make the changes that I think we're going to make, we'll lose.
What's your prediction?
If we make the changes, I think we'll lose. If we make the changes that we make, we'll lose. If we stick to the first team, I think we can actually go out there and get a result.
So which one is it going to be, Iggy?
Fuck me. When are we playing?
Don't worry, no one.
When are we playing them?
Nobody watches.
When are we playing? Thursday, and then we've got Ipswich on Sunday.
Yeah.
I think we'll make the changes, and I think we'll lose that game.
For me, we lose because we've got no centre backs. We're going to have to play Ben Davies and Dragusin, and Oshiman is going to rinse them. If my biggest thing this season has been, I have not been impressed by us in Europe at all, and we've been getting away with it because we haven't come up against one team with a good attacking lineup and they just fluffed their chances. I think Galatasaray this time is going to be that team
That is a fair,
that actually says, you know what, we got you.
Could you imagine now, Dragusin, Ben Davis, Archie Gray right back? I just think we start doing things like that, Mikey Moore, and we start doing all those things.
You can't play Udogie again. The guy.
Listen, I'm not disagreeing. I'm saying to you that because we have to do that, because we got 3 days later, we got an important game against Ipswich, which we have to win. We have to win, otherwise all of this is worth.
He'll start Werner. I think he'll start Richarlison.
And this is where I think we're going to come to the start, because you can't go. You Dan said earlier the atmosphere.
Oh, yeah, Richarlison's injured. He's got to go with maybe Lancashire gets a run out.
Yeah, Richarlison. I think he actually done his hamstring.
Mikey Moore will start. Mikey Moore will play
already.
Mikey Moore away to Galatasaray. He's going to get fucking eaten alive.
It'll be Werner.
Hang on, Son will play. Son's available, is he not?
Do you know what? Mikey Moore turns up in that game and has a good game against Galatasaray. I'll take my hat off to him and say, fair fucking play, mate. I'm seriously, Galatasaray is not. It's got to be one or in European football as a whole. Yeah, I'm not bringing into South American and that. Galatasaray or Fenerbahce have got to be two of the fucking most horrid places to go, along with.
Mate, have you not seen what? Sorry, go on. Sorry, man.
AC Milan and Inter isn't up there with them. Lazio and Roma, however, is not a nice place to go either.
Horrible.
Yeah, Jose tonight in the derby. Did you see that? Did you see that derby tonight with Jose's Besiktas against Trabzonspor? Fuck! Did you see what he said after the game?
Jose manages Fenerbahce, not Besiktas.
Jose wasn't assassinated tonight.
Well, did you see those comments? Did you see what he did when they scored the winner in the night in 110 minutes, something like that? Mate, go and watch the highlights of that game and go and watch what he said afterwards. Mate, I'm not going to spoil it. Go online when you get off here because we've done a 5-hour stream.
Did his team score the winner or did the opposition
No,
score the
his
winner?
team scored the winner in the last.
He's done a madness.
Just go and watch it.
That is why he is my favourite all-time manager.
Go and watch it. They won 3-2. They won 3-2 and Amrabat scored in the last kick of the game. And literally. And he just lost the plot after the game. And then what he said in the post-match after, in English, mate, it's just Jose elite. He's at levels. You know Jose levels? It's hilarious. But you're right. What he said was like, whoa, he took the whole Turkish league in disrepute. But I'm saying what he said.
Yeah, but
if I'd known,
could get away with that.
If my club had told me what I was coming into, I wouldn't have even come. I'm like, what?
Yeah, but Mourinho don't need to be telling what he's coming into. He's been, for me, Mourinho has been the best manager ever. Why? Because I've seen him go to pretty much everywhere he's been and
every
win
league,
something.
man.
He got us to a final. He's even done it with smaller clubs as such, or not as gifted clubs for it. I mean, Porto should have won that Champions League.
Brought the first European trophy to Roma.
Well, look where he done the treble with Inter. They had a bloody good team, but it weren't the best team in Italy, and it weren't the best team in Europe. The way he cooked Barcelona with Inter, with just pure muscle and
played left back, innit?
it was brilliant. I think he's the best manager, but I'll leave it at that. I'm knackered.
Let's go to bed.
Girls, we're going to end it. I want to say a big thank you to the super chats from We Are Spurs TV, Laurie Boost, twice. Scott M and Artist T, big up to you guys. Also, thank you to the panel tonight. Make sure you follow Hasper Dan. I put a link in the descriptions and put it up on the show. In fact, let's do it quickly again, just in case you don't know. If you don't know, get to know. By the way, he's in Dubai having a good time, so big up to.
Is it Dubai?
Oh, mate, he's loving life. Hasper TV, make sure you follow. And Dan.
You guys are still going on. You guys are still going on.
Mario, back to end.
We're about to end.
I just did that on purpose.
Follow Dan as well. Listen, everyone watching the show tonight, to all the haters, thank you. To all the people that love us, thank you too as well. We're back tomorrow night for the Monday night podcast that we do. That should be a good show. And we're back on Thursday for our post-match Galatasaray analysis show. I think that's on about 10:30, that one, or 10 o'clock, something like that. Come and check us out. Otherwise, follow Hasper, follow Dan, see what they're doing this week. Boys, girls, we're out of here.
Been a good weekend. Good weekend, isn't it, guys?
Leave you out.
Yeah.
It was all right, Ian. It was all right.
Gooners lost. We won.
Carried away.
Team won.
Let's not get carried away. Ooh,
I feel nothing. I feel nice.
Happy clappers.
Happy clapping. Happy
Happy
clapping time,
clappers.
everyone. Happy clapping.
The first game we look for, Robbie. Tottenham away. When we got Tottenham away. Tottenham away. When we got Tottenham away.